No Rest for the Wicked was without
Okay.
question one of my favorite games of 2024, which reminds me, I never even got around to making a list of my favorite releases for that year. Probably too late now, but you know, maybe something to plan for the end of 2025. Anyway, yeah, dude, even in its incomplete early access form, like, I really enjoyed my time with this game. I played somewhere around 70 hours in total, and honestly, the only reason I stopped was because I had other stuff that I wanted to play, but I definitely still could have got another run in, trying a different character build or whatever. But you know, given its early access and I knew updates were coming, I thought it was fine to take a break. And great news for me, or maybe bad news depending, but just the fact that my schedule is gonna be so damn full this month. But good news for the fact that I'm looking forward to this. Got the perfect excuse to jump back in just a few weeks, as Mood Studios is releasing a massive update for the game with loads of new content and features, brand new areas, new enemies, continuous storyline, new bosses, additional replayability options, bunch of quality of life improvements, including some improved performance. This is looking really darn good. Can't wait. Let's dive into all the details. So a couple weeks ago, Moon Studios released what was a 25-minute showcase going in depth about this upcoming update. And they actually opened up the video discussing why it took a little longer than they expected for them to release this update. The TLDR of which being that their original publisher, Private Division, was sold off by their parent company, Take-Two Interactive, back in November 2024. And while this reorganization was taking place, Moon Studios then offered to purchase the rights to the game for self-publishing it going forward. This process took months of negotiation, but eventually their proposal was accepted. Now, this obviously caused a delay in them releasing the forthcoming Breach update, but it also means that going forward, Moon Studios is now 100% fully independent. They don't have anyone to answer to but themselves, which should theoretically give them a whole lot more freedom and flexibility, which then should, in theory, be good for the future of this game and their update cadence, and just the fact that they don't have to, they literally don't have to answer to anybody about anything anymore. So we'll see how it all pans out. But the business stuff aside, let's get into checking out the update and all the juicy good bits that come along with it. So this is titled The Breach. It is the biggest content and feature update the game has received since initially entering early access in April 2024. And with this comes more of absolutely everything. More continuation of the story, more new zones, new enemies, bosses, loot, and a host of brand new systems and features being added. So for starters, the narrative campaign is being expanded with new cutscenes, dialogue, and a story that takes you into two entirely new regions, the Lowland Meadows and the Marin Woods. Now, these new zones are massive, both of them effectively doubling the game's total explorable play space. In these areas, they've continued the philosophy of their level design being entirely handcrafted with no procedural elements to create this expansive and interactive open world where every inch of the space matters. They've also continued adding a lot of verticality to these levels, which a lot of times leads to various secrets and hidden loot all over the place. These regions come with a new enemy faction as well as new enemy types, each with their own unique attack patterns, strengths, and weaknesses. They showcased a few examples. So there's the Timber Wraith, who swings a great axe in massive arcs. There's the Wretches and Archers, who shoot arrows and have arms that extend to strike from a distance. You got this Rust Weaver with two massive saws that they slam into the ground and whirl around. Or the Corpse Treader, who wields this buzzsaw and then also has this tail that he can use to elevate himself into the air and slam to the ground. And you got these humanoid bird-like creatures that will call in reinforcements if you don't take them down quickly enough. Now, if you've not played this game yet, it is very much so a Souls-like combat in the sense that it really requires you to pay close attention and learn how enemies move and attack so that you can avoid being hit and you can counter when opportunity arises. It's definitely not the type of action game that you can like mindlessly spam attacks. This isn't the sort of ARPG where you're screen clearing like what you get, for example, in Endgame, Last Epoch, or Path of Exile, or Diablo 4. No, you gotta be methodical and you have to pay attention. Even the simplest enemies can kill you in just a couple of hits, so you have to react to their moves. You have to avoid getting hit, whether that's blocking or dodging or just spacing, and then you need to counter when the enemies are in recovery. If you don't do that, if you just spam it, if you think you're gonna be screen clearing, you're just gonna die a lot. That's plain and simple. It's definitely not an easy game, but I have found combat very, very satisfying. It's a whole chunk of the reason why I enjoy playing this game. Besides the exploration and discovery, which they do a great job with the like elevation and the verticality and things being hidden around corners and all sorts of stuff. That and the combat and the atmosphere. Again, one of my favorite games of 2024, but well, let's continue. Also with the new content comes a brand new town hub in the Marin area called the Marin Village. Here you're gonna find vendors selling different items from those sold in the game's initial village, as well as various NPCs that have dialogue options, continuing the story, and various side quests for you to complete. They've also added 2 new weapon types to the game. These are the gauntlets and wands. So gauntlets look to provide a melee brawler playstyle. You're literally like boxing and or wrestling enemies with this weapon. So in addition to the base game that had the suplex ability, you can now also drop kick enemies as well. Gauntlets have this attack that basically looks like a Hadouken, where you shoot out this ball of energy. Looks like they've also got this whirlwind style spinning attack and this thing called Tremor Wave, where you smash the ground and it deals damage in a straight line, basically upheaving the earth. And then as for wands, this is a new type of magical ranged weapon, although they've only shown a couple of attacks here that looked to be ice-based spells and abilities, such as Ice Darts, which is just a basic ranged projectile that will freeze enemies. But then there's also this thing, I think it's called Cold Sling. It's an evasive move where you actually leap backwards, spinning in the air multiple times, tossing out a new projectile with each rotation that you do. This thing looks really, really cool. They showcased a few other spells that are coming to the game, including this Plague Attack, where you summon an area of corruption in the ground that explodes after a few seconds, or Lightning Bolt, which calls down a strike that looks to deal massive damage in an area. Now, in addition to that new content coming, the new areas, the new enemies, the new weapons and spells, they've also made a lot of improvements to replayability of the game across the board. So after you play through the new story and go through the new zones that are added in the breach, prior zones in the rest of the game can now then become overtaken by pestilence, which is a new mechanic that will revamp the region. So when an area is infected, it becomes overrun with an entirely new set of enemies. These enemies, besides providing a new combat challenge, will also drop a new resource type called Torn. So any Torn resources that you find can then be burnt in any of the fires you come across in the world, and burning these Torn resources will then further bump up the difficulty of enemies in that area. So the more Torn resource you burn, the harder enemies become, and with all of that increased challenge comes better rewards, with enemies dropping high-end loot, currency, and resources. Now, as you progress through these pestilence-infected zones, killing enemies, you can notice this bar at the bottom of pestilence spread, and that's going to slowly deplete. Once this is empty, you then get a plague boss summoned in that region, and overcoming that encounter will cleanse the pestilence from the zone, at least for a time, because presumably they can come back. It'll likely be on like a rotating schedule. An area gets infected, you go, you cleanse it, it's cleansed, and then you go to another area, cleanse that, and maybe the first area gets reinfested or something. I don't know exactly how to work, but something like that I would assume. Also adding replayability with this update is the fact that they've extended a lot of areas in the base game. They've added many new explorable spaces, corridors, rooms, and more to each of the original zones. So you're going to want to be poking around, even if you've already played this game for 70 plus hours like myself. Looks like there's going to be a whole lot new spaces in the areas that we've already seen. Now on to some systems and theory crafting update. For starters, they have revamped how how loot drops work. So instead of the prior method where there were different tiers of gear that would drop based on the zone as well as the difficulty level that you were on, now the entire pool of all the loot in the game always has a chance to drop, with items then scaling to your current character level. This, in my opinion, is actually a fantastic change, because in the past there were certain weapons that were good in the end game that wouldn't drop by the time you actually reach the end game, as they would only drop in like early zones and levels. And these weapons you could scale up in their power, but they would have particular movesets or particular built-in skills. And if there were weapons that you liked in that early game portion that you would carry into the end game and upgrade, you would just never get them dropping as you progress through the game. So in order to farm those items, what you would actually have to do is start a brand new world save file, then rerunning the early portions of the game with your higher level character. I did this myself multiple times as I was farming for certain weapons that I liked. For example, there was this one-handed hammer that had a weapon throw ability that was super strong and some base stats that I really liked, but it literally would not drop on my endgame character in my endgame save file because the world had leveled up to the point where it was no longer in the loot table. It would just never drop. So like I said, I would have to start a new save file and then farm the early portion of the game in a different world save over and over again to get the item to eventually drop. This new approach, in my opinion, way better. They've also reworked how the enchanting system works. This is basically how you boost up weapons, giving them modifiers. Now they've added more flexibility and customization, as you can spend fallen embers to add a new enchantment or re-roll any existing enchantments on any piece of gear. Awesome change. There's also now a new highly customizable loot variant called Masterwork items. So these pieces of gear will drop as common items, but you can then infuse them with gems, and each gem is going to tell you exactly the specific stat and perk that you're looking for. This basically lets you custom make gear with the exact stats and bonuses that you want. Then in addition to all of this, there are a ton of new weapons, runes, and enchantments, as well as armor sets that have been added to the loot table. They've also buffed shields, as based on their data, they found that this was an underused item. So now, instead of blocking draining stamina, the effectiveness of a shield is going to be based entirely on the poise and stagger stats. And then finally, they've added a new mode, Hardcore. It's what you expect. Like other games, this is going to present you with the challenge of having a single life with permadeath for a character. Although if you die, the character isn't deleted. Instead, it will then be migrated from Hardcore to only be allowed to play on normal servers. But if you want to play on hardcore servers, you only get one life for the character. So again, it's just a nice little challenge. Now on to quality of life and polish updates. Quite a bit here. They've improved storage and inventory management, namely by increasing the max item stack size from what was 25 now to 99. So we should need far fewer, 1/4, I guess, to be exact, the number of chests in our homes. And yeah, this was a problem I had. Like basically the entire floor of my house in town was just filled with storage chests. So this is a great addition. They've added these new items called Whisper Stones. These are basically teleportation platforms that can be placed in your home, allowing you to fast travel to and from them directly, whereas in the past you could only teleport to town and then would have to run to your house anytime you wanted to access your storage. Now you can just you can teleport from the world directly to your home, drop off items, and then go back out to the world. They've made adjustments to town progression, so there are still timers for upgrading each of the various buildings and vendors in a town, but these timers can now be sped up by contributing additional materials. So this is interesting. This is one mechanic that I've actually seen people complaining about a lot, but I was never really bothered by. People just seem to really dislike that the game has any timers, maybe because it reminds them of bad mobile games or pay-to-win PC games. You know, in those instances, you can spend real money to skip the timers, but that's not what this is. Like, it's just a in-game mechanic. I think there's two reasons they likely have it. For one, immersion related, right? Because the idea being the people in the town are physically building these upgrades. They're actually like the cook is expanding. They're doing construction on their house, and that takes time. Now in the game, it's like 30 minutes, and then it's like a couple hours, and then 4 hours, and then 12. It's some scaling. It gets harder and harder, or longer and longer the further the upgrades. But part of this, the reason they did this most certainly is like immersion related, because they're they're actually building this stuff. You can physically see the construction process as it's happening, from a basic little hut into a nice little cooking dwelling into this like mansion or whatever, right? So I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason they've gone with this timer thing. But then the other part of it is probably just a way to spread out the progression so that people aren't burning through things quickly, bring in the resources, and then just upgrading all the way to the highest tier. Yeah, I've never really gotten the outrage personally. The timers didn't really bother me. There's no monetization tied to it whatsoever. I really think it's just mainly immersion related. Like, that was their design philosophy. I guess alternatively, if people continue to be bothered by this, beyond the change that they just made where you can speed up the timers by fueling more resources, maybe they just make it take longer to farm the amount of resources that you want for each upgrade and then remove the timer aspect entirely. I don't know. Again, as far as I'm concerned, it's literally just like, you've got characters in this town. They are physically building these locations. It's not just you give them the wood and then the shop instantly pops up. I know from a video game perspective that is a very common way to do it. I get why they did it this way. I don't think they planned to monetize it in the future. It's not the vibe that I'm getting here. Anyways, one thing I'm very happy about as well when it comes to some improvements is they've made some big performance improvements, mentioning that they have continued optimization and making things better here on multiple fronts, saying that just about everyone should notice drastically improved performance if you ever had performance issues in the past. Now, one big thing worth noting with this update is that all of this new content is going to require a brand new fresh playthrough. They say that the old server saves are going to remain on a legacy build. So if you played the game in the past and you have a character in a world save that you took part in, that stuff isn't getting deleted. But if you want to play through everything that is being added with the breach, you are going to have to start a fresh playthrough, and I believe a fresh character. I'm not certain. At least the world save has to be started over. I'm not sure about the character. And that either way, that's going to bum some people out for sure. Now, they said basically that this was simply a result of the massive number of changes and additions, but also the fact that they've not only added new areas and all the new stuff, but they've made so many adjustments to the base game that it basically required them to separate the save files here. Now, if this bothers you, I guess at least if we're trying to look on the bright side, they have added a ton of new areas to what was the base game, a whole bunch of new explorable space. So there should be fresh content to see in those areas from your original playthrough, at least, if you're running through it again. New stuff for you to explore and look for. I don't know. I'm fine starting things over. Like, I'm used to, for example, the seasonal content of ARPGs, so it's not like a big deal for me, but I can understand why some people might be bothered. Like, if you played for 50 hours and you wanted to just keep playing with your character to check out the new stuff, it looks like that might not be possible. Although, again, I'm still not certain if they have to stick, because there's your character, which is separate from the world. You can take your character to multiple world saves, but I don't know. It might still be that you have to start a fresh character and a fresh world. I'm just not sure yet. It wasn't particularly clear from what they said in this video. Okay, so that is the overview of all the new stuff coming in the Breach update specifically. What's next? Well, following the release of this update, Moon Studios has said that they intend to be very active and responsive with hotfixes and patches going forward, addressing any player concerns and issues. And I believe them, because if you recall, I do, they had an insane patch pasting at the time post the initial early access launch. Like, we got 6 hotfixes in the first 2 weeks of this game that addressed a lot of big issues, followed then by 2 major patches in the following month addressing some of the bigger issues that took time for them to fix. And now that they're fully independent, as we mentioned earlier, presumably this means they're going to be able to be even more active and responsive, which, okay, great. Looking forward to it. Now, they did also address in the video the highly sought after multiplayer co-op mode, which unfortunately enough, I have to tell you, it's not coming right away in the Breach update. They did say that it's going to be the very next thing in the pipeline, which they plan to release sometime shortly after the Breach comes out, but no, co-op is not coming with the Breach update later this month. Now, originally in the early access roadmap, multiplayer was actually supposed to be added prior to the Breach. They had their first update for the Crucible, then multiplayer, then the Breach. Like, that was the order of planned updates in their roadmap. However, what they said is they instead decided to focus on adding as much new content to this update as possible, so that when the co-op is added later on, there's going to be a lot more new stuff for people to play, which I guess makes sense, although depending on how long it takes them to release the co-op update after the Breach comes out, many people might already be done with all of the new content in the Breach, and then we'll put the game back down until the following big content update comes. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could either way be the same problem. Like, if they release the Breach and then co-op doesn't come for a month later, most people will likely be done playing the Breach, and then just adding co-op, they'll be like, well, yeah, I could play co-op, but it's already good, the new stuff, so I'll wait till the next big update. So I don't know, they could just end up in the very same situation depending on the gap between the breach and the co-op and then the update after the breach, but we'll just have to see how it all pans out. And frankly, despite that, I still think this update looks fantastic. It's set to release on April 30th, and I cannot wait. Definitely going to be diving back in. I also want to make note here, by the way, if you're like me and you've not played this game since its original release in early 2024, they have had one other update. So actually back in July of last year, they released the Crucible patch, which brought a pretty big overhaul to endgame, specifically to the Crucible itself, which if you don't recall, this is the farmable sort of roguelike dungeon that's meant for endgame progression. Now during the initial release, this was fairly bare bones. You'd go through several rooms and then you fight a boss at the end, and those rooms would be kind of procedurally ordered, so you wouldn't know which room you get when, but those rooms were also always the same every time, the same enemies in the same positions. You just don't know, you wouldn't know which room was your first, second, third, fourth, fifth room all the way up to the boss, but every time you went to a room, you knew exactly how it was spaced, the enemies and everything within it. Well, that has changed because this update, once again, that happened in July of last year, completely fleshed out the end game. They more than tripled the number of randomized chambers within the Crucible, as well as introduced an entirely new art theme, added a brand new vendor, and a new gameplay system called Echoes, and this is pretty cool. Echoes allow you to customize every run with a huge variety of buffs and effects, which is just basically like the traditional roguelike mechanic, where throughout the course of a run, you are presented with a random assortment of powerful buffs. You pick the buff that you want to enhance your character, and then as you progress, you accumulate more of these, which lead ideally to some crazy overpowered potential combos. This is part of the fun of the roguelike, getting big power boosts as you move through a run, which gets reset, and then you do it over again. Always random, the assortment of powers that you get to choose from. They also added a new vendor, the Seneschal, which in exchange for Gloam Seeds, which is a currency dropped by enemies within the Crucible, he then sells you Fallen Embers, which are always highly valuable, even more so now with the enchantment changes that they're introducing in the breach. He also sells Refined Resources, the ability to Exalt, which is an improvement form for your weapons, and then unlocks some new features in the Crucible as well. There's also the addition of a new enemy faction, the Gloam, who are lost souls that became infected by pestilence, giving them this kind of corrupted bioluminescence. These guys look really cool. And access to the Crucible is actually now unlocked a whole lot earlier in the game, essentially right after you first arrive in Sacrament and you complete the first campaign quest. You can then jump into an early iteration of the Crucible. And then beyond all of those Crucible specific changes, they had a few updates for the base game as well. They extended some regions of the overworld, in particular the Black Trench and Nameless Pass got more secrets, surprises, and additional areas to discover. And they updated combat with some enhanced kill effects. So for example, enemies will now actually physically explode when killed by fireballs, or they will shatter into a million pieces after being frozen and smashed. And you can just absolutely blow people to smithereens with big heavy weapon attacks as well. They have the addition of stray animals into the game, so you can find cats and dogs you will come across and are able to pet. And this update brought an initial round of major performance enhancements, specifically including CPU performance improvements, smoother area transitions, a cinematic polish overhaul, and memory optimization. Also, with this patch, the game was finally Steam Deck verified. And that is just about everything. We got all of this new stuff coming with the breach later this month, along with everything that was added in the Crucible that I've yet to play, both of which I'm pumped to check out. Like, I am ready to jump back into No Rest for the Wicked. There's still much more to be added as well, so prior to them reaching 1.0 and fully launching, we know that they have the planned inclusion of the 4-player multiplayer co-op, which supposedly will be coming sometime after the breach, hopefully soon. We also know the game is going to be getting multiplayer PvP, and that is something that I'm really looking forward, especially with this game's combat system. The idea of having PvP in any form, whether it's a Souls-like invasion system or just like structured PvP in an arena, either way, the combat in this game is phenomenal, so PvPing is going to be a lot of fun. I'm so excited. And if there's multiplayer PvP, like the co-op plus PvP, can we have like 4v4 arena PvP? I'm really excited for the PvP, probably even more so than the cooperative PvE, to be honest. Of course, they're going to continue expanding the story content, adding new chapters. With this will come additional map regions, along with all the expected inclusions, new enemies, bosses, weapons, and gear. And pretty soon, they're going to be adding farming apparently. Like I'm talking planting and growing crops. That's going to be part of like the base management stuff. So lots of cool stuff. Like I said, this game was a blast even in its initial iteration. I played for 70 hours and the game was far from complete. Seems it's just getting even better. Quite looking forward to jumping back in. That does it for today though. Thank you for watching this video. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Are you as excited for this update as I am? Are you planning on jumping back in? Are you going to wait for the full 1.0, which I don't blame people, you know? Early access is a funny thing because for me, as long as I have a fun time playing the game, I make my purchase, I play the game. If I enjoy myself, I'm pretty satisfied. But I also understand the philosophy of people wanting to wait until a game is in its final iteration. Although I think I'm just kind of disillusioned with that in general because so much of my gaming history is like MMOs and live service games, which are never in their final iteration. They're always getting expanded upon and improved. So maybe that's why I'm fine with early access games, because as long as the exchange is money for entertainment, and if I give you money and I get entertainment and I'm happy enough with it, I'm good. But anyways, I feel like this is an entirely separate video that I should just make at some point. Like the philosophy behind early access. My thoughts on early access is a scam. That's probably a better title. That's it for today. Thank you so much. Let me know what you think about No Risk for the Wicked, this update, anything, just chat below. Let me know. It's great for the algorithm. All right, thanks guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all next time. Take it easy.
Watch this. Few genres have produced as many games that mean as much to players as JRPGs. I mean, it's not a competition or anything, but if it were, I'm not sure there is any other genre responsible for as much nostalgia, as the endless supply of remakes and the enduring legacy of so many classic titles attest to. But Japanese role-playing games have more to offer than this, and their history is surprisingly turbulent. From years and years of struggling to gain a foothold in the West, with even hugely successful titles not even being localized, to rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of critical and commercial success, while seeming to represent gaming's future, to then later crashing back down to reality amidst high-profile failures and a broader identity crisis, and finally to where we are today, where the situation looks vastly different to just 10 years ago. Basically, there's a lot to cover, and this video will cover all of it, or at least as much as can be reasonably crammed in to 2 3/4 hours, which is a lot. But before that, it only makes sense to start with the definition and origins. And hey, at least defining what a JRPG is will be easy and not at all controversial. I mean, I have previously defined what an RPG is, which, if you missed that or don't remember, are games that combine playing the role of a player character or a small group of characters with statistical gameplay systems, as well as games which were inspired by and descended from the first RPG, Dungeons & Dragons. Meaning, as the abbreviation implies, JRPGs are simply Japanese role-playing games, i.e., any RPG made in Japan. Right? Okay, maybe there's gonna be a little controversy, so let's just get it over with. Dark Souls is an RPG. Dark Souls is made in Japan. So is Dark Souls a JRPG? No. Of course, opinions over this vary, and it has been heavily discussed. Generally, people seem to be trending towards yes early on, and have gravitated more towards no with time. And even Sony has weighed in on the debate on their official PlayStation JRPG page, where they said, no, of course Dark Souls isn't a JRPG. What the f are you talking about? I might be paraphrasing a bit there. That might not have been Sony's exact words, but given that they do take a surprisingly clear stance on the issue, I feel it's what they wanted to say. Still, the controversy over this question does challenge the simple definition of JRPGs being any RPG made in Japan, and that's often the case with simple definitions. They might be useful, but they're not always the most accurate. In reality, genres are imperfect labels we use to more easily describe things, and defining a genre strictly through geography can lead to confusion. Not only are there RPGs made in Japan many do not consider to be JRPGs, and games many consider to be JRPGs that were made outside Japan, but even this geographical rule has grey areas. For example, much of the development of Final Fantasy II and III took place in Sacramento, California, and according to my in-depth research, California is not in Japan. So does that mean Final Fantasy II and III, and also Final Fantasy IX, by the way, are Western RPGs rather than JRPGs? But maybe you'd argue it's not about where the game is physically made, but where the company is based. But then you have examples like Mistwalker, an American-Japanese studio from Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, which is based in Hawaii, meaning the likes of Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey wouldn't be JRPGs. But maybe you'd argue it's not about the nationality of the company, but instead the people who worked on the game. Except, one of the most important JRPGs of all time was made by a Dutchman, and Japanese developers have worked on Western games, and non-Japanese developers have worked on Japanese games. So how many Japanese developers do you need to turn an RPG into a JRPG? And who is checking the nationality of everyone involved? And should this really be what defines the entire genre? RPGs made in Japan is a good, simple definition, but the true defining quality of any genre is its essence. And while this essence might be connected to geography, it's not solely based on geography. Therefore, Dark Souls is not a JRPG. Sorry, JRPG fans. Stop trying to claim Dark Souls. I get it, Dark Souls is good. It would add to JRPG's street cred, and JRPGs don't have the best street cred. Years of being made fun of by Video Game Donkey has left scars. But JRPGs don't need Dark Souls or Video Game Donkey. No other genre has produced so many games that mean so much to players. Still, this does raise the question of what is the essence of JRPGs? For role-playing games more broadly, their essence is tied to their progenitor, in aesthetics, mechanics, and most of all, design philosophy. But that's not true for JRPGs. Dungeons & Dragons still played a role, but it was never the genre's holy bible. And yet, there was something else which ended up taking D&D's place. Something I will get to shortly. I'm just dragging it out a bit, because what better way is there to understand any genre than through its history? So, let's begin. This is where I'd love to say, let's begin at the beginning with the first JRPG, but there is a slight problem with that, though. No one knows. Yes, just like with RPGs more broadly, no one knows what the first JRPG actually was. It would have been in the early 80s, likely 1982 or maybe 3, and it would have been on one of the early 8-bit Japanese personal computers of the era, like NEC's PC-8000 series. But the precise release date of these earliest games have often been lost to time, and even if they hadn't, there's still the problem of defining which of these games actually count as RPGs. So this question is difficult to answer, and even Japanese sources seem to be stumped by it. Part of this confusion stems from the fact that few people in Japan used or even knew the term RPG at the time the genre was emerging. Instead, these early examples were known as simulation games, for the way in which they used statistics and dice rolls to simulate various things. Things that could be pretty far from the Dungeons & Dragons people were more familiar with in the West.
Chill out.
For instance, in one of the most famous examples, Koei's Seduction of the Condominium Wives, players were tasked with playing the role of a door-to-door condom salesman who had to sell condoms, and maybe do a little more to various women in an apartment building while avoiding your typical apartment building hazards. You know, wandering yakuza and ghosts. There were other erotic-focused examples as well, but even the non-erotic games could seem atypical by Western RPG standards, like Koei's Underground Exploration, where players control a group of soldiers and do battle with various kaiju monsters like Godzilla, or Pony Canyon's Spy Daisakusen, which was just a loose adaptation of the Mission Impossible TV series. Much of our original awareness of these titles is thanks to Hardcore Gaming 101's Dark Age of JRPG series, which is well worth checking out if you want to know more about the very earliest games of this era. Still, for our purposes, there are two important pieces of information to take away from this period. The first is that one single developer was far more prevalent than any other, being described by Hardcore Gamer as the RPG company in Japan at this time, and responsible for around half of all titles released by the end of 1983. And they are a company that has been mentioned twice already. Yes, long before they were best known for their many games where you killed many enemies in exaggerated melee combat, Koei were the undisputed king of early Japanese RPGs. And as such, it is quite likely that whatever the first Japanese RPG was, it had Koei's name attached to it. Whether that be a game like 1982's The Dragon and Princess, which some consider to be too close to a text adventure game to count as an RPG, or a more obviously RPG-like title like 1983's Dungeon, which bears a striking resemblance to foundational Western RPG Ultima, alongside some enemy designs taken straight out of the official D&D rulebook. In fact, Dungeon was originally created by Koei in an attempt to copy another upcoming RPG and beat it to market, supposedly due to a personal feud between Koei co-founder Keiko Arakawa and Black Onyx creator Hank Rogers. This leads us to the second important thing to know about this era, which is that Dungeons & Dragons, Ultima, and Wizardry were all really influential, despite the fact that none of these three had even released in Japan yet. If you need a reminder on the origins of RPGs, Dungeons & Dragons was created in 1974 and established the tabletop RPG, which soon led pioneering game developers to try to recreate this experience in video game format. First on mainframe computers in the late 70s, and then on personal computers at the start of the 80s, with Origin Systems, Ultima, and Certex, Wizardry, both emerging in 1981 to lay the foundations that so many future computer RPGs would be built on. If you need more than a reminder, watch my previous video where it's covered in detail. But the cliff notes is that together, Ultima and Wizardry had a massive impact on gaming, and clearly that impact was big enough to reach Japan, even before they officially released. As many early Japanese RPG developers cite them as inspirations, and many of these earliest games show elements of each. In particular, the overworld exploration of Ultima, the menu-based combat of Wizardry, and the dungeon-crawling focused design of both games. And it was through this inspiration that Japanese RPGs would see their first major commercial success. Hank Rogers is best known for bringing Tetris to Nintendo.
Tetris.
But before this, he was an avid Dungeons & Dragons player who moved to Japan despite not speaking the language to, quote, chase a girl, where he found both a distinct lack of D&D and a potential gap in the video game market from the lack of D&D inspired games. And so he decided to learn to code to make his own game, drawing on Ultima and particularly Wizardry to create the Black Onyx in 1984. In the Black Onyx, players create a party of 5 characters to explore a dungeon in first person. But unlike in its inspiration, in the Black Onyx the player's party was represented on screen, with models that changed based on equipment and new features like visible health bars, providing more visual clarity and helping create a more accessible experience than Wizardry itself. This wasn't enough, however, because the Black Onyx bombed, apparently selling just 5 copies in its first 2 months, due to Japanese consumers not understanding what the game actually was. In desperation, Rogers hired a translator and visited every computer magazine in Japan to provide them each with a first-hand demo of the game, leading to extensive review coverage in the following months, and sales soon followed. In time, the Black Onyx would go from selling 5 copies to over 150,000, which reportedly made it the best-selling video game in Japan at that time. It was also voted Game of the Year by readers of the biggest Japanese gaming magazine, and so the Black Onyx made a significant step towards making RPGs mainstream in Japan, and others soon followed. Like Crystalsoft's Heart of Fantasy, which released just a few months after the Black Onyx, but instead seemed to use Ultima as its primary inspiration alongside the turn-based combat seen in Wizardry. This combination means it's often best known as having many similarities to Dragon Quest's core formula, despite releasing more than 2 years earlier. The story focuses on a warrior that is defeated in battle and subsequently banished to a dark world of monsters, where they must find something called the Heart of Fantasy to return to their own world before an in-game timer runs out. Heart of Fantasy would see multiple successful sequels, making it an important early RPG series, and again showing the clear influence of Ultima and Wizardry in these early games. Still, not every RPG followed Western RPGs so closely. In 1984, arcade powerhouse Namco would release the Tower of Druaga, which tasked players with ascending a maze-like tower alongside rudimentary combat and obscure puzzles and secrets designed to encourage discussion between players. Druaga is an arcade and action game more than an RPG, and was designed by the creator of Exvius, Masanobu Endo. Yet it was inspired by Endo buying a copy of Dungeons & Dragons on a business trip to America and wanting to incorporate RPG elements into arcade design. Yet, despite not being an RPG itself, the Tower of Druaga did go on to inspire a number of other games that bridge the divide between action and RPG more completely. Like Nihon Falcom's Dragon Slayer, from important JRPG pioneer Yoshio Kiya. This wasn't Falcom's first attempt at an action RPG, with first JRPG ever made contender, Panorama To, releasing a year earlier. Still, Dragon Slayer went on to be more important, and marked the start of a long series of somewhat similar titles, which was also the same series that would eventually create the Legends of Heroes franchise that modern JRPG players might be more familiar with. This first entry, however, was basic, featuring a top-down perspective with bump combat and being set entirely in a single large dungeon, where the player must level up to eventually slay a dragon. Just 1 month later, T&E Soft would release Hyderlight, starting another important action RPG series and spawning a deep rivalry between the two. Hyderlight's gameplay has much in common with the earlier Dragon Slayer, yet the maze-like dungeon is replaced by a vibrant open world for players to explore, alongside rarely seen features like quick saves and regenerating health. Both of these games cite the Tower of Druaga as their primary inspiration, and both games would get sequels within a year that would expand their scope while adding numerous improvements. Together, these games saw considerable commercial success, even more so than the Black Onyx, and established the action RPG genre, not just as something distinct from Ultima and Wizardry, but also as something that bridged the gap between action-focused arcade games and simulation-focused PC games, an approach that would soon be seen in several major console hits, and was important for being more accessible and familiar to Japanese players than traditional RPGs were. And so, at the birth of the Japanese role-playing genre, RPGs broadly came in two varieties. Games descended from Ultima and Wizardry, which would often take inspiration from both, yet still followed their core formula quite closely, and action RPGs descended from the Tower of Druaga, Dragon Slayer, and Hyderlight, where the action was still basic, but the design was comparatively more accessible. Still, it's worth being aware of just how many different early Japanese PC RPGs there were in this period, the vast majority of which this video is not mentioning, and some of which can't be so neatly categorized into these two groups. For example, it was on this early gaming frontier that two rather well-known Japanese companies would make their RPG debuts. And this didn't happen via Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. Enix's first RPG was actually Earthfighter Rawaiza, a sci-fi and mecha-focused RPG set in the year 2300, where humanity has begun colonizing space, only to encounter a hostile alien species. with the player taking the role of a soldier in this new space war.
He saw me.
Meanwhile, Square's first RPG was Cruise Chaser Blasty, which coincidentally was also sci-fi and mecha focused, this time centering on a war between an oppressive space government and a group of rebels, and with some really striking visuals, particularly in its turn-based combat. This was 1986, back when most RPGs didn't even include attack animations, and then Square was out here showing giant mechs blast the shit out of each other. And by the way, if those mechs are giving you Gundam vibes, it's probably because the designs were done by Nippon Sunrise, the studio that made Mobile Suit Gundam. Yes, early Japanese PC games were weird and wonderful, with visuals often well ahead of their time thanks to the higher resolution of Japanese computers, a feature that arose due to the need to display the more complicated Japanese language characters and was used to great effect by early developers. If you want to know more about some of the lesser known games from this era, I would recommend the book A Guide to Japanese Role-Playing Games, which goes game by game with detailed descriptions of each one. Yet, when it comes to JRPGs, these aren't really the games most people think of, and PCs aren't usually the platform. Early personal computers might have been where Japanese RPGs began, but it was on Nintendo's family computer that they became what we know them as today. By the mid-80s, the Nintendo Entertainment System had just released in America, and was already dominating the Japanese market thanks to new popular hits like Super Mario Bros. Yet for Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto's next industry-changing success, he would instead look to the world of RPGs. In fact, in a 2003 interview, Miyamoto stated the Black Onyx and Ultima were the primary inspirations in creating The Legend of Zelda. And so, Zelda continued the lineage of Dragon Slayer and Hydaelyn, taking their open worlds, exploration and puzzle solving, while adding an attack button, allowing actual sword swings to replace bumping into enemies as the primary form of combat. And yet, most people wouldn't consider this game to be an RPG, due to its lack of statistical gameplay elements. And so, Zelda continued the action RPG evolution by evolving away from RPGs into what has come to be known as the action-adventure genre. However, the 8-bit era was a time when genres were still emerging, and rules were still being written, and so RPG influence can be seen in all sorts of different games. In fact, while the first Zelda isn't usually considered an RPG, its sequel, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, is, as it brings back several RPG systems such as experience points and leveling up. And the exact same thing happened with Castlevania and Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest, and with Renegade and its follow-up River City Ransom. And there are other examples of this too, where side-scrolling or action games introduced basic RPG systems. This might be because console games hadn't really established their own identity at this point, and so developers looked to and combined aspects of the two parts of gaming that were already established: action from arcades and simulation elements from PC games, just like Dragon Slayer and Hydaelyn did a few years earlier. And yet, it was in the other half of the Japanese role-playing genre where the real breakthrough would come. Yuji Horii was a writer for manga magazine Shonen Jump, who joined the newly created Enix in 1982 after winning a game design competition they organized. Enix were a video game publisher that didn't have enough games to publish yet, and so these competitions were a way to find and sometimes poach talented developers. And the ethics behind them is somewhat questionable, as the prize money often came out of each developer's future royalties. Still, at least they gave the industry Yuji Horii. Horii's second game at Enix, the Portopia Serial Murder Case, released in 1983 and helped create the visual novel genre. It also inspired some guy called Hideo Kojima to get into game development. In that same year, Horii would take a business trip to America where he would stumble upon wizardry at a Macworld Expo. Horii was quickly hooked, and soon after, so were his colleagues. And it was through playing Wizardry and Ultima that they started to want to make their own RPG. And so, they did. During its development, an experienced anime and movie composer named Koichi Sugiyama just so happened to return a questionnaire providing feedback on another Enix game, and upon noticing the famous name, Enix decided to try their luck at contacting Sugiyama to ask if he wanted to compose the music for a video game. And to their surprise, he said yes. It was also around this time that Hori would use his old connections at Shonen Jump to get into contact with Akira Toriyama, an already well-established manga artist who had recently started a new series called Dragon Ball, who was also somehow convinced to provide the art for this new game. And so, this brand new, unproven RPG wound up with some pretty big names attached to it. The only problem was how to actually make a game like Wizardry or Ultima on a console, where memory was limited, the controls could only use a 4-button controller, and saving wasn't even possible as these early NES cartridges had yet to introduce battery-powered RAM for games to be saved onto. The answer to these problems was to make something simple and more accessible, and the result ended up being the perfect game to bring RPGs to inexperienced console audiences. Dragon Quest released in May 1986, and combined the overworld exploration and towns of Ultima with the menu-based combat and random encounters of Wizardry, alongside bright, colourful visuals and simple yet intuitive controls. To help get around memory limits, combat was 1v1, and the overall length was short. To translate the experience for a controller, menus were kept simple and made as easy to navigate as possible. And to allow saving, the game used a clever password system triggered by the game's resurrection spell. Dragon Quest also relaxed difficulty, as while likely considered grindy by today's standards, for its time it was highly forgiving, with players able to respawn after death back in town with no loss of experience points. And yet, despite this, it still didn't sell. Yes, just like the Black Onyx 2 years earlier, consumers unfamiliar with RPGs showed little initial interest, leading Enix to believe the game would lose money. But again, as with the Black Onyx, intervention from its creator turned things around. Yuji Horii produced a series of articles for Weekly Shonen Jump, introducing readers to the concept of an RPG and promoting Dragon Quest while teasing its sequel. And in time, sales increased. And then kept increasing, eventually reaching 1.5 million for the Famicom alone, making it one of the highest selling games on the system not published by Nintendo themselves. For the series, those numbers would only increase, as Dragon Quest soon became a countrywide phenomenon, with the third entry breaking sales records and selling 3 million copies in a week. For JRPGs more broadly, however, Dragon Quest was the symbolic start of the genre. It might not have been the first RPG made in Japan, but it was the game that would define JRPGs forevermore, and no other game in this video is as important to the genre's history. In fact, for a time, Dragon Quest was the genre. Just like how the release of Doom in 1993 was so momentous that it led all first-person shooters to be referred to as Doom clones for several years, so too were JRPGs that followed, called Dorakue, literally a shortening of Dragon Quest game. And given Dragon Quest's success, many Dorakue soon followed, some that were mechanically similar enough that they could be considered Dragon Quest clones, but some of which created important series of their own. Like Atlus's Digital Devil story Megami Tensei, which released in September 1987 and was based on a trilogy of science fantasy books by the same name. Digital Devil Story took heavy inspiration from Wizardry to create a challenging, party-based dungeon crawler, yet its story focuses on a modern-day high school student who accidentally unleashed a horde of demons and then teams up with his girlfriend to venture into the demon world and defeat Lucifer. You know, as you do. To make the game feel distinct from Wizardry, the team decided they needed to add some completely new feature of their own, which ended up being the demon negotiation and fusion system through which players could attain demon companions to fight in their party. A direct sequel would be released 3 years later, which was set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and involved a conflict between the forces of Lucifer and those of the one true god, with many other sequels and spin-offs soon to follow in the future. Another series that followed Dragon Quest was Final Fantasy, when creator Hironobu Sakaguchi used the proven commercial success of Dragon Quest to persuade Square to greenlight an RPG of their own. The end result released in 1987 and showcased impressive visuals, particularly in its battles, which used a side-on rather than first-person perspective, with the player's 4 heroes of light each having their own animated sprites. Final Fantasy also placed a greater emphasis on story, which begins by players defeating the main villain and rescuing the princess, events that would usually mark the ending of such adventures, and then ends with time loop paradoxes and sci-fi space fortresses. And speaking of sci-fi, the Phantasy Star series would also begin in December that year. Developed by Sega for the Master System, Phantasy Star was again directly influenced by Dragon Quest, which Sega had seen the success of, leading them to feel they needed to make an RPG of their own to allow the Master System to compete with the NES. To do this, they turned to designer Kotaro Hayashida and programmer Yuji Naka, the man who would go on to create Sonic. Phantasy Star again stood out for its fantastic visuals, where this time battles are still first person, but feature detailed animated enemies, alongside striking use of color, true 3D dungeon exploration, and even animated story cutscenes. The result is described by a guide to Japanese role-playing games as not only one of the best-looking 8-bit RPGs, but one of the most visually incredible titles of the 80s. The sci-fi setting came from the team wanting the game to stand out from other RPGs, and took inspiration from Star Wars, while mixing this with medieval fantasy and Japanese history to make something wholly distinct. And again, like Final Fantasy, Phantasy Star is also remembered for its, for the time, heavy focus on story, which unusually revolved around a female main character named Alice on a quest to avenge her murdered brother and overthrow an oppressive king. Meanwhile, on the PC, 1987 would be the year that Falcom's other major RPG series debuted. Ys was similar to the early Dragon Slayer games, but with some slight changes, like the fast-paced bump combat being expanded, not by adding an attack button, but instead by rewarding players for bumping into enemies at an angle rather than head-on, to create more mechanical depth. Ys also focused more on overworld exploration and the sense of adventure, making it almost seem like Dragon Slayer's answer to Hyderlight. The story would focus on a wandering red-headed swordsman named Adol, who would be the protagonist of all future Ys games. Dragon Slayer itself was also still going strong in this period, with its 4th entry, Legacy of the Wizard, continuing to develop the side-scrolling dungeon crawling of Xanadu, while finding success on the NES and even getting a rare North American release. The 5th entry, Sorcerian, would return to more Western RPG inspiration with a fully player-created party of heroes, and the 6th entry, Dragon Slayer The Legend of Heroes, marks the official start of the Legend of Heroes series, and changed things completely by instead using more traditional turn-based combat, making it more like Falcom's answer to Dragon Quest. And so, by the end of 1987, the big 5 of the JRPG world had arrived. Nihon Falcom, Enix, Atlus, Square, and Sega were responsible for most of the biggest JRPGs and JRPG series, and most other important series tended to be created by people who had once worked at one of these 5 companies. There are some exceptions like Wolf Team, later known as Namco Tales Studios, or several key Nintendo franchises, but a lot of the JRPG genre really would originate from these 5 companies. That said, there were still other important developments of this era, like Mother, later known as Earthbound Beginnings outside Japan, which was created by Ape Inc. and Nintendo, and released in 1989. Mother was an idiosyncratic parody of small-town America, making it stand out from other games in the genre. Its creator, Shigesato Itoi, had been inspired by playing Dragon Quest and wanted to make an RPG but lacked the swords, magic, and other conventions that were usually so common. And so, instead of creating a brave hero for the main character, he created a young boy with asthma and an absentee father. 1989 also saw the release of Sweet Home from Capcom, which tells the story of 5 filmmakers exploring an abandoned mansion they soon become trapped in, forcing them to do battle with supernatural monsters found within. Sweet Home is often credited as the first ever survival horror game, Although it's worth keeping in mind that this wasn't even the first horror RPG. Games like La Place Nomar released several years before it with almost the same premise, and horror-focused adventure games had released even earlier, and 1981's Nostromo was even earlier still. Still, Sweet Home is notable for being the primary inspiration for Capcom's Resident Evil, which actually started as a remake of Sweet Home and featured several of the same developers. Despite this, Sweet Home's gameplay is basically Dragon Quest-style combat with simple party-based puzzle solving. Not every RPG followed in Dragon Quest's footsteps though. 1990's Fire Emblem from Intelligent Systems instead followed the lineage of early tactical RPGs like Bokusuka Wars to help establish the simulation RPG or strategy RPG subgenre.
Fuck, man.
Fire Emblem used grid-based maps with turn-based combat that placed heavy emphasis on careful positioning of units and an awareness of strengths and weaknesses. Its most famous feature came to be its use of permadeath, where many important story characters could fall in battle, impacting future story events and heightening the sense of tension. This did lead to criticism from reviewers though, and this is the NES era we're talking about. You know a game isn't messing around when the NES reviewers start saying it's too difficult. Still, over time, Fire Emblem's hardcore tactical formula created a cult following, and it would go on to influence many future games of the SRPG genre. And there are other games that could be mentioned here too. This was still an era where most Japanese RPGs never released outside Japan, and as such, entire popular series can be completely unknown. Like Metal
where's
Max,
the
a pioneering open-world JRPG still ongoing, but wouldn't see a game with a worldwide release until 2018. Or Glory of Heracles, a Greek mythology-inspired series that would receive 4 main entries across the NES and Super Nintendo. Or Tengai Mako, Far East of Eden, which began on the PC Engine before coming to other platforms, and once laid claim to being one of the most expensive games ever made. Or Momotaro Densetsu, famous for Momotaro or Peach Boy, a popular hero from Japanese folklore given numerous RPG adventures. Yet, despite this, the West would see some JRPGs in this period. Dragon Quest, renamed as Dragon Warrior, arrived in mid-1989 and would be followed by its first 3 sequels. Phantasy Star released even earlier, in late 1988, Ys arrived in 1989 on the Master System, and Final Fantasy released in mid-1990. Outside of Final Fantasy, however, the success these games saw in their home markets wasn't replicated. Dragon Quest famously flopped, despite being published by Nintendo themselves, who heavily promoted the game in Nintendo Power. Yet, it still underperformed so much that it led Nintendo to include free copies of the game with all Nintendo Power subscriptions as a way to unload unsold inventory. The reason for this is probably because, much like in Japan years earlier, Western gamers weren't used to the concept of console RPGs, and so interest was low. Unlike Japan, however, JRPGs in the West had the additional problem of localization itself. Translating a book or movie is difficult. It takes skill to convert one language into another, but games presented a far greater challenge. Not only did translation involve lots of additional programming due to the medium, but the text being translated was also non-linear, with translators often being unsure of a piece of dialogue's context, something vital to accurate translations. Still, this was just the beginning. Japanese text also involves less characters, meaning localizers had limited space to fit translations into, both physically sometimes in text boxes and character allocations for individual words, but also in terms of memory, one of the most limiting factors for old console games. This meant text had to be significantly shortened, and instead of this problem getting better with time, it actually only became worse in the 16-bit era when Japanese developers started to use kanji, the most complicated Japanese language characters that were displayed with memory-intensive double-byte integers, which, when converted to English, took up massive amounts of wasted memory. Unlike English, Japanese is also monospaced, meaning either more complicated coding or awkwardly stretched English fonts. And Japanese RPGs also featured a lot of Japanese cultural references and wordplays, something Dragon Quest in particular made heavy use of. This all meant that localization was difficult, costly, and perhaps worst of all, slow. Which brings us to the final problem that crippled JRPGs in the West. Dragon Quest III was a really impressive game when it released in early 1988, but its North American release wouldn't be until 1992, over 4 years later. This was a time when games were improving every single year, particularly in graphics, meaning 4 years made a world of difference and dated these games massively. For some perspective, Dragon Quest III was one of the best-selling NES games of all time, with 3.895 million copies sold, and 3.8 million of those were in Japan. In North America, the game many consider to be the greatest 8-bit RPG ever made, a game so successful it led to a widely believed rumor that the Japanese government had created a law banning Dragon Quest from being released on school days, sold less than 100,000 copies. For the biggest games and companies, localization was a significant challenge that only sometimes paid off, and for everyone else, it just didn't happen. And so, the JRPG conquest of the West would take time. But in Japan, the genre was flourishing. By the end of the 8-bit era, JRPGs were starting to resemble the genre people know today. Final Fantasy III, for example, took inspiration from Dragon Quest III's class system to create the job system, where characters can swap each party member's class freely. It also shifted the series' focus away from challenging, drawn-out dungeon crawling to a faster-paced, more linear, and more story-focused adventure. And now that we've reached the time where JRPGs start to resemble JRPGs, we can return to what makes the genre what it is. What gives JRPGs their essence? Western RPGs were derived from Dungeons & Dragons, with many early games attempting to be direct adaptations, and with most early Western RPG developers being Dungeons & Dragons nerds. But this wasn't true in Japan, where D&D wasn't even released when the genre was emerging. And so, while these games initially followed in the footsteps of Western RPGs, in time they soon took their inspiration from other sources. Namely, manga. Before creating Dragon Quest, Yuji Horii was a writer at Weekly Shonen Jump. Dragon Quest's composer was famous for his work on anime, Dragon Quest's artist was the creator of one of the most famous manga of all time, and where Western RPG developers were pretty much all D&D nerds, early JRPG developers tended to all be otaku, particularly early PC developers, where PCs were part of otaku subculture. And so, almost every early Japanese PC RPG used their impressive resolutions to replicate anime and manga aesthetics. Both Enix's and Square's first RPGs were based on mechs, with one game even using designs from Gundam. Of the 8-bit JRPGs that never released in the West, there are plenty of direct anime adaptations. Meanwhile, manga adaptations of JRPGs started to appear as early as 1987 with an adaptation of Xanadu, and anime soon followed, until eventually an entire genre of anime and light novels, isekai, started to be about characters getting transported into JRPG-inspired worlds. Even some of the cliches famously associated with JRPGs in the West are simply copied from anime and manga. I mean, spiky-haired teenagers saving the world was a shonen manga trope long before it was a JRPG one. And so, where Western RPG developers were trying to recreate Dungeons & Dragons in both aesthetics and mechanics, Dragon Quest was instead trying to recreate a shonen manga adventure, something that shows in every part of its design. And for a time, the Rakuei were JRPGs. Still, it wasn't just manga. Megami Tensei began as an adaptation of a Japanese book series. Sweet Home was based on a Japanese movie, and future games would often take inspiration from the countless JRPGs that came before them, even as they started to be made outside Japan. And so, the best way to understand JRPGs is not to understand the J as standing for made in Japan, but rather as Japanese media. JRPGs are RPGs inspired by and derived from Japanese media, and while in time the original RPGs that helped create the genre, Ultima and Wizardry, were left far behind, the influence of Japanese media is still just as evident today as it was at the genre's inception. As for what piece of Japanese media had the biggest impact, it would be hard to overstate the role played by shonen manga, where the focus on groups of characters, power fantasies, idealism, overcoming great adversity, a sense of adventure, whimsical humor, a younger target audience, and anime aesthetics would all become core features that set JRPGs apart from their Western counterparts.
Fucking bitch. Dude.
So this is the essence of JRPGs. It is a genre that formed its identity through different inspirations, leading to its own set of recognizable traits. And with that,
fucking bitch,
it's
dude.
time to move on to the next generation of consoles.
What the TP?
One of the greatest challenges early console games faced was memory limitations, both on actual game cartridges and from older console CPUs. This was particularly true for a genre focused on story, as it limited the amount of text each game could include. But a new generation meant more memory, which benefited game length, script size, and graphical quality, features that would continue to grow over time. In fact, changes can even be seen within each generation, as later cartridges on the same systems allowed for more data. For JRPGs, increasing data limits led to more in-depth stories with more interactions between characters and the start of more cinematic storytelling, with greater emphasis placed on cutscenes and action set pieces. With this evolution, JRPGs would move even further from their dungeon crawling origins, with freedom in exploration and character creation often being sacrificed for more linear and controlled experiences. Through this, the 16-bit era would produce several of the most acclaimed JRPGs of all time, most of which could be found on the SNES, but before there was the Super Nintendo, there was the Sega Mega Drive, or Genesis in America, where one classic series continued strong. Phantasy Star 2 released in early 1989 and was the first RPG on the Mega Drive, having originally begun development for the Master System. As such, its graphics weren't quite the dramatic leap forward seen in certain other 16-bit RPGs. For example, battles now included multiple enemies on screen at a time, but this came at the cost of having battle backgrounds. Yet where Phantasy Star 2 really stood out was its story, which was set 1,000 years after the first game and featured more depth and more drama, with important characters dying and whole planets being destroyed as the player's party seeks to uncover the truth behind a malfunctioning supercomputer called Mother Brain. Phantasy Star 3 released 1 year later and marked more of a departure for the series, with changes poorly received by some fans, but it did introduce an innovative generation system, where the story spans 3 generations of characters, with the player having a choice of who to marry, which in turn determined who they played as in future sections. Phantasy Star 4 took longer to arrive, releasing in 1993, but brought numerous improvements, with more detailed graphics, impressive and frequent cutscenes, and a number of gameplay refinements. It did still feature the turn-based battles and random encounters of previous titles, but with a new combo system and a faster overall pace that didn't sacrifice the great battle visuals. The story also received praise and acts as a culmination of the events of the rest of the series, leaving Phantasy Star 4 as one of the most iconic and enduring RPGs to appear on a Sega console. But there was more to the Mega Drive than Phantasy Star. Another long-running series to appear in this era was Shining, which began as a first-person dungeon crawler in 1991's Shining in the Darkness, before finding great success with the SRPG-focused Shining Force series, before ending its life with several lesser-known action RPG titles. Of all these, it's the Shining Force games which are the most fondly remembered, with Shining Force 1 debuting in 1992 to give Nintendo's Fire Emblem some real competition. Compared to Fire Emblem, Shining Force offered a more accessible take on the genre, that removed the focus on permadeath while retaining a similar fantasy setting and turn-based gameplay on grid-based maps. Shining Force boasted impressive visuals and included towns and an overworld, making for a more expansive experience, which its sequel, Shining Force 2, expanded even further. Another SRPG series, Langrisser, originally titled Warsong in America, would also start on the Mega Drive in 1991. Other Mega Drive hits included a number of action RPGs, like Landstalker, which is often compared to The Legend of Zelda but with an isometric 45-degree camera, Beyond Oasis, also known as The Story of Four, known for its striking visuals and an Arabian-inspired setting, and Crusaders of Senti, which is also compared to Zelda but does actually look and play much like a 2D Zelda. Unlike on the Super Nintendo, Mega Drive RPGs of this era nearly all received American and EU releases, which might also explain why action RPGs seemed better represented than turn-based, as part of Sega's broader console strategy in this time was appealing to international audiences. And yet, despite this, it was still the Super Nintendo that had most of the best-known RPGs of the era. Dragon Quest saw its fifth entry in 1992, which would employ a similar generation system to Phantasy Star 3, with the player's character beginning the adventure as a child, before continuing as them as an adult with a choice of who to marry, and later having children but then joined the party also. The game also featured a monster catching system, similar to Megami Tensei, where defeated monsters had a chance to join your party. Still, Dragon Quest V's greatest achievement might have been how it combined the series' whimsical charm and childlike sense of adventure with a much more personal and moving storyline, helping to make this one of the series' most acclaimed entries. Dragon Quest VI released 3 years later and expanded the class system of Dragon Quest III while offering a longer runtime and, eventually, a more open-ended design that included 2 distinct overworlds. Meanwhile, Square would release Final Fantasy IV, originally titled II in America, in 1991. Final Fantasy's fourth entry abandons the player-created characters of the previous games to instead feature fleshed-out predefined characters. Its story focused on the Dark Knight Cecil, who turns his back on his kingdom after witnessing their atrocities to become a paladin and seek redemption. Final Fantasy IV seemed like the first entry in the series where story was a main priority and featured more set pieces and fewer dungeons. It's also known for introducing the active time battle system, where inputs in battle needed to be selected in real time, making the experience more active. Final Fantasy V released a year later and would see the return of the job system from Final Fantasy III, now greatly expanded to allow characters to retain some of their skills of previously selected jobs, which added far greater customization and has come to be seen as one of the best progression systems in the series. Finally, Final Fantasy VI released in 1994 and gave a glimpse of the genre's future. Following on from Final Fantasy IV by placing even more emphasis on story, Final Fantasy VI was the first entry which genuinely felt cinematic, featuring even more set pieces, a greater variety of out-of-combat sprite animations, and more mature and involving storytelling that added greater depth to the world, lore, and characters. The story itself featured a group of rebels opposing a militaristic empire in a world undergoing an industrial revolution, and is notable for its dark tone and how events in the story impact and change the in-game world, particularly in its second half. It's also regarded as one of the best stories of the era, with Final Fantasy VI still remaining as one of the most highly acclaimed games in the genre. Atlus's Megami Tensei franchise would also continue on the Super Nintendo, with 1992's Shin Megami Tensei, another first-person dungeon crawler with demon recruitment and fusing. Shin Megami Tensei's story involved a portal to the demon realm opening in near-future Tokyo, and featured branching paths based on lore, chaos, and neutral alignments that coincided with the game's main factions. A direct sequel, set in the futuristic city of Tokyo Millennium, would release 2 years later, alongside side story Shin Megami Tensei If. Meanwhile, Nintendo's best-known SRPG series Fire Emblem would receive 3 entries, beginning in 1994 with Mystery of the Emblem and ending with Thracia 776 in the distant year of 1999, over 3 years after the arrival of Nintendo's next home console. Thracia 776 would be the final time series creator Shozo Kaga would work on the series, and it and the connected previous entry, Genealogy of the Holy War, are usually considered to be the pinnacle of classic Fire Emblem. The Super Nintendo would also see the start of many new series. Developer Quintet were formed out of former Falcom and Ys veterans and would create some of the Super Nintendo's most memorable action RPGs in the not directly connected Heaven and Earth trilogy. The first, Soul Blazer, released in 1992, and cast the player as a heavenly warrior sent to restore a ravaged world by defeating the monsters that had enslaved it. It was followed by Illusion of Gaia in 93, where you instead play as a normal boy named Will that is guided by the goddess Gaia and must visit the ancient ruins of real-world civilizations, like the Great Wall of China or the Pyramids, to save Earth from an impending disaster. The final game, Terranigma, released in 1995 and featured a boy named Ark who must gradually revive a fallen Earth, taking life from its earliest stages of evolution all the way to present day. All three games feature themes of life, death, rebirth, and acceptance, often handled with a sense of understated melancholy that contrasts with the typical larger-than-life heroism of the rest of the genre. Another series that began in this period was Quest's SRPG series Ogre Battle, which began with the March of the Black Queen in 1993. Ogre Battle was distinct from many SRPGs that came before it due to its use of groups instead of individual characters in combat, and for its use of real-time battles that had units moving around simultaneously to engage other units and capture territory. In 1995, it was followed up by Tactics Ogre, which was a more typical SRPG title with turn-based battles on grid-based maps, yet was also one of the best iterations of this concept, offering tactical and mechanical depth, alongside a surprisingly mature and tragic war story, with branching paths and multiple endings based on players' choices. Also in '93 was the first entry in Capcom's flagship RPG series, Breath of Fire. Known for always featuring a blue-haired protagonist named Ryu, and dragons, something Ryu can transform into, Breath of Fire took time to reach the same heights as its main rivals, with the first entry being a rather traditional fantasy JRPG, whose best feature might be its strong sprite work that's displayed in battles with an atypical isometric perspective. Yet the 1994 sequel improved on this foundation in almost every way, with even better visuals, refinements to gameplay, and a much more memorable story, albeit one that is hurt by an infamously poor English translation. Still, in other ways, Breath of Fire 2 shows off the level of polish you'd expect from 90s era Capcom. And speaking of series that didn't hit their stride until their second entry, 1993 also saw the release of Lufia, another quite typical fantasy JRPG about four powerful beings called Sinistrals, who are resurrected every 100 years and must be defeated by the party of four heroes. Lufia didn't have the most impressive graphics, particularly in battles, but it did lead to the much improved Lufia 2, which released in '95 and continued its story via a prequel explaining how mankind's conflict with the Sinistrals began, and featuring the heroes from the first game's prologue. Lufia was most notable for its dungeon design, which featured a heavy emphasis on puzzles and interactivity, making them more like something from a Zelda game than a JRPG. 1993 also brought Square's iconic action RPG, Secret of Mana. The Mana series began in 1991 as a Game Boy Final Fantasy spin-off, Seiken Densetsu Final Fantasy Gaiden, or Final Fantasy Adventure in America. This title has little obvious connection to the Final Fantasy games, and is instead more of a Zelda-inspired action RPG. Its sequel, Secret of Mana, would bring this action RPG formula to consoles alongside colourful art design and detailed sprite work that did a great job at depicting its whimsical fantasy setting. The combat would also be upgraded and featured a pausable ring command menu system, but could also be seen as unrefined compared to later action RPGs, with poor hit detection, questionable AI, and disjointed action owing to the need to stand still to charge attacks and spells. Secret of Mana is notable for its inclusion of co-op, however, and it's still remembered in the West as one of the best RPGs on the system. Its 1995 Japan-only sequel, Trials of Mana, would see numerous improvements, particularly to combat, which removed the power meter to reduce downtime, as well as to the already impressive visuals, making Trials one of the best-looking games on the system. In 1994, Mother would receive a sequel in Mother 2, better known by its English title, Earthbound, which returned to its strange modern-day Americana setting. Lessons were learnt from the original, however, which was sometimes criticized for being heavy on grinding and random encounters, and so encounter rates were reduced, random encounters were removed entirely with enemies appearing on screen during exploration, and weaker enemies even ran away now, with a system added where easy battles could be resolved in an instant victory. The result was a better-paced adventure that had more time for its witty writing and oddball humor to shine through, and felt utterly distinct from any other game of the era. A bit like Super Mario RPG, which released in 1996 and was the result of a collaboration between JRPG powerhouse Square and gaming powerhouse Nintendo. Super Mario RPG used neither the side-scrolling perspective of a Mario game nor the top-down look of older Square RPGs, but instead opted for an in-between isometric perspective with 3D environments where Mario retains the ability to run and jump. The combat was traditionally turn-based, but enemies were visible rather than random, and a simple yet engaging timing element was added to attacks to make battles more active. The story began with the familiar premise of Bowser kidnapping Princess Peach, but quickly resolved this setup to instead explore entirely new territory that included memorable original characters and an unusual deeper look into the workings of Mushroom Kingdom. Ultimately, despite releasing late on the system, Super Mario RPG was very successful and paved the way for many more Mario RPGs in the future. Still, this wouldn't be Square's most famous collaboration, as Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy, would also team up with Yuji Horii, the creator of Dragon Quest, and Akira Toriyama, Dragon Quest and Dragon Ball artist, in what was referred to at the time and since as the Dream Team. The result was Chrono Trigger, which released in 1995 and took full advantage of the later 32-megabit Super Nintendo cartridges. Chrono Trigger looked phenomenal, with colourful sprites, detailed backgrounds, and seamless transitions into battles, which were no longer random and instead occurred during exploration. Combat featured the ATB system of Final Fantasy, with an added focus on combo attacks and enemy positions. The story was about silent protagonist Chrono, who is accidentally sucked into a time portal, kicking off an epic time-traveling adventure across multiple periods, from prehistoric to post-apocalyptic. Time travel was one of the game's most defining features, with players able to explore the same overworld in multiple different periods, where players' actions in one era could have drastic impacts on the future. But Chrono Trigger was also fast-paced, highly polished, and full of personality, meaning this dream collaboration between the two biggest names in JRPGs was largely successful at combining the best aspects of each series while still doing enough to create an identity all of its own. As such, it's hard not to see Chrono Trigger as the culmination of the entire genre up until this point. So many games had been directly inspired by Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, with each series doing so much to define what JRPGs were and popularize the concept in both Japan and the West. And Chrono Trigger was able to represent the best of both, all in a single game that stood as a testament to everything the genre could be. So maybe it shouldn't be a surprise that this game would go on to be considered by many as the greatest JRPG ever made. And so, by the end of the 16-bit era, JRPGs were thriving, and unlike in the previous generation, now this was finally starting to be true outside Japan as well. Yet, when it came to localization, things weren't exactly perfect. Not only did most of the problems mentioned earlier still persist, but even after games like Final Fantasy IV or VI had produced respectable sales in America, most games were still not considered worth the cost to localize. In fact, Final Fantasy V's English translation ended up being cancelled, with the game not getting an English release until a PlayStation port in 1999, and Final Fantasy was one of the series that fared best in the West. For Dragon Quest, poor sales on the NES led Enix to close their North American branch and forego localizing 16-bit era Dragon Quest entirely, meaning Dragon Quest V and VI didn't release in English until 2009 and 2011. Other prominent series like Fire Emblem and Megami Tensei were also AWOL, And even proven successes didn't guarantee future releases, as was shown by Mana, where Secret of Mana released with little marketing in America, yet still became a top seller, but that still wasn't enough to ensure its follow-up, Trials of Mana, would be brought over too. And if the situation in America was still bad, in Europe it was frankly terrible. Despite being translated to English and being successful in the US, neither Final Fantasy IV or VI released in Europe. In fact, the only console Final Fantasy title that did release prior to the PlayStation was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, a simplified RPG designed for entry-level players that Square created specifically for Western audiences. Europe would also miss out on titles like Earthbound, Super Mario RPG, and even Chrono Trigger. Some series fared slightly better, and Quintet's crowning achievement, Terranigma, was actually a rare example of a game that released in Europe but not in North America. Square's North American developed Secret of Evermore also ensured there was at least one JRPG that released everywhere except Japan, but overall, despite their strong critical accomplishments, this was an era where JRPGs were still struggling in the West. As a result, there were still plenty of popular titles that never received official English translations, and so were initially doomed to obscurity. Like Live Alive, a creative title from Square that released in 1994. Live Alive featured multiple protagonists whose vastly different stories encompassed a diverse range of genres, including Western, modern-day martial arts, and futuristic space warfare, and these could be played in any order. Gradually, connections between each story can be uncovered, leading to a surprise finale that brings everything together. Live Alive would eventually get an English release by way of a remake in 2022, but other games would be less fortunate. Like Square's cult classic SRPG, Bahamut Lagoon, which set itself apart with strong visuals, destructible environments, and lots of dragons. Or Rudra no Hiho, or Treasures of the Rudras, which was notable for its highly unique and heavily customizable magic system, and its intertwining character paths that tell a story focused on the cyclical destruction and rebirth of the world. Or Treasure Hunter G, which was the result of another Square collaboration, this time with developer Sting, and featured a unique tactical combat system while also being the final Square game on the system. All three of these games were highly praised, yet have never been released outside of Japan, even to this day. Other Japan-only games would come to be known thanks to the series they would go on to create, like Mystery Dungeon, a roguelike RPG that featured randomly generated levels and began as a Dragon Quest spin-off named Toroneko's Great Adventure in 1993, before continuing with the original character Shiren the Wanderer in 1995, before going Final Fantasy with Chocobo's Dungeon, and eventually also Pokemon in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, the best-known examples of this long-running series. Square's once premier mech SRPG series Front Mission also began on the Super Nintendo in 1995, as did Wolf Team and Namco's enduring Tales of series, with Tales of Fantasia. Fantasia featured a familiar fantasy setting with heavily anime-inspired aesthetics, right down to including an anime-style opening complete with a vocal track. The PlayStation 1 version looked rather more anime, but the inclusion of vocals on the Super Nintendo version itself was pretty remarkable. Fantasia featured random encounters, yet with action combat, something that would go on to be a staple of the series, but here battles were from a 2D side-on perspective in something the developers called the linear motion battle system. The addition of multiple AI-controlled party members could make this combat system pretty chaotic, but this was still a novel approach for the time. Disagreements during the development of Tales of Fantasia led some members of Wolf Team to leave to form their own studio named Tri-Ace, whose first game, Star Ocean in 1996, would create another enduring JRPG series with action, combat, and anime aesthetics. Star Ocean featured a unique setting that combined advanced sci-fi elements with more medieval backwater planets, and featured side-on action combat that occurred on a three-dimensional battlefield. The first entry is also known for its non-linearity, its multiple endings derived from optional character scenes, something designed to encourage replayability, and its strong visuals, which took advantage of the rare 48 megabit cartridge, meaning this game makes sure you know that it released at the twilight of the Super Nintendo. Other important developments would also occur on other consoles in this era. The Game Boy was first launched in 1989 and saw numerous JRPGs, often with quite basic design relative to their console counterparts. One exception was the Final Fantasy Legend games, which weren't connected to Final Fantasy outside of their name, and that was only in the West, as in Japan, they were called Saga. These games would feature turn-based combat with a unique progression system derived from Final Fantasy II, which series creator Akitoshi Kawazu had previously worked on. Saga became known for its mechanical complexity and its more Western RPG inspiration, with games often featuring open world designs, an emphasis on side quests over main stories, character creation systems, and activity-based progression, where skills grew stronger on repeated use. The series would continue on the Super Nintendo in the Romancing Saga subseries, with 3 games that released between 1992 and 1995. Saga enjoyed much popularity in Japan, likely due to the way these games stood out compared to so many other more linear or simplistic games in the genre. Still, the most important Game Boy JRPG is easily Pocket Monsters Red and Green, which released in 1996 and went on to create a worldwide phenomenon the likes of which has rarely been seen before or since. Pokémon began what is still the biggest media franchise in the world, having earned more than double the revenue of Star Wars, and the impact of these games was so momentous that it's easy to think of them as their own unique thing, distinct from the rest of the JRPG genre. Yet really, they were JRPGs through and through, with the inspiration of monster catching surely being influenced by the earlier system in Dragon Quest V, and with series creator Satoshi Tajiri citing Final Fantasy Legend or Saga 1 as a primary inspiration for creating an RPG on the Game Boy. Ultimately, Pokemon's monster catching formula resonated with players, and its simplified RPG mechanics acted as a perfect introduction to the genre, and probably were millions of players' first experience with JRPGs. Outside of the Game Boy, Nihon Falcom would continue to release games for Japanese PCs, while the East series lost most of its original developers to Quintet, and then got weird, with 2 completely different versions of East 4 being created, neither actually by Falcom, with one releasing exclusively on the Super Nintendo and the other exclusively on the TurboGrafx 16, also known as the PC Engine in America, NEC's ambitious attempt at breaking into the console market. The PC Engine itself wasn't a strong console for JRPGs, with most of the titles it did see being ports of earlier PC games. Ys 5 then continued on the Super Nintendo, but for the most part, Falcom stuck with the PC 88 and 98 until eventually reluctantly moving to Windows. Finally, Sega's mid-generation CD-based add-on, the Sega CD or Mega CD, would be largely unsuccessful. 100%. But it did receive 2 fondly remembered RPGs, in Luna the Silver Star in 1992 and Luna Eternal Blue in 94, even though most likely remember them from later consoles. Luna is a fairly traditional fantasy JRPG, but the new digital frontier of CDs meant it would no longer be held back by strict space constraints, and so could include features rarely seen in the genre, like high-quality audio, a real opening animation, and in some scenes, voice acting, including in English. In fact, Luna is famous for its localization, as while the company responsible, Working Designs, did take many liberties with the translation, including adding several American pop culture references that aged poorly. For the time, this was still an unusually high effort and professional attempt in a period where JRPGs were still struggling to find their footing in the West. The sequel, Eternal Blue, made numerous improvements and was set 1,000 years later, showing how the world had changed since the events of the first game. Still, the real impact of CDs wouldn't be seen until the next generation. For JRPGs, the 16-bit era is one of the most fondly remembered periods and produced countless classic titles. But it was still a time when the genre struggled in the West, and many great JRPGs weren't even localized. It was also a time of evolution. In the 8-bit era, JRPGs were still tied to their dungeon crawling origins, But in this generation, long, challenging dungeon crawling was on its way out, and greater story and set-piece focus was making its way in, with games starting to push these consoles to their storytelling limits by taking advantage of all available cartridge space and experimenting with more cinematic approaches. This is something which would only continue from here, but as the 5th generation of consoles arrived, there was one thing that changed completely. Since the genre's inception, Nintendo consoles were synonymous with JRPGs. But in the 5th generation, Nintendo's reign came to a spectacular end, as Sony's new PlayStation came to dominate much of the console market. The reason for this is largely because of CD-ROMs, something the Nintendo 64 opted to forego in favour of traditional cartridges. The PlayStation was also an easy-to-develop system that hit the market before the N64, while being significantly cheaper than the Sega Saturn.
No, +2.
But JRPG developers were making the decision to leave Nintendo behind long before the winner of this console war had been decided, and CDs were the main reason why. Which is understandable. JRPGs were often massive games, and since the genre began, developers had been held back by strict memory limitations and forced to sacrifice their vision. CDs, on the other hand, boasted over 10 times the capacity of cartridges, meaning old limitations were a thing of the past, and new technologies, like full motion video, were now a possibility. It also likely helped that CDs were significantly cheaper to manufacture, introducing the possibility of multi-disc games to give even more space. The other technological change that defined this era would be the move to 3D polygons, something which had already been popular in arcades and would now increasingly become the norm for console games, including for many of the biggest 2D series around. For JRPGs, this move to 3D led to a lot of experimentation, as developers blended old and new to produce a great range of visual styles. Before the PlayStation domination truly began though, the Sega Saturn was trying to make a mark of its own. There would be no new fantasy star this generation, and its absence was surely felt, with what RPGs the Saturn did see often taking several years to arrive. The Shining series would continue, however, first with the top-down, somewhat Zelda-like and probably not an RPG, Shining Wisdom in 1995, followed by the definitely an RPG, first-person dungeon crawler, Shining the Holy Ark in 1986, and finally the third main entry in the popular SRPG series Shining Force 3, which moved the series to the world of misshapen polygons, yet was just as well received as earlier entries. The critical success of Shining Force 3 was somewhat diminished by poor sales though, which led to its follow-ups, Scenarios 2 and 3, not being released outside Japan. But the Saturn would get a new tactical RPG by way of Dragon Force in 1996, which opted for technically impressive large-scale real-time battles alongside a strategic overview mode. This made Dragon Force more like a real-time strategy RPG hybrid that felt wholly unique and is more reminiscent of the later Total War series than most other games in this genre.
Increase my...
Another interesting hybrid was 1998's Panzer Dragoon Saga, the third game in the Panzer Dragoon series, but the first to combine its iconic rail shooter gameplay with substantial RPG elements, including random encounters and on-foot exploration. Panzer Dragoon Saga was designed by Sega to compete directly with PlayStation and Final Fantasy, and the result was a technically impressive game that made great use of early 3D graphics.
Right, that's it.
This didn't stop it from falling well short of sales expectations, however, but it did still develop a cult following, and is regularly considered one of the Saturn's best games. Other Saturn JRPGs were few and far between. Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldine, released in 1996 and provided a more traditional turn-based JRPG, despite actually being a follow-up to an unlocalized SRPG series. Action RPG Magic Knight Rayearth, released in 1995 before taking an impressively long time to be localized, and was based on an anime of the same name by manga group Clamp, and another Japan-only action RPG called Princess Crown, released in 1997, and is notable for its gorgeous sprites and animations, and for laying the foundations for Vanillaware, a company
What time is it? I'm gonna cook.
company Princess Crown's director, George Kamitani, would soon go on to found with the express goal of creating the successor to Princess Crown that the industry never allowed him to. Spoilers, he would go on to create that successor. More than once. One of the Saturn's best RPGs was Grandia, which released in Japan only in late 1997, although it would come to PlayStation and international audiences 2 years later, and even included some English voice acting. Developed by Game Arts, making it somewhat of a spiritual successor to the Luna series, Grandia tells a spirited coming-of-age story set in a recently industrializing fantasy world. Grandia's best accomplishment is its combat system, however, which borrows the active time system popularized by Final Fantasy, alongside a turn order gauge that shows when each combatant will act, and delays for most skills. This allows both the players' and enemies' actions to be interrupted, meaning each action carries a sense of risk versus reward, and effective tactics can drastically impact battles. In a time when many games seem to be experimenting with classic turn-based combat by adding their own unique additions, Grandia's experiment was easily one of the most successful. So, the Saturn did have some RPGs, but there was no question which console was the place to be for JRPGs this era. The PlayStation can be divided into before and after. So, before getting to the main event, let's look at what was happening on the system in its early years. Its first RPG was actually From Software's Kingsfield, which released in Japan only all the way back in December 1994. Kingsfield was a first-person dungeon crawler with action combat, dark visuals, and a dark setting. Several years later, its spiritual successor, Demon's Souls, would be a pretty big deal, and plenty of the elements of that game can be seen here, including the stamina meter tied to attacks and the punishing difficulty. Before that, however, Kingsfield would would receive many sequels of its own, most of which would be localized, but as Kingsfield is pretty far removed from the rest of the JRPG genre, it won't be covered here further. The PlayStation's next RPG was more like what players might expect. Beyond the Beyond released in 1995 with an American release 1 year later. It was developed by Camelot, who had previously worked on Shining Force, but Beyond the Beyond is a more traditional JRPG, featuring a fantasy setting, turn-based battles and random encounters. The graphics still somewhat resemble previous gen titles, although in a time of early 3D, that might have helped them age more gracefully. Still, Beyond the Beyond failed to impress reviewers who largely saw the game as derivative. Later RPGs would fare better, like Suikoden, Konami's attempt at a JRPG franchise which debuted just 1 month after Beyond the Beyond. Suikoden was loosely based on the classic Chinese novel Water Margin, which tells the story of 108 outlaws rebelling against an unfair government. It's from this that Suikoden borrows its best-known feature, its large cast of 108 recruitable characters who the player slowly brings together over the course of each game. Suikoden would also feature stronghold building, an alternative strategic gameplay mode that simulated larger battles, and a more grounded setting with a story heavily focused on war and politics. These helped give the series its own identity, and while the turn-based gameplay was unremarkable and the dungeons were bland, it still remains an impressively well-paced and accessible title, making it a good entry point for newcomers to the genre, as many PS1 players surely were. That said, the marketing did leave something to be desired. For some reason, Konami changed the perfectly acceptable box art into something far worse, yet kept the near unpronounceable name that should have obviously been changed. To this day, the English-speaking internet still has no idea how to pronounce this game. I blame Psycho Mantis.
I can see into your mind. So, you like Suikoden?
I want to say Team Suikoden is the definitively correct side of the debate, given as that's how it's pronounced in Japanese commercials. But after so many years of people saying Suikoden, I feel surprisingly unsure about this. Still, unpronounceable or not, a sequel released 3 years later and improved on just about everything. Focusing on a different part of the world, but retaining the basic premise of uniting a large cast of characters amidst the backdrop of war, it was in its story that Suikoden 2 shined brightest. With one of gaming's most memorable and straightforwardly evil villains, a complicated rivalry between the player's character and their childhood friend, and a cast of supporting characters who benefited from the sequel's longer runtime and how the first game already introduced many of them, Suikoden 2 was able to hold its own against the biggest names of the era, and it likely did this on a fraction of their budget, as the still fairly basic 2D graphics suggest. Another series to begin in this period was the Western-inspired Wild Arms, which debuted in 1996. Alongside an impressive anime opening from prolific studio Madhouse and its distinctive setting, Wild Arms' best feature was likely its creative use of puzzles and environmental hazards in dungeons. Its visuals were still basic though, with battles showing off some rather early and rather unimpressive 3D. Wild Arms would also get a sequel 3 years later, although it didn't represent quite the leap forward as Suikoden. One final game to release in this era was Atlus's Revelations Persona, a spin-off of the Megami Tensei franchise. Persona was inspired by the positive reception to Shin Megami Tensei IF's high school setting, with IF's Guardian system acting as a forerunner to the new Persona system, which takes the place of demon recruitment and allows players to summon different demon-like personas in battle to cast abilities. Persona still shows signs of its hardcore dungeon crawler origins, but despite this, it was designed to be a relatively more accessible title that could be enjoyed by people new to the series. This might explain why Persona became the first Megami Tensei RPG to be released outside Japan. In fact, all of the games mentioned here were released in America, despite each coming from unproven series, marking a stark difference to the reign of the Super Nintendo. Some early games, notably Ark Ballad, did take rather a long time to make it to Western shores, but this still represented a very different situation to just a couple years earlier. And this was all before the arrival of that one game. In fact, several of these games were published by Sony Computer Entertainment themselves, who clearly were willing to support Japanese RPGs even early in the console's life. This is somewhat surprising, as the then Sony Computer Entertainment of America Vice President, Bernie Stolar, once created a strict no RPG policy in the first years of the PlayStation's life. This was because Stolar didn't believe these games would sell or demonstrate the PlayStation's technical capabilities. In time though, this rule was changed, and Sony did a 180, becoming an avid supporter and even creator of JRPGs, but for a time, their future on the platform was uncertain. The other thing these early PlayStation RPGs show is that in the new age of 3D, JRPGs were somewhat lagging behind and still heavily relying on 2D elements similar to what was seen in previous gen titles. Enter Final Fantasy VII. There is a lot that can be said about this game. At the time of its release, it was likely the most expensive game ever made. It was created by a team of 150 to 200 developers, a huge number, far above previous games in the series or other games of the time. It received a 3-month-long advertising campaign that saw commercials being ran alongside prime-time shows on American TV. No other JRPG even had television commercials in America before this. It came on 3 discs, a rarity in itself, and it packed those discs with almost an hour's worth of computer-generated cutscenes, at a time when the only major film to use such animation was Pixar's Toy Story. In a previous video, I said Final Fantasy VII should probably be considered as the starting point of AAA. I also said that in this video, just now. For Square, putting so much money into a single game was a gamble, and marketing that game so heavily in a region that still showed little interest in JRPGs was an even bigger one. Final Fantasy VI had sold 400,000 copies in America, a number Square found disappointing at the time, and so for Final Fantasy VII, Square set an internal goal of selling 1 million in the US. But in the end, Final Fantasy VII didn't sell 1 million copies. It sold multiple, going on to reach 10 million worldwide by the end of the PlayStation 1's lifespan, which made it the second best-selling title on the console, and it has continued to sell since. To my knowledge, the best-selling JRPG outside Japan before this was still either Final Fantasy VI or possibly Super Mario RPG. Final Fantasy VII, meanwhile, outsold each of these games by a magnitude of more than 10. And so, JRPGs became mainstream. In the end, all it took was one game. Of course, it helped that Final Fantasy VII was a great JRPG. Its alternative modern-day setting was a bold departure for the series, and while its once cutting-edge graphics now show their age, for the time they allowed for a cinematic quality not previously seen in the genre, but complemented the game's heavy focus on story. And it turned out that bold departures and cutting-edge cinematics would both become the new norm for Final Fantasy, as did selling millions of copies in the West. Final Fantasy VIII released 2 years later, featuring another modern-day inspired setting, but changing almost everything else. Its visuals marked a drastic improvement and show just how rapidly graphics were advancing at the time, with character models now being realistically proportioned, fantastically detailed pre-rendered backgrounds, and CG cutscenes that looked better than just about anything else in gaming back then. The changes to the story and gameplay were less unanimously praised, and marked the beginning of each mainline Final Fantasy being divisive to some pre-existing fans. That said, Final Fantasy VIII still received rave reviews, and would come respectably close to matching Final Fantasy VII's sales. Final Fantasy IX released late in the PlayStation 1's life, and would see slightly more modest sales than its predecessors, but still wowed players and critics. taking the series back to its medieval fantasy roots in a nostalgic celebration of all that had come before. As well as being one of the best-looking games of its generation, Final Fantasy IX also marked the final time series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi would be heavily involved with a Final Fantasy game, with Sakaguchi later saying 9 was his favourite in the series, and the closest to his ideal view of what Final Fantasy should be. In 1997, Square would also release Final Fantasy Tactics, an SRPG spin-off from Ogre Battle director Yasumi Matsuno. Final Fantasy Tactics greatly resembled the earlier Tactics Ogre, but was designed to be an accessible take on the genre that could appeal to the wider Final Fantasy audience. The result is a more distilled game, featuring smaller maps with fewer units, which actually ended up making each choice in battle feel more impactful. The story would also resemble Matsuno's previous game more than Final Fantasy, and featured a War of the Roses-inspired conflict that emphasized class struggles and the rewriting of history by the victors. Tactics was a hit, and is still often considered to be the best spin-off Final Fantasy has produced, which just further cemented the series' dominant position within the genre at the time. And Final Fantasy was dominating the genre. Final Fantasy VII had done what no JRPG had before it by selling big in the West, and it was even the first entry in the series to outsell rival Dragon Quest in its home nation. In the wake of this success, more and more JRPGs seem to be localized, and this might even have caused some entire games to be greenlit. There's sometimes an idea that the success of PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy was so big that it stole the spotlight away from many other high-quality games that became overlooked. But in the West, before Final Fantasy VII, there was no spotlight for JRPGs. Final Fantasy VII didn't steal the spotlight, it created it. And the situation that followed seems more like a rising tide lifting all boats. Regardless, for the first time in the West, there actually were plenty of other boats. In 1997, Capcom continued their Breath of Fire series with a third entry. Breath of Fire 3 had much in common with its predecessors, and still featured Capcom's signature high-quality sprite work, but the perspective was now isometric rather than top-down, with a camera that can be slightly panned, and no more transition between battles, as enemies now appeared as you moved about, like in Chrono Trigger. This made Breath of Fire 3 more of a measured evolution of the series, rather than the radical departure that some other JRPGs were making in this era, but it's still remembered for its strong story. A fourth Breath of Fire would also arrive for PlayStation in 2000, featuring some of the best visuals on the entire system. Breath of Fire 4 would retain the 2D sprites on a 3D world, but those sprites had a rather different design, using a pastel color palette that provided an impressive sense of visual cohesion with the world, alongside a now fully rotatable camera and some of the best sprite animations you will ever see in a JRPG. 1997 would also bring Tales of Destiny, a follow-up to Fantasia and the first Tales game released outside Japan. Tales of Destiny would take place in a new world and feature a similar visual style and side-on action combat, paving the way for many more Tales games in the future. 1998 would see the release of Square's hugely ambitious Xenogears, a mech-focused RPG from director Tetsuya Takahashi that drew on religion, philosophy, and psychology to create one of the genre's most unique and densely packed narratives. Ambitious really is the best way Xenogears can be described, as even with a massive runtime, it still wasn't enough to fit in all of the game's content, with the second disc seeming unfinished and often resorting to lengthy visual novel-style segments to communicate events. This was once believed to be the result of budget cuts from Square, but director Takahashi later said the real reason was an inexperienced team and a development that went over its deadline, leading Takahashi to make the decision to compromise the second disc's content in order to tell the finished story in a single game. And yet, compromised or not, Xenogears' dark, mature, and thematically rich narrative is still often considered one of the genre's best, and its ambitious story is initially matched by equally ambitious storytelling, with strong use of in-engine cutscenes that feel far more cohesive than the switching to FMV seen in certain other RPGs of this era. Outside of a certain disc 2 though, this was a time where Square seemed like it could do no wrong. 1998 would also bring the much more light-hearted action RPG Brave Fencer Musashi, a fully 3D game big on personality that would incorporate platforming elements and, for the first time in a Square title, voice acting.
Sounds cool. Thanks, pal. It'll come in handy.
Also that year was the second entry in the Star Ocean series, which was the first to be released outside Japan and expanded on the original with a more in-depth story, more developed characters, and the use of pre-rendered backgrounds to go alongside its familiar 2D sprites. Star Ocean: The Second Story also retained the non-linearity and action combat of the first game, and is generally considered to be the best entry in the series. Legend of Legaia also arrived that year, making for another RPG published by Sony themselves. Legaia featured fully 3D graphics and an innovative combo-based battle system that combined turn-based gameplay with fighting game-inspired sequences of inputs, although its story was somewhat less innovative. 1999 then brought the long-awaited and mostly unrelated follow-up to Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. With both Sakaguchi and Hori busy with other projects at the time, Chrono Cross instead featured several key developers from Xenogears, and as a result, it became very much its own unique thing. That said, this was still one of Square's bigger budget projects of the era, and one of their best reviewed, with Chrono Cross telling an introspective story of parallel worlds in a colourful islander setting. Its gameplay would add several of its own unique systems onto a familiar turn-based core, including a stamina system and elemental affinities that can be used to control the battlefield for certain advantages. Ultimately, by its own merits, Chrono Cross was one of the best JRPGs of this era, but its radical departure from its predecessor left it with a divisive legacy amongst fans of the first game. Another big-budget title was The Legend of Dragoon, which was developed in-house by Sony Computer Entertainment and was described by many as Sony's Final Fantasy killer. With a development team of over 100 and a budget of $16 million, this was one of the few games of the era that could compete with Final Fantasy in terms of resources, and it would also stick closely to Final Fantasy's approach, using 3D character models on pre-rendered backgrounds alongside high-quality CGI cutscenes. Its combat did add one unique feature with the addition of the Addition system, which added lengthy quick-time event sequences to each attack that some players seemed to enjoy more than others. Its story was somewhat less unique and ultimately let down by a poor translation, but The Legend of Dragoon did still see strong sales in North America, which helped to cement its cult status. Star Ocean developer Tri-Ace would also release Valkyrie Profile that year, a Norse mythology-inspired RPG that follows a Valkyrie traveling Midgard to collect the souls of slain heroes to fight for Valhalla in the impending Ragnarok, which the game counts down to as you play, creating an unusually stressful and somber atmosphere for the genre. The gameplay would also be unusual, featuring a 2D side-scrolling perspective and a combo-based battle system that involved elements of timing. In 2000, Square would release Vagrant Story, another title from Final Fantasy Tactics director Matsuno that would be set in the same Ivalice setting. Vagrant Story is a strange game. Described as an action dungeon crawler, it would be most famous for its cinematic storytelling that made great use of in-engine cutscenes alongside some of the genre's best writing. The result almost feels like JRPG's answer to Metal Gear Solid, and Vagrant Story stands as a technical marvel, with its use of 2D textures mapped onto 3D polygonal character models looking years ahead of most other 3D games of the time. Unfortunately, the gameplay can be slow and impenetrable, with much time spent in menus, but Vagrant Story still stands as one of the most acclaimed RPGs on PlayStation 1. Finally, after numerous delays, 2000 also saw the long-awaited release of the 7th Dragon Quest. In a time when JRPGs were often changing, Dragon Quest VII was a celebration of tradition, with many mechanics remaining untouched, and it was still just as popular in its home market. It was also still just as unpopular outside Japan, but at least it released outside Japan, making it the first title to do so since the NES. Dragon Quest VII is also known for being long. JRPGs had been gradually increasing in length since their inception, but Dragon Quest's 7th entry took that even further, offering a 90-hour adventure that was more than twice the length of any previous entry. Outside of Dragon Quest, this was also a time when JRPGs seemed to be more experimental, mixing elements of other genres and creating unique standalone systems. This produced some strange genre mashups, some of which were more popular than others, like Square's 1998 horror RPG Parasite Eve, which was described by PlayStation Magazine as Final Fantasy VII meets Resident Evil. Its sequel was even more parts Resident Evil, and there were other genres being combined too, like in Square's Japanese-only racing RPG, Racing Lagoon. Most of all though, this was a time when JRPGs were finally releasing en masse outside Japan. Or at least, they were in America. The situation in Europe was vastly better than it was on the Super Nintendo,
I have
but it's
so
still
much
behind
stories.
and so missed out on
It's
several major
insane.
games, including Final Fantasy Tactics, Xenogears, and Dragon Quest VII. Still, overall, the West fared much better, with even quite obscure JRPGs starting to make it to America now, like Saga's latest experimental offerings of Saga Frontier 1 and 2, or the dating sim JRPG hybrid Thousand Arms, or the Ghibli-inspired existential monster-catching RPG Jade Cocoon. So when it comes to Japanese-only titles, the list is much shorter than it once was, with few notable omissions.
I just
One
need
of which
one.
is developer
Just
Gust's
one.
Atelier Marie, the first entry in the long-running Atelier series, a light-hearted alchemy-focused RPG that didn't receive an English release until its 6th entry on the PlayStation 2. Another game that was missed was Persona 2 Innocent Sin, with Atlus deciding to focus its limited localization resources on the sequel, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, instead. In part because Innocent Sin had elements deemed controversial, like Nazis, swastika, and Hitler. Don't worry, he wasn't a party member or anything. You fight him, he was a boss, with a banging battle theme. The PSP port would later solve this controversial inclusion by cleverly hiding his identity through the addition of sunglasses.
If you want answers, you must live.
Yep, good job guys, he's literally unrecognizable. Meanwhile, on Nintendo's new console, the situation was dire. Quest 64, or Holy Magic Century, gave the system one of its few pure RPGs, and it did feature full 3D graphics, something the N64 generally excelled at, but it was also crippled by poor design choices, with a story aimed at a very young audience. The N64 would also receive the much better Paper Mario in 2000, which saw the concept of a Mario RPG continue, this time with a new two-dimensional paper cutout aesthetic and in the hands of Fire Emblem creator Intelligent Systems rather than Square. There was also Ogre Battle 64, a faithful follow-up to the Super Nintendo title and the final mainline game in the series. But this was pretty much it, making for a remarkable change to the situation just one generation previous. 50,000 JRPGs
Ooh.
used to live here. Now,
It got
it's
bought.
a ghost town.
Oh,
Or maybe that
nice.
was Pripyat in Call of Duty 4. Similar, though. It seems Nintendo needed JRPGs more than JRPGs needed Nintendo, as the genre reached ever greater heights without them, while Nintendo fell to a distant second place in the console war. The Game Boy Color would also arrive in this era and start to establish handhelds as the place to be for JRPG spin-offs, with the likes of Dragon Quest Monsters, Tales of Phantasia Narakiri Dungeon, Grandia Parallel Trippers, Star Ocean Blue Sphere, and Lufia The Legend Returns. There would also be a growing trend of porting older games to new systems in this period, particularly on the Japanese-only WonderSwan, with notable examples including Dragon Quest 1 and 2 and Dragon Quest
played
3
this shit
for the
in a
Game Boy
while.
Color, and Final Fantasy Anthology, Final Fantasy Chronicles, and Final Fantasy Origins for the PlayStation, which would be the first time Final Fantasies 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 would release in Europe. And so, the 5th generation was the era where JRPGs broke through in the West, and they did this in dramatic fashion. To put Final Fantasy's success into perspective, Western RPGs were also seeing a resurgence in this period after struggling earlier in the decade, with the two biggest RPGs of the era, Baldur's Gate and Diablo, breaking sales records by passing 2 million copies sold in the early 2000s. Other Western RPGs, though, sold considerably less, with Fallout being considered a major success for selling
Just
120,000 units in its first year.
Single.
For JRPGs, on the other hand, passing the million mark was starting to look easy, and even the very best-selling Western RPGs weren't even coming close to matching their Japanese counterparts. Simply put, in just one generation, JRPGs had become one of the biggest genres in gaming. In fact, even Western developers started to copy them. Games like Septerra Core or Shadow Madness show clear JRPG influence, as did Ion Storm's 2001 Anachronox, which cites Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy as inspirations, and unlike those earlier games I mentioned, Anachronox was actually good. As time went on, some Western-inspired JRPGs became even more blatant, like EA's Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which was a quite literal copy of Final Fantasy X with supermarket brand Lord of the Rings characters. Along the way, the JRPG genre continued to evolve, with story and graphics becoming even larger selling points, and the increased space afforded by CDs leading to bigger and bigger games. Dragon Quest VII is the most obvious example, but this trend could be seen across other series too. In time, this period would often be known as the golden age for the genre, due to the critical and commercial success many games saw in this period, and the continued relevance so many classics from this era enjoy today. But the fifth generation wasn't just the period where JRPGs went mainstream. It was also a time when the genre knew what it wanted to be, but was still willing to experiment and innovate. The result was a mixture of quality and diversity that I'm not sure has been seen in the genre before or since.
It's like 31.
Take just
33.
visuals. This was a time when JRPGs could be 2D with top-down perspectives, 2D with side-scrolling perspectives, 2D sprites with isometric perspectives, 2D sprites in fully 3D backgrounds, 2D sprites with pre-rendered backgrounds, 2D sprites with hand-drawn backgrounds, full 3D, 3D models with pre-rendered backgrounds, full 3D with 2D texture mapping, weird amalgamations of 2D and 3D, and so on. Not all of these styles worked as well as others, but it's the diversity itself that feels like the strongest point, and this would be lost as gaming moved into the fully 3D era. Similarly, this was a time when many stories showed familiar tropes, but it was a time before those tropes had grown so familiar. The anime aesthetics that the genre was regularly modeling itself after were also still fresh and exciting in an era before anime itself had gone mainstream yet. And while many combat systems were still turn-based with random encounters, many of these games would experiment with their own unique additions and progression systems. Basically, this was a time when JRPGs were both diverse and plentiful, and alongside their clear commercial success, it makes it very hard to disagree that it was indeed a golden age for the genre. But the thing about golden ages is that they end. It's just a question of when. At the start of the new millennium, JRPGs were at the pinnacle of the genre's success, meaning the only way to go from here would be downwards. But their decline happened gradually, and the reasons why are complicated. Initially though, the genre continued into the sixth console generation exactly where it left off, with many of the same trends continuing as before. New hardware would mean vastly improved 3D, meaning JRPGs would largely leave the 2D backgrounds and sprites of the last generation behind. More disk space also meant voice acting in video games becoming the norm, meaning even lengthy JRPGs were forced to now include it, leading to mixed results. Localization efforts of Japanese games also became even more common, including in Europe now, with localizations themselves also often becoming more professional. The trend towards JRPGs as a medium for cinematic storytelling also persisted, eventually leading to the start of an identity crisis, and just like with each generation before, one console came to dominate the genre, And again, it wasn't the first to arrive. The Dreamcast actually released in late 1998, long before its rivals, but it did not launch with any JRPGs. In fact, Sega's short-lived console would have few RPGs in general, but some of the few are worth remembering. Like Grandia 2, which released in 2000, featuring the same highly praised battle system, full 3D graphics, even more voice acting, and an entirely new story and setting. That story was much darker, however, with the developer intending to capture a more mature tone and audience, possibly due to the success of Final Fantasy. The Dreamcast's best-known RPG also released that year and was developed internally by Sega, with staff who had worked on the Phantasy Star and Panzer Dragoon series. Despite this, Skies of Arcadia is very much its own thing, focusing on Sky Pirate Vice and a world of floating continents. Unlike most JRPGs of the time, Skies of Arcadia places a heavy emphasis on exploration, with the player able to fly their airship in 3D space and journey to many diverse locations. It would also feature impressive presentation, helping it to truly feel like a next-gen title. Ultimately, despite great reviews, its sales were hampered by its failing platform, yet it remains a cult classic and the most quintessential Sky Pirate RPG the genre ever produced. The Dreamcast also saw the return of Phantasy Star, just not in the way most would have expected. Phantasy Star Online released in late 2000 and is a hugely important game in the history of MMOs. But as I have covered MMOs in their own video, I'm going to mostly ignore the genre here. That said, it is interesting how this fate befell each classic JRPG series. Once upon a time, there were 5 big JRPG companies with 5 big flagship series, and all 5 ended up being converted to online RPGs. Phantasy Star was the first, followed by Final Fantasy XI in 2002, with Shin Megami Tensei Imagine releasing in 2007, as did Ys Online, Call of Solum, and finally Dragon Quest X joined in 2012. I don't have much more to say about this, mostly because I want to stay on topic, but it does seem noteworthy that this happened to each of these series. Hey, better to die as an MMO than live long enough to become a free-to-play phone game, I guess. Still, even the groundbreaking Phantasy Star Online wasn't enough to save the Dreamcast, and soon the real JRPG machine arrived. The PlayStation 2 released in the year 2000, and benefited from the strong momentum of its predecessor. In time, it became the best-selling console in history, and so it shouldn't come as a surprise that many JRPG developers decided to stick with Sony. Its first major RPG was Level 5's Dark Cloud, which combined action combat, dungeon crawling, and town building. For some reason, it was often compared to Zelda, maybe because the protagonist had a green hat? But while not really like Zelda at all, it was fairly unique and successful enough to receive a sequel 2 years later, but developed its mixed gameplay formula further. 2001 brought Shadow Hearts, a horror-themed RPG set just before World War I that acts as a sequel to the 1999 even more horror-focused RPG, Udelka. Shadow Hearts stands out thanks to its unusual setting, dark tone, and slightly edgy sense of humor. Weak voice acting and basic presentation do somewhat date it as an early PS2 title, but its 2004 sequel is much better in this regard. Shadow Hearts Covenant would also bring several improvements to the turn-based with timing elements combat, and had a much stronger story. The greater focus on humor does move the series even further from its horror origins, but Covenant is still probably one of the most underrated RPGs of the era.
Dude, I just want a
The
freaking
biggest RPG in 2001, however,
roach.
would once more come from Square. Final Fantasy X made several changes from its PlayStation 1 predecessors, although it's still considered the last traditional entry in the
just give me
series by
one.
some, likely because it was the last game to use turn-based combat and random encounters. Final Fantasy X does remove the long-running active time battle system though, to instead opt for a true turn-based system where the turn order is displayed on screen to allow players to plan their actions better. It would also allow all party members to be swapped in and out mid-combat, which helped to make it one of the better battle systems in the series, and had a simple yet enjoyable progression system in the sphere grid, which would go on to influence several future titles. Still, Final Fantasy X's greatest achievement was its presentation. Some early PS2 games still struggled with 3D, featuring environments that were bland and characters that looked rather deformed, but Final Fantasy X was not one of these. The environments were detailed and varied, the character models looked lifelike with really impressive facial animations, and the voice acting, for a game from this period that was this long and this made in Japan, was honestly fantastic. And don't let one deliberately awkward laughing scene fool you into thinking otherwise. If Final Fantasy VII cemented its place in history with its cutting-edge presentation, Final Fantasy X kept this legacy alive on the next generation. The sales, as you might expect, were high. Not every game had the budget of Final Fantasy, however. 2002 saw the start of Xenosaga, a spiritual successor to Xenogears from Tetsuya Takahashi's recently formed studio Monolith Soft. Xenosaga was just as ambitious as its predecessor and almost just as unfinished. Originally intended to be a 6-episode story, Xenosaga was instead concluded with Episode 3 in 2006. As you might expect from a follow-up to Xenogears, Saga is a narrative-heavy and thematically heavy game with a sci-fi setting let down slightly by poor pacing and a budget that once more couldn't keep up with its creators' ambitions. 2002 would also bring the biggest new series of the generation. Kingdom Hearts was a collaboration between Square and Disney that was directed by then Final Fantasy character designer Tetsuya Nomura and owed much of its creation to the fact that Square and Disney once shared an office, which allowed one of Final Fantasy's producers to pitch the game to a Disney employee in the office elevator one day. Surprisingly, this seemed to work, and Square were given very few restrictions by Disney, and so they created an original character who would travel to various Disney worlds, occasionally meeting up with Final Fantasy characters while fighting the forces of darkness. This combination of Disney and Final Fantasy, alongside distinctly modern-feeling action combat and Square's high level of presentation, proved to be a big hit. Kingdom Hearts was one of the best-selling games on the PS2, almost reaching mainline Final Fantasy numbers, and it would get an equally well-received sequel 3 years later. Kingdom Hearts 2 improved the combat, adding more depth and addressing one of the few big complaints of the original by moving the camera controls from the shoulder buttons to the right analog stick. Its story would add more complexity and more original characters, which became somewhat of a trend for the series that some might say got a little out of control. And at the opposite end of the JRPG spectrum, 2003 saw the next installment of the Shin Megami Tensei series that for the first time would release outside Japan. Known as Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne in America and Lucifer's Call in Europe, SMT3 saw a return to demon-infested post-apocalyptic Tokyo, and a return to the brutally difficult dungeon crawling the series was known for. One important addition it did make though was the press turn system, where players could exploit enemy weaknesses to gain additional actions in combat, potentially allowing attacks to be chained together to devastating effect. In true SMT fashion, however, this system could also be used by enemies against players, creating a greater sense of danger and a combat system where things could go very wrong very quickly. More Megami Tensei games would follow, including Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2, and action RPG Devil Summoner Raido Kuzunoha vs. the Soulless Army. In 2004, Dragon Quest VIII released, now published by Square Enix after the two companies had merged in the year prior. Dragon Quest VIII was the first fully 3D game in the series, the first game to feature voice acting, the first game to be called Dragon Quest rather than Dragon Warrior in America, and the first game released in Europe at all. The visuals in particular would see a major upgrade thanks to the use of cel shading, which gave a timeless look that fit perfectly with the manga-inspired art design. Dragon Quest VIII would also feature a vast open world, and while you're still often limited in where you can go early on, this still offered a genuine sense of exploration and felt immersive at a time when many games in the genre felt increasingly restrictive and linear. In other ways, Dragon Quest VIII would continue to be conservative, but its presentation and world design was still more than enough to make it one of the best RPGs on the PS2. On other consoles, JRPGs were somewhat less common. Nintendo's GameCube fared better than its predecessor, but still provided much less choice than its main rival. One of the system's more unusual RPGs was Baten Kaitos, which released in 2003 and featured a card-based battle system. In the world of Baten Kaitos, the essence of various things can be stored in magical cards, including consumables and equipment for players to use, but also battle moves to use in combat. Each party member must create their own deck out of these moves, with battles then playing out via a turn-based card game where you choose actions based on the cards in your hand. Baten Kaitos also stands out thanks to its continued use of pre-rendered backgrounds, which had become rare by this point and still hold up very well years later. Perhaps the biggest RPG for the system though was Tales of Symphonia, which, while not the first Tales game to release in English, was arguably the most important. Previous games in the series had sold poorly in America, but as the first 3D entry, and as a rare exclusive for the GameCube, Symphonia was heavily pushed by Nintendo. And with a new fully 3D action combat system, a bright cel-shaded aesthetic, and a very character-focused yet well-regarded story, it felt like the right game to capture JRPG audiences of the era. Tales of Symphonia ended up being the best-selling game in the series, until earlier this year when the most recent entry finally overtook it. The Xbox also existed in this period, but the only thing it was known for when it came to JRPGs was not having any.
$6.8 million
quite true. There
just to buy that
was
shit, man.
Metal Dungeon. In the world of handhelds, the Game Boy Advance also arrived in 2001 and continued the trend of being the place for spin-offs and ports of older games. One trend that did emerge in this period was the migration of SRPGs to handhelds, with Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Ogre, and Fire Emblem all continuing on the Game Boy Advance, with this being how Fire Emblem would first arrive in the West after years of Smash Bros. Melee-fueled hype. Not every SRPG would be pushed off of consoles, and some important new series even began on the PS2, but handhelds did seem to become the main home for the subgenre, owing to the genre's more niche appeal in a world of growing game budgets, and the suitability of handheld systems for turn-based combat. The Game Boy Advance would see at least a few notable original RPGs, however, like Golden Sun, which released in 2001 by Beyond the Beyond developer Camelot, and was followed by a direct sequel in 2002. Golden Sun began development for the N64, and it somewhat shows, with the game not only being one of the most graphically ambitious titles on the GBA, but also being a traditional and expansive RPG. A lot of handheld games would be broken down to fit bite-sized play sessions, or just dumbed down to appeal to younger players, but Golden Sun did neither, and this helped it to stand out. The Game Boy Advance would also receive one of the few Japan-only RPGs of this era in Mother 3, which released in 2006 after a long and complicated development. Mother 3 has received much praise since then, and may well be the most requested game to have never been released in English. I would say it probably won't take too much longer, but there are news articles talking about how a Western release is all but confirmed, dating back almost 10 years ago now, so maybe the wait might still be a while. Still, generally, this was the first era where JRPGs were all but guaranteed worldwide releases, and a time when the genre enjoyed much popularity. And yet, there were signs that this might not last. For one thing, JRPGs seem to be struggling to modernize. The widespread move to full 3D saw graphics technically advance, but this sometimes seemed to come at the cost of art direction and visual diversity. Meanwhile, the expectation of voice acting was much more challenging and costly for long dialogue-heavy games like JRPGs, and the once-defining features of the genre, like overworlds, turn-based battles, and random encounters, were increasingly being criticized by fans and critics as seeming dated. In a world of more and more realistic graphics, battle transitions and characters standing around in a line waiting for their turn to act were simply not realistic, And this threatened JRPG's new defining feature of being about cinematic storytelling at the cutting edge of gaming. The games which best met the challenges brought by modernization tended to be those with the biggest budgets. Final Fantasy X was still a graphically stunning game. Kingdom Hearts had great voice acting and distinctly modern feeling combat, and Dragon Quest VIII replaced the old zoomed out overworld with an even better zoomed in one. But not every game fared so well, and by the end of the generation, a lot of series seemed to be failing to reach their past heights. Some series alienated fans by making changes, as can be seen with Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, Wild Arms 4, or Dawn of Mana. Other series just seemed to get worse with time though, like in the case of Unlimited Saga, Grandia 3, and Shadow Hearts from the New World. But some series didn't even do this, and yet their reputation still seemed diminished. Suikoden would never again reach the level of its second entry, and the fourth game was widely seen as disappointing. But many consider its fifth entry to be a return to form, with many people often going as far as to say it's the second best game in the series. And yet, where Suikoden 3 received much critical praise at the start of this generation, Suikoden 5 would receive a Metacritic score 10 points lower at the end of the generation, largely because reviewers saw its similar formula as dated by this point. This is just one example, but a broader trend of gradual decline in review scores can be clearly seen across the genre. And it was in this period that the biggest series of them all made its biggest changes yet. Final Fantasy XII released in 2006 and was the first offline entry to remove turn-based battles and random encounters. Instead, battles were now seamless, with combat that occurred in real time, with the player controlling a single character at a time and able to issue commands via a menu. Overall, party members' actions would be mostly left to AI, but Final Fantasy XII also introduced a gambit system through which this AI could be customized through a variety of if-then style commands. This customization became an important part of the gameplay, with players incentivized to regularly tweak these gambits to get the best results, but this was still a battle system that could involve long periods of relative inaction that was very different from what came before. In other ways, Final Fantasy XII could be quite familiar, as it was actually the first game in the series to revisit a past setting, that being Ivalice, the same world of Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy XII would also maintain the series' groundbreaking level of presentation, with some of the best voice acting and writing on the PlayStation 2, alongside realistic character models, and a fully controllable camera that does a great job at showing off the much more open and expansive game world. Ultimately, different or not, Final Fantasy XII was still a big critical and commercial hit, although it was an especially divisive entry within the Final Fantasy fandom, with some seeing the changes it brought as a betrayal that made 12 more like an offline MMO than a Final Fantasy game. And yet, this was a time when JRPGs that didn't change were starting to be seen as dated. And if there was one thing Final Fantasy could never be, it was that. And yet, whether it was successful or not, Final Fantasy XII does suggest the genre was starting to experience an identity crisis. Final Fantasy VII made JRPGs mainstream, and it did this by being more modern and more cinematic than other games of its time. Now though, just one generation later, the same elements that once seemed cutting edge, like FMV cutscenes, were starting to seem outdated. To maintain their dominant position, JRPGs had to evolve, and games like Final Fantasy XII showed how that could be done. Yet, evolution meant change, and change risked alienating existing fans. Overall though, the sixth console generation was still a time when the genre continued strong. All-time classics were less common, but there was a good mix of both quantity and quality, with even more series now coming to the West, and new titles still able to find success.
Damn.
For JRPGs, however, the problems were only just beginning. It's well known that the HD era was a time JRPGs struggled, but it's worth taking a moment to consider the context around this. the 7th console generation was a difficult time for Japan. From 2007 to 2012, the Japanese gaming industry shrank 5 years in a row. This was a time when popular Japanese series sometimes started being outsourced to Western developers, and popular Japanese developers would acquire Western studios to try to adapt. The reasons for this decline are complicated, but one of the most commonly given is that Japanese game development had a tendency to use in-house engines, often created for each individual game. Meanwhile, Western developers were quicker to embrace third-party tools like Unreal Engine. But as game size and budgets increased, creating a new engine each game became slow and inefficient, leading to long development times as Japan started to fall behind. And so, a lot of Japanese series and developers struggled in this era, and JRPGs might have been where this decline was most obvious. Still, the early days were actually promising. The first console to arrive was the Xbox 360 in late 2005, but unlike in previous generations, this time Microsoft would make a major push to establish the console in Japanese markets, leading to collaborations with a number of Japanese developers, including Namco Bandai and Mistwalker, a new studio founded by Hironobu Sakaguchi after his departure from Square. Mistwalker's first project would see Sakaguchi teaming back up with Dragon Ball artist Akira Toriyama and famed Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu to release Blue Dragon in late 2006. The Toriyama art immediately brings to mind Dragon Quest, and like Dragon Quest, Blue Dragon was a very traditional RPG, featuring turn-based battles, a Final Fantasy V style job system, and timing elements in combat that involved charging up attacks. Its story would also evoke Dragon Quest, but it was also fairly simplistic, and again, like Dragon Quest, failed to win over Western audiences. Mistwalker's next 360 game was Lost Odyssey 1 year later, featuring another Uematsu-composed soundtrack, but this time with character designs from famed mangaka Takahiko Inoue. If Blue Dragon was Mistwalker's Dragon Quest, Lost Odyssey's more mature tone and realistic graphics makes it seem like their Final Fantasy. And like older Final Fantasy, battles would once more be turn-based with random encounters and an explorable overworld, leading some to claim the game felt more Final Fantasy than the last Final Fantasy. The story focused on a small group of immortals and did have interesting things to say about the realities of immortality, but the main narrative fell a little flat, and the game's overall quality never quite reached its inspirations. 2007 also brought Eternal Sonata, the first game from Tricrescendo, a developer founded by the sound programmer of Tri-Ace, who collaborated on a number of other RPGs. Eternal Sonata was a fantasy RPG set within the fever dream of famed composer Frédéric Chopin as he lay on his deathbed. This strange premise gave way to a colourful, musically themed world that still looks great today. Combat was a turn-based action hybrid where characters have limited time to perform attacks, and starts slow but ends quite compelling, yet the story fails to deliver much beyond its intriguing premise. Eternal Sonata does boast possibly the best battle theme in the entire genre, however, thanks to its own famed composer, the prolific Motoi Sakuraba. Perhaps the 360's most popular JRPG was Tales of Vesperia, which released in 2008 and featured many of the elements people had come to expect from the Tales series, although the anime graphical style did look particularly good upgraded to HD.
I hate this shit
In
so much.
truth,
Holy fuck.
no early 360
here
JRPG
so
would usually be considered one of the genre's absolute best, but these
I've been
four
here for
largely
so
positively
long.
received games did help the 360 get off to a strong start, and contrasted sharply to the situation both on the first Xbox and of Microsoft's main rival. Unlike in previous generations, the PlayStation 3 arrived late and overpriced, and for a time, there were almost no JRPGs on the system at all. Really, if you wanted a console to play JRPGs on in these years, you'd best be served by sticking with the PlayStation 2, which continued to receive hit titles well into the next generation. The first notable RPG for the PS3 was Valkyria Chronicles in 2008. Valkyria Chronicles was an SRPG set in an alternative World War II with stylish watercolor visuals, Its gameplay would feature a tactical command map, but once a unit is selected, the game then zooms in to allow them to be controlled in a third-person action mode. In reality, the game is still turn-based, with the similar emphasis on positioning and understanding the strengths of different unit types that is seen in much of the rest of the genre, but seeing the action play out up close and personal gave it a much more modern feeling. Overall, Valkyria Chronicles certainly was good, but there was little else on the PS3 in its first years, and alongside these games came a number of less impressive titles. It began with the Xbox 360 launch title Enchanted Arms, which, despite being from Software, has little in common with their former or later titles, and was criticized by reviewers for feeling like a previous-gen game. In 2008, action RPG Infinite Undiscovery, a promising collaboration between Tri-Ace and Microsoft that was published by Square Enix, arrived to middling reviews for its short runtime, shallow gameplay, and familiar plot. Also in 2008 was Square's The Last Remnant, a game with a unique and mechanically rich combat system that simulated large-scale battles and was anything but shallow, but numerous technical problems, including texture popping and frame drops, still dragged reviews down. In 2008, Sony and Level 5 would also join in on the disappointments with White Knight Chronicles, an RPG with online co-op elements and a setting that featured large fantasy mech-like knights. Unfortunately, the online components were scaled back during development, leaving a mostly single-player focused game with bland MMO-style combat. The Wii would also receive a disappointing follow-up to Tales of Symphonia in Dawn of the New World. Like the PS3, the Wii sorely lacked RPGs in its early years, and Dawn of the New World, or the mediocre Arc Rise Fantasia the following year, did little to help. 2009 would bring a new entry into the Star Ocean series, which, while not quite as poorly received as most of the games here, still fell short of the standards set by previous entries, and was an omen of even worse Star Ocean sequels still to come. Tri-Ace's next game, Resonance of Fate, would also show promise, featuring an interesting futuristic setting that sees humanity living in a great tower on an otherwise polluted Earth, alongside unusual gun-based combat. Despite this, critics took issue with the story and graphics.
Ugh.
Still, other games from this era
Dude,
were
I'm gonna
considerably
level up
worse.
before I get that shit,
Nippon
dude.
Ichi Software's The Last Rebellion was so bad it led the company's president to make a public apology for ever allowing such a cursed game to leave Japan. Meanwhile, the self-aware hyperdimension Neptunia found an audience and spawned plenty of sequels, but its early titles were still some of the worst reviewed games of each year they released, and other compile heart games of this era, like Cross Edge and Mugen Souls, somehow fared just as poorly. And finally, there was Time and Eternity, the worst reviewed JRPG of the generation, and I'm sure this game wasn't good. A review from Gaming Age described it as less fun than a dentist appointment, but oh my god, for a bad game, it sure had some captivating visuals, mixing hand-drawn 2D animated sprites with 3D environments in a way that genuinely looks striking. Apparently, it also had very boring and repetitive gameplay though, so maybe it got those reviews for a reason. Under normal circumstances, the occasional flop should be expected, but the 7th console generation brought a JRPG drought, bringing more attention to each title that did arrive from a fanbase hungry for games and continually disappointed. Where the 6th generation saw quality gradually decrease while quantity stayed strong, this generation instead saw the level of quality fall even further, while quantity plummeted alongside it. And no series seemed to be immune. Enter Final Fantasy, the series that made JRPGs mainstream, which at this point had never had a mainline entry that didn't receive strong critical acclaim. And then, in late 2009, there was Final Fantasy XIII. Final Fantasy's 13th entry brought the series into a new, more sci-fi inspired setting, with a new take on turn-based combat that brought back the active time battle system, alongside a new focus on staggering enemies and changing party members' combat roles mid-fight. It would also feature stunning HD graphics, making it one of the best-looking games of its era. But this came at the cost of a much more restrictive and linear world design, with many areas seeming little more than straight lines, and towns being removed entirely. The response to this was mixed. By the standards of the era, Final Fantasy XIII reviewed well. By the standards of the era, Final Fantasy XIII sold well. By the standards of the era, Final Fantasy XIII was a good JRPG. But by the standards fans had come to expect from the series, Final Fantasy XIII was a disaster. It was lambasted for its linearity, criticized for its characters, and questioned over its status as an RPG. The term hallway simulator came to be used quite a lot in this discourse. The Final Fantasy series' constant changes had alienated existing fans before, but this time it also raised questions about whether JRPGs should modernize, and whether JRPGs even could
How many
modernize.
fucking kills do I have?
Regardless, for a struggling genre, Final Fantasy XIII didn't seem to be the answer. And if even a game with a massive budget from the most experienced company in the business couldn't save JRPGs, it made it seem for a while as if JRPGs might never be saved. To make matters worse, for the first time in over a decade, JRPG localization was no longer guaranteed. Xenoblade Chronicles was announced in 2009, and as the next entry in the Xeno series, it instantly generated fan interest. What's more, Xenoblade Chronicles looked incredible, showing off diverse open landscapes and interactivity rarely seen in the genre, and it was on a platform with few other RPGs. And yet, while its Japanese release came and went, details of an English version were sparse. Eventually, Nintendo of Europe would localize the game for EU territories, but this didn't include a North American release, leaving a significant chunk of the Wii player base out of luck. In the same period, two other Wii RPGs were also overlooked for English releases: Mistwalkers: The Last Story and action RPG Pandora's Tower. When asked about an English release for The Last Story, a Nintendo spokesman said they instead wanted to focus on more important titles, like Kirby's Epic Yarn instead. Fans were frustrated, which makes sense.
Ouch.
Some might argue that there is room in the world for Kirby's Epic Yarn and The Last Story. And so, fans channeled their anger and created Operation Rainfall, a fan-led campaign to promote interest in these three overlooked games to try to force Nintendo to bring them to America. And this actually worked. I guess Nintendo looked at all these people saying, "Please let us buy your games," and said, "Okay, fine, I guess, but you're still never getting Mother 3. Luckily, unlike many JRPGs from this era, Xenoblade Chronicles was actually worth all this effort, being one of the largest and most expansive games of the era that really allowed players to feel like they were stepping into another world. It also did this on the rather underpowered Wii, making it somewhat of a technical marvel. As a result, it was one of the most highly acclaimed games on the system, and one of the most popular JRPGs from this period. Other games were less fortunate though, and never got English releases, like with Valkyria Chronicles 3, or would just take many, many years, like with The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky 3rd, which fans had to wait 10 years for. There still weren't as many Japan-only games as back on the Super Nintendo, and most JRPGs that stayed in Japan were handheld titles, which were admittedly more popular in Japan than other markets. But after localization had become so common in previous generations, this still came as an unexpected development that only further compounded the genre's woes in this era. By the end of the generation, some later titles did show promise of a brighter future, like Ni no Kuni, an action RPG from Level 5 that felt one part Dragon Quest and one part Studio Ghibli movie, probably because it featured character designs and animated sequences actually from Studio Ghibli.
Man.
As the next generation got underway, the PlayStation 3 would see a few more popular titles, but that was still some years away, and there was one final major development that defined this era: handhelds. If the HD era was a JRPG console dark age, For handhelds, it was as golden a time as there ever
Red's
was. Countless classics were ported or entirely remade for either the Nintendo DS or the
We got
PlayStation
4
Portable,
already.
including heavy hitters like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, and Persona. Many existing series would also continue on handhelds, including Suikoden, Valkyrie Profile, Valkyria Chronicles, the Mana series, Wild Arms, Phantasy Star, Ys, Shin Megami Tensei, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy VII, the Shining series, and more. The DS would also receive the honor of being home to the next mainline Dragon Quest installment, with Dragon Quest IX in 2009, which featured character creation and a focus on multiplayer, and still managed to break sales records in Japan. Not every game saw this level of success though. For many of these series, these entries would be their last, and this often came alongside mediocre reviews and little fanfare. Handhelds had long been a place for JRPG spin-offs, and now most JRPG series couldn't do any more than muster one final spin-off before fading into obscurity. And yet, amongst so many games, there were of course some genuinely great titles, including some that were brand new. In 2007, Atlus would release Etrian Odyssey, kicking off a new series that helped resurrect the first-person dungeon crawler by bringing it to a new generation. Etrian Odyssey took full advantage of the DS's dual touchscreen to combine classic turn-based combat with a novel map-making system where players use the DS's stylus to draw a map of a dungeon as they explore. This harkened back to the hand-drawn maps players had to create to complete older RPGs, and was indicative of Etrian Odyssey's approach of combining old and new in a way that resonated with players. Etrian Odyssey would see many entries on the DS and its successor, and it wasn't the only RPG that used the DS's touchscreen in innovative ways. 2007 would also see the release of The World Ends With You, an action RPG from Square Enix set in modern-day Tokyo. The World Ends With You's battle system involved controlling two characters at once, using touchscreen commands for one and regular button inputs for the other, with action across both DS screens. It's a combat system unlike any other game in the genre that took full advantage of the hardware, which helped The World Ends With You stand out as one of the most innovative and unique RPGs of its era. The success of Etrian Odyssey also led to a new first-person Shin Megami Tensei dungeon crawler in 2009's Strange Journey, which leaves behind the usual SMT setting of Tokyo to instead head for Antarctica to explore a growing black hole. Strange Journey was strange, featuring the usual SMT elements alongside more sci-fi and horror trappings to create something atmospheric and foreboding that was perfect for die-hard SMT fans. Atlus and many of the developers who worked on Strange Journey would also co-develop the acclaimed 2010 RPG Radiant Historia. Radiant Historia would return to the familiar JRPG territory of time travel, but rather than jumping between eras, you instead switch between parallel timelines, where the key to progress lies in using skills and information from one timeline in the other. It also featured a grid-based battle system that placed heavy emphasis on enemy positioning, and an atypically
so
competent and
uncomfortable
not
right
at
now.
all teenage protagonist. Finally, the PlayStation Portable would live up to its name by receiving a lot of ports, one of which was The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, which led to its first English release 5 years later in 2011. Trails in the Sky was a fairly traditional JRPG, but the Legends of Heroes series actually began all the way back in the 80s. Many long-running JRPG series feature entirely standalone entries with no connection between games, but with The Legend of Heroes, Falcom decided to take the complete opposite approach by deliberately designing each sub-series to flesh out a different part of the world, as each game gradually built upon the same larger narrative. This has led some to describe these games as having the best lore and world building in the entire genre, and the Trails, or Kiseki series, has now grown to 13 entries, building a passionate and devoted fanbase along the way. JRPG's handheld achievements would continue into the next generation with the Nintendo 3DS, which saw a new mainline Shin Megami Tensei that featured even more dungeon crawling, as well as Fire Emblem's big mainstream breakthrough in Awakening, which added a greater focus on character interactions and character romances, and Bravely Default, a more traditional JRPG from Square Enix that felt reminiscent of the games the company first became famous for. Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light had done something similar on the original DS, but Bravely Default was a more successful attempt at a retro throwback and combined popular past features like the job system with clever new ideas like the Brave system, which allowed players to store up actions to then take multiple within a turn, increasing battle's tactical depth. And so, at a time when everything seemed to be going wrong on consoles, on handhelds the genre held strong. But this still came alongside a loss of status and shift in identity. Once upon a time, JRPGs were all about creating epic adventures, with some of the highest budgets around that pushed consoles to their technical limits and featured some of the best quality presentation in the medium. Yet, now they had been relegated to a world of spin-offs and retro revivals. JRPGs went from being blockbusters to B-movies. And while for some fans these lower budget titles might well have retained the features that mattered most about the genre, it's hard not to see this as a dramatic fall from grace for a genre that once stood atop gaming's peak. Once upon a time, Final Fantasy VII outsold the best-selling Western RPGs 5 times over. Yet, since then, Western RPGs grew alongside the growing gaming industry, while finding even more success by moving to consoles. And so, during the years that JRPGs struggled the most, Western RPGs were reaching new heights of critical and commercial success. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim matched Final Fantasy VII's 10 million in less than a month, and has since went on to sell over 60 million copies. And Skyrim, Fallout 3, Mass Effect 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition all won countless Game of the Year awards at a time when
only like
JRPGs
$4
barely
grand,
even
bitch.
seemed to be in contention.
No, you're not.
In short, gaming had
Just buy it,
changed,
man.
and JRPGs failed to change with it. But even in its worst years, the genre was far from
Yo.
dead. And those years didn't last forever.
Come on, man.
Initially, the 8th console generation looked like it might just bring more of the same, with JRPGs being few and far between. Even the technological leap represented by these consoles was smaller than it once was, and Japan still seemed to be playing catch-up with Western developers, with even the once indomitable Nintendo now having to fight to survive after the failure of the Wii U. But in time, all this would change. As has often been the case, no series better represents this than Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy XIII had left some fans disappointed, but at least it actually released. Originally, 13 was intended to be part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis subseries and was announced alongside another game, Final Fantasy Versus 13, in 2006. Yet, while 13 arrived 3 years later, Versus 13 experienced development problem after problem, ultimately being pushed to the next generation of consoles and undergoing numerous changes, including with many of its lead developers. Versus 13 would eventually be rebranded as Final Fantasy 15 in 2013, but news of its development was still sparse, and more years dragged by, until finally, over 10 years after its first trailer, it released in late 2016. Final Fantasy 15 showed signs of a game that had been stuck in development hell. Its story could feel disjointed, with key characters rarely appearing on screen. It relied heavily on tie-in media to tell parts of its backstory, and parts of its ending sequence felt rather unfinished. But it still received positive reviews and strong sales, making it at least as successful as 13 before it. The game itself would once more be another departure for the series, with the extreme linearity of the last game being replaced with the exact opposite in a vast open world, somewhat typical of AAA gaming at the time, but
Watch
with
this
an added
ghost
focus
down.
on the bond between the party
Ghost
members
down.
and the road trip feeling the game regularly tried to evoke.
1.3.
It would also feature full action combat, but its most important aspect might just be that after so many years of waiting, the game finally arrived to symbolically bring the great JRPG drought to an end. And within a year, the situation for
about to
JRPGs
level
had
up.
changed
Holy
completely.
shit.
2017 would be a great year for the Japanese gaming industry, and boy did the industry need that by this point. The biggest development would be the launch of the Nintendo Switch, which almost instantly reversed Nintendo's fortunes, but JRPGs would also see their own reversal of fortunes. Platinum Games and Square's action RPG, Nier Automata, became a surprise hit and was so good it caused the entire Drakengard series that it was a part of to be critically reassessed. Falcom brought East to the PS4 with its 8th entry, leading to the series' most critically and commercially successful entry yet. Xenoblade would see its second mainline entry in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which became Monolith Soft's highest selling game after the previous Xenoblade was hampered by being stuck on the failing Wii U. The Tales of series saw the English release of Berseria, bringing a return to form after a few weaker entries at the end of the previous generation. And in Japan, Dragon Quest would make its long-awaited return with Dragon Quest XI, the first single-player Dragon Quest to be released on consoles since 8 in 2004. Dragon Quest XI was more Dragon Quest, but polished
just
to near
won't
perfection, having taken on
drop
board years of
main.
lessons alongside careful modernizations. The result was a critical and commercial hit that released outside Japan 1 year later, and for the first time, actually was largely successful in the West. Still, none of these games compare to the impact of Persona 5, which first released in Japan in 2016 before releasing in English in April 2017. Persona 3 and 4 arrived at the very end of the PlayStation 2's life, at a time when most people had moved on to the next generation. Yet their unusual blend of Shin Megami Tensei-style dungeon crawling and anime-like high school simulation ensured they be remembered as cult classics that put almost all next-gen JRPGs to shame. But they were just cult classics, being spin-offs to an already obscure franchise in the West, and with neither game selling enough copies outside Japan for Atlus to even bother announcing what their sales numbers were. Still, with time, their legacy grew. A PSP port of Persona 3, followed by a PlayStation Vita port of 4, alongside strong word-of-mouth support, brought in more and more fans over time, until Persona 5 became a highly anticipated release for JRPG fans. But, like many Japanese games of this era, it would see significant delays, and then released in Japan long before the West, forcing fans to wait even longer. Yet, when it did
it ran
arrive,
out.
Persona 5 became a huge hit, with universal acclaim from critics and a Metacritic score of 93, the highest of any JRPG since Final Fantasy IX on the PlayStation 1. Persona 5 would back this up with great sales, going on to reach the 10 million mark, a number only Pokemon and Final Fantasy had ever reached before it. And as if to really confirm its new status as the king of modern JRPGs, it would also receive far, far too many spin-offs. That being the true price of success, I guess. But it was a massive success that came out of nowhere for a genre that had experienced years and years of woes, which now finally seemed to be behind it. It should go without saying that Persona 5 was a great game. Its high school sim elements still felt fresh, its long runtime provided hours of entertainment, its visual style and soundtrack gave it a lot of personality, and its gameplay took lessons from the more hardcore Shin Megami Tensei, like incorporating basic dungeon crawling elements alongside the staple of Persona fusing, while making these more accessible for broader audiences. It also made improvements to the dungeons themselves, making each more unique and engaging in what feels like a big step up from previous Persona games. Still, more than this, Persona 5 felt like the end of JRPG's identity crisis. For years, this genre seemed to be stuck between a desire to modernize and the need to appeal to fans of traditional JRPGs, with an unspoken assumption that the only way to achieve true mainstream success was by evolving into something new that allowed the genre to stay at the cutting edge of presentation. Persona 5, however, showed that this wasn't true, that a JRPG didn't need the most technically impressive graphics if it had enough style, that turn-based battles could still work if gameplay systems were actually engaging, and that the Japanese roots of the genre were actually its greatest strength in creating experiences that stood out compared to Western games. And so, Persona 5 ensured JRPGs were back, and many more followed. Octopath Traveler, released in 2018, to continue in the footsteps of Bravely Default with an even more successful retro-inspired
5K
throwback,
for-
whose
so I
new
guess that's
HD
another
2D aesthetic
5K?
would be seen in many more future titles and remakes. Valkyria Chronicles made a return to consoles with a fourth entry, as JRPG series started to migrate back from the now disappearing handhelds. In 2019, Kingdom Hearts 3 would make its long-awaited release after years of development troubles that largely mirror and even intertwine with Final Fantasy 15. Kingdom Hearts 3 was not exactly a simple or clean conclusion to the series, but it still felt like a triumph after so many years of uncertainty and spin-offs. Fire Emblem would also make a return to consoles with the highly successful Three Houses that year, bringing the series' best ever sales. In 2020, open-world action RPG beat-em-up hybrid Yakuza would ditch the action part to adopt a true turn-based battle system to create a largely self-aware and atypical take on the JRPG genre. And in 2021, The World Ends With You received a surprise sequel in Neo: The World Ends With You, which moved on from dual screens and touch controls, but still delivered a distinctly unique action RPG.
Almost.
And this trend only continued. The Tales of series would receive its highest selling and highest reviewed title yet in Tales of Arise. Shin Megami Tensei would make a widely successful return to consoles in its fifth mainline entry. The Trails or Kiseki series would see multiple new entries as the franchise finally carved out its own devoted niche in the West. And really, JRPG success stories have continued ever since, making a clear divide between the past 8 years compared to the dark, distant days of the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Alongside new titles, there have also been an endless supply of remakes and remasters, proving the timeless appeal of the genre and bringing old classics to new audiences. Amongst these have been remakes that changed the original game so significantly they feel like entirely new entities, like the ambitious, if slightly controversial, Final Fantasy VII Remake in 2020, a game fans have longed for many years, that finally brought the iconic PS1 mega hit into stunning HD. There have also been a number of successful remakes of Japanese-only games, such as the 2020 3D remake of Trials of Mana, or the 2022 HD 2D remake of Live Alive. The growing prevalence of remakes and remasters in gaming is a trend that does go far beyond JRPGs, and there's a lot that could be said about that topic more broadly. But JRPGs might be the genre that has seen the most re-releases, and this trend doesn't look to be ending anytime soon. The modern era also brought the emergence of indie JRPGs. In fact, JRPGs were one of the first indie genres to really take off, thanks to the RPG Maker development programs that date all the way back to 1992. Of course, RPG Maker has been used for far more than just RPGs, and many of the games it's produced over its many-year life have a certain amateur quality that can feel low budget even by indie standards. But RPG Maker still played an important role in the emergence of indie games as a distinct category, with users' desire to create their own JRPGs being a primary driving force. Recent years have also seen indie RPGs like Chained Echoes in 2022 and Sea of Stars in 2023 receive significant critical acclaim for their 16-bit inspired adventures, establishing indie RPGs as genuine competitors in a marketplace that seems endlessly hungry for nostalgia. And so, the dark days of the HD era aren't just over, they almost seem forgotten. JRPGs have seen a major resurgence in quality and quantity for critics and consumers, bringing review scores and sales, and there is no sign of any of this changing anytime soon. In fact, 2023 saw numerous well-received titles including Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Final Fantasy XVI, Octopath Traveler 2, Fire Emblem Engage, and English releases of Trails to Azure and Trails into Reverie. And 2024 has been even more stacked, with Yakuza Infinite Wealth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Persona 3 Reloaded, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Unicorn Overlord, Eiyuden Chronicles 100 Heroes, Saga Emerald Beyond, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak, Visions of Mana, and while I have been writing the script for this video, also Metaphor Re Fantasio and East 10 Nordics, with the former receiving a 94 on Metacritic, making it one of the most highly reviewed JRPGs in the genre's history. In fact, now that I'm typing all these games out and seeing just how long this list extends, 2024 seems like it might be one of the best years JRPGs have ever had. The genre isn't just surviving anymore,
Find
it's
one,
thriving,
man. It's insane.
almost as if it's on the cusp of a new golden age. JRPGs have come a long way. When the genre began, Japan didn't even know what the term RPG meant. It would take many years for any JRPG to find success outside Japan, and even as the genre entered its first golden era on the Super Nintendo, many of the best-selling and most popular titles still didn't even get released in the West. Then, after Final Fantasy VII changed this spectacularly, JRPGs surged like never before. But almost as quickly as this golden era began, it seemed to come to an end. Gaming changed, and JRPGs struggled to change with it, leading to the past successes of the PlayStation 1 not being replicated on the PS2, before the HD era arrived, bringing doom and despair for a genre that seemed a shell of its former self. But, in time, a new dawn arrived, and the genre found stability, building new foundations and finally growing again after years of decline, with that growth not showing any signs of slowing. So, the genre has seen its share of ups and downs, so much so that it's easy to forget just how much these games have changed over time. When JRPGs first emerged, they came in two main types: games descended from Ultima and Wizardry, and action RPGs that combined arcade and simulation elements. Dragon Quest then burst onto the console scene to establish the true JRPG formula, with the overworld of Ultima, the combat of Wizardry, the aesthetics of a Japanese manga, and the accessibility that would appeal to inexperienced console players. This is the JRPG we know today. Except, it isn't. Dragon Quest had barely any story, with basically no focus on characters. It was short, with a runtime of around 10 hours. It was heavily exploration-based, with a non-linear open world, and outside of exploring that overworld, the main thing you spent your time doing was crawling through dungeons. Sure, anime and accessibility can still be seen today, but otherwise, Dragon Quest doesn't resemble modern JRPGs in any way. The genre changed. Story became a greater and greater focus. Characters started to talk to each other a lot until they basically never seemed to shut up. Runtimes increased massively and still somehow seem to be increasing further. Difficulty was usually relaxed, with dungeon crawling usually removed. Overworlds disappeared as well, with exploration being replaced with linearity. Anime became a major inspiration for storytelling as well as an aesthetic. Gameplay diversified, subgenres developed, and JRPGs themselves became something quite different from what they once were. The genre evolved, with a significant part of its evolution being fueled by the gradual relaxing of memory limitations, but the end result is a genre that carved out its own niche. JRPGs are not the mainstream powerhouse they once were on the PlayStation 1, or the critical darlings of the Super Nintendo. But for players who like the unique things the genre has come to offer, this genre offers them more than ever before. So, for fans of long stories, regular character interactions, heavy anime inspiration including many anime tropes, and not always challenging gameplay that can often be sped up or even automated to prevent it getting in the way of the story, JRPGs might be better than ever. While for others, the genre might not have the same universal appeal it once commanded. But JRPGs do know what they want to be now. The genre has struggled, but it did survive, and it now seems as healthy as it's ever been. And yet, I have to admit, It's hard to think of this current period as a new golden age. So many of the games people are excited for these days are re-releases or remasters or remakes. So many of the series that are doing well are series that have been around for years, with new successes being rare, and so many of those few new successes seem to only succeed by appealing to nostalgia. The JRPG Golden Age wasn't just a time of critical and commercial success, it was a time of experimentation, originality, and diversity. And as successful as JRPGs have been in recent years, I don't think they've matched the level of creativity the genre once displayed. But JRPGs have become great at appealing to JRPG fans, and that is all the genre needs to be. These games mean a lot to players. Their stories, their characters, their worlds, these are experiences that leave a lasting mark on those who play them. And that part, at least, has remained the same, even after all these years. Thank you for watching. These history videos involve quite a lot of research, and if there's one thing that research puts into perspective, it's how much we all owe a surprisingly small number of sources. The book A Guide to Japanese Role-Playing Games by Kurt Kalata and other contributors, alongside the earlier work on JRPGs found on Hardcore Gaming 101, were both very helpful in making this video. The Untold History of Japanese Game Developers series was also useful, as was the article on the birth of Japanese RPGs by Felipe Pepe, as well as the many interviews by many different people that have been referenced. If anyone watching this wants to know more about this subject in general, I would recommend A Guide to Japanese Role-Playing Games. It covers a lot of different and often obscure games, much more than in this video, and it's all done with great presentation. By which I mean, there's lots of pictures. I'll include a link below. I'd also recommend the book Japansoft: An Oral History, which is basically a shortened, re-edited version of the Untold History of Japan books, and gives a good insight into the early Japanese gaming industry, with lots of interesting details that were too specific for me to actually include here. Otherwise, if you want to support me, you can do so on Patreon. As always, it is greatly appreciated and it does help me out a lot. Anyway, that's it for me. Usually I've been teasing the next video at the end of each video, sort of as a little reward for anyone still watching even this far into the credits, but I'm not doing that this time because I have no idea what the next video will be. It'll probably be good, though. Probably.
I can see into your mind. You enjoy role-playing games.
Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. Hold on, I need YouTube video.
Do you remember when the GTX 1080 Ti dropped? It was amazing for its value and its performance.
The greatest card that NVIDIA's ever made, and we've regularly said it's a mistake that they probably won't make again.
It just stunned everyone, but it wasn't even just that card. GTX 1070, 1060, all great cards. AMD was even making an RX 580 and 480 around this time. Great value cards still top the charts for AMD, at least on the Steam hardware survey. These cards were great. CPUs were also accelerating at a rapid pace, but nowadays you'd be lucky to get any decent generation of anything on PC, unless you're talking about AI.
AI era. AI is AI company. AI PC.
That's been progressing very quickly. We're actually getting decent improvements generation on generation. The RTX 4090 is pretty amazing. Every 40 series card is actually pretty amazing performance and a feat of engineering, but the price of their cards have been pretty ridiculous. That's the thing with the upcoming RTX 50 series of GPUs. They look really, really good too. The RTX 5090, some more leaks have been coming out. It just seems like this card is going to be a monster if these things are true. But with all that's been going on, I don't think this card is going to be cheaper than a 4090. I don't think an RTX 5080 is going to be cheaper than a 4080. It might be the same price. And a lot of price points below like $500 or so, AMD does offer probably the best value GPUs that are there, but it's not super exciting or riveting where it's like, oh, I have to buy this AMD GPU or else I'm missing out on a great deal. And on the CPU side of things, it really is not that much better. AMD, for example, their Zen 5 Ryzen 9000 series CPUs just recently launched. We've seen like a 2% uplift in performance. And now there's things coming out that AMD is saying that in certain cases, if you unlock a new mode on it, the CPU can draw more power. That in certain scenarios, the CPU could be 10% faster. Whoa. A normal generational uplift is 10%, and we're just clamoring to get that 10%. We really need it. So AMD's latest generation really hasn't been that exciting. Even Ryzen 7000 series, though it is decent now, was really, really overpriced at launch, or really hard to get into that platform. Now on the Intel side of things, it's honestly a lot worse. For like over 6 years, Intel was just basically making Skylake their same CPUs over and over again, until finally they did switch up. But as of the most modern Intel CPUs, they're just blasting power on them to get their performance up as much as they possibly can. And to that point, Intel is basically just killing their own CPUs. They're frying themselves over time because they got so much power heading into them. It's a mess. Then you add up all of this hardware stuff that's just not that exciting. Games are still getting more and more demanding, but our hardware hasn't been progressing nearly at the same rate. So what we're seeing is really terrible performance in games, even from some of the latest GPUs and CPUs that are out there. It's ridiculous how much sometimes you gotta pay just to get a decent experience on some of the newer games. So these chip makers have been making shortcuts to make games easier to run, like upscaling, DLSS, FSR, XeSS, as well as we're making frame generation to kind of double the performance in our games, at least visibly. Though there are very good technologies, these are just shortcutting, making games a lot easier to run than they really should be. I think it's kinda hilarious. This hurts my soul a little bit, how it's infested shortcuts to making games easier to run. This is Monster Hunter Wilds, a new game that's coming out in February of 2025. Very exciting game. So as far as I can tell, if you have a decent GPU, all pretty fast mid-range graphics cards that are at least $300, you're playing, from what I can tell here, 30 FPS at 1080p. And I think this is medium settings with frame generation enabled to get you to 60 FPS, which just feels awful to play because the game doesn't actually run faster. It's still really laggy. Doesn't look good either when there's so many frames being generated that aren't actually made by the game itself. So it looks bad, feels bad to play. It's getting so bad that developers are putting this as recommended spec to have 30 FPS frame generation. Then when you go to the minimum specs of this game, they say 30 FPS. Okay? This is 1080p upscaled with whatever upscaler that you can use. Devs are having to use these features just to get games to run because our hardware isn't really progressing, or games are progressing way faster than our hardware is. And these crazy system requirement specs, or really anything I've experienced in myself, these aren't unique to just Monster Hunter Wilds. This is basically every new game that's coming out, at least AAA games, unless they're like a PS4 port or something like that. It's even got to the point with hardware just being mediocre that consoles that usually have really good value for the price are struggling to get decent performance in games. PlayStation 5 is getting like 30 FPS at all times, upscaling from like 720p in a lot of games. Really bad. And the PS5 Pro, and it kind of looks decent. It's getting improved upscaling, which is a good thing. We like improved upscaling, it's good. They didn't even upgrade the CPU, maybe because it costs too much, I'm not exactly sure. But the GPU is a little bit faster, and that should lead to better performance in games. The thing with consoles is they're supposed to be like affordable, but even consoles are still getting that treatment where they're getting more expensive and you're getting less for your money. The PS5 Pro is like $700 and they price gouge you to $800 if you want a freaking disc drive. I'm sorry console players, but you're finally experiencing what we've been experiencing on PC for quite a while. The narrative that's been going around is that Moore's Law is dead.
Moore's Law is probably currently running at about 2 times.
Moore's Law is dead.
Now what is Moore's Law? Every 2 years, the transistors, or the little switches that are in our CPUs or GPUs, basically more transistors in a thing usually makes it more efficient.
And then I say shit.
That every 2 years, our transistor count is supposed to double, and the price for these transistors, as the whole chip, is supposed to be cut in half, which is basically exponential growth for transistors. Basically, the narrative that's going around right now is that this law is dead. But is this really true? Is this the reason our hardware isn't nearly as exciting nowadays? Because are these companies actually just getting greedy now? Is that why Moore's Law is dead, so that they can sell us underwhelming parts for a higher price because they can't keep up with this law? I mean, like, why does an RTX 4080 now cost $1,200 when a 3080 costed $700? It sounds like a simple request and a very easy one, but obviously it is more complicated for these companies to do. So I want to ask the question, why are we in this situation that our hardware is slowing down? This is just one aspect. That is because the advancements in chip technology and processing and fabrication of these things, its advancement is slowing down. And that is basically the Moore's Law is dead thing. Unless you got a really steady hand or you're on Adderall or something, I don't think you're going to be making these chips. We are getting closer and closer to the limits of physics. And the machines that we have making them nowadays, I mean, they're getting down to like 3 nanometer. And this is really important because of, obviously, if the technology doesn't keep improving, then we can't make more efficient and more powerful chips. And if we look on AMD's RDNA 4 7000 series generation, their top end chip is the 7900 XTX, 58 billion transistors. Now we look at their previous generation, RDNA 2, and you can see that this guy only had 27 billion transistors. So the 7900 XTX has over twice the amount of transistors in it. That is in a 2-year period. So the latest generation from NVIDIA is the RTX 4090. This is Ada Lovelace 40 series graphics cards, okay? 76 billion transistors. I know it says million, but that's 76 billion transistors on it. Die area itself is 609 millimeters squared. We can go to the RTX 3090, and this guy had 28 billion transistors. It's kind of nuts that there's almost 3 times the transistors, the 4090 compared to the RTX 3090. Huge uplift, and you can see by the performance of the 3090 versus the 4090, yeah, this card is a lot faster. So you can see where transistors really make a difference here. Now, the 2080 Ti was about 19 billion transistors compared to the RTX 3090 that had 28 8 billion transistors. Here's a 2080 Ti, the GOAT, 12 billion transistors on it, and these are relatively similar sized dies. The 2080 Ti is a little bit smaller than these other ones. Compared to NVIDIA 20 series that had 19 billion transistors, you can see the die is actually just larger here. 1080 Ti is just significantly smaller here. So you can see that this guy had 24.7 million transistors per millimeter squared. That had 25.1 million transistors per millimeter squared. So you can see between these chips, actually, the 1080 Ti was more transistor dense. They're not really getting a large amount more transistors to this day for the die area. The density is what matters here. And this is kind of that Moore's Law is dead thing. Our transistor count isn't really increasing at a huge amount, or if it does increase by a huge amount, the price of the card or whatever is still getting very expensive that it ends up really not being that insane of a difference. Why this is happening, it's getting insanely more and more complicated in order to make these things, because you can just see 4090 here is on TSMC 5 nanometer. They're now on 3 nanometers, so it could get better. 7900 XTX was also on 5 nanometer here. It's like these are very tight, and we're starting to get to that point where, hey, it's getting really hard to manufacture these guys and actually making significant advancements for these processes. And if we start to get even lower than this, then we could run into even more problems. I'm getting this from Reddit. It's Reddit, you know, the most knowledgeable people on earth here. We can't get smaller than 1 nanometer because quantum tunneling would say hello. Which is basically, we get to a point, electrons themselves in the atoms are going through quantum leaps, and we just can't make a decent process. We can't control it anymore, or the yields would probably be atrocious. Or maybe there's ways that we could get it to work, but it seems like it's going to get very, very difficult and possibly a ton more expensive at that point. Then if it gets more expensive, then Moore's Law is dead. I mean, what do I know though? I'm not a chip engineer. I don't work at TSMC or Intel or something like that. I don't know. I'm just looking at it from here, and it's like, I don't know what we're gonna do when we get to that point. How do we progress further? Where does computing go once we get there? If you do think about it though, there's always a point in every market sector. Like, are we really reinventing the hammer anymore? Are we reinventing a shovel anymore? Eventually we get to the point where these products really can't advance anymore. And we've seen insane advancements in computing and semiconductor technology over the years that it'd be like unprecedented to not have insane advancement. But we might just be getting to that point where how do we actually make these products better? Maybe how we could get them to perform better is, instead of just using these general processors all the time, instead moving towards more and more hardware accelerated for certain tasks on your computer, then we could end up getting faster things in the future, because that takes a lot more development time and software and all that, and also dedicated hardware. Now, another thing is the game getting very demanding, and the hardware that we have just cannot keep up with that. Could be an aspect of the industry that games are actually progressing way too quickly and asking it way more from our hardware, no matter how many software tricks and frame generations and upscaling that we use. No hardware would ever have kept up anyways. Although there is like a complete side of this, is these games that are so demanding, usually they're very demanding because they look hyper realistic. They look photo realistic, some would say. Games can only look so photo realistic. At some point it's real life, or it's to the point where the diminishing returns of making a photo realistic game, the budget would just be insane out of control. Maybe people don't even want photo realistic games. So this is kind of a moot point in some aspect. I mean, in my opinion, Overwatch is literally one of the best games, best looking games, not best games, definitely not one of the best games, best looking games to ever release, and it still is to this day. It's timeless in the way that Overwatch looks. It's not a realistic art style, but it can run on a potato. All kinds of different games also look great as well. Minecraft is the most sold game ever. Now, this is the third thing why I think a lot of our chips are pretty mediocre nowadays, and it might surprise you, because, you know, we're getting second-rate chips, whereas all the companies are selling to their enterprise consumers, and, you know, they're selling their big boy chips like Nvidia. They're selling AI to their big boy businesses and everything. But this might surprise you. All of these processors that we personally use also are on the highest end manufacturing process that is available. for them to be competitive. And you might have noticed when I was flipping through all of the GPUs and their transistors and everything earlier, yeah, most of them are manufactured by one company, TSMC. And it's because this one company is the most advanced one. NVIDIA with 30 series Ampere GPUs, they went with Samsung instead of TSMC. NVIDIA had a lot harder time that generation. They had to blast the power. They had to give it everything they got just to compete with AMD on RDNA 2 because AMD used TSMC and were on a better process node than NVIDIA. TSMC is just really good, really well respected. For example, Apple makes their M series chips. Those are TSMC. Qualcomm, Snapdragon, they use TSMC for their chips as well. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. The Arc A770, so Intel's GPUs, even though Intel has fabrication of their own, they actually use TSMC
Come on,
for
dudes.
their fabrication as well. And this is a good and a bad thing. Obviously, TSMC is ahead of the curve, so we're getting the best products. But also, TSMC has said themselves, and here, I don't exactly know where this quote
I'm about
comes
to level up,
from,
so
but have admitted in mid-2023 that the demand for chip on wafer substrate, whatever, has exceeded production capacity, and the company has vowed to double the capacity by the end of 2024. Basically, they don't have enough manufacturing to keep up with all these companies getting chips from them. That's a problem for multiple reasons. They can charge even more, or really whatever they want for these chips to be made, because really they're the only company on the planet to do it. And another side of this can be really dangerous because it is just one company, and this one company is based in Taiwan. You know, something just happened to Taiwan. Guess what? World War III is going to be starting because the whole world needs chips. That's the only company that can make them. I will say that some other foundries are being built. I'd mentioned earlier that Intel can also do fabrication of their chips. Usually their CPUs are built on their own node. Intel has all of these kind of foundries everywhere in the world, and they're expanding even more into the United States, which is probably good to separate where these things are in the world. And it'll probably lead to the US economy getting better. Hell yeah, freedom, guns, and cheeseburgers, let's go. And that's also led to Intel possibly getting some deals, say like from NVIDIA. Pretty sure right now, Intel at their fabs is actually making some things for NVIDIA at the moment. It's pretty cool. And this is really only enabled by a recent thing that came out. Because you would think Intel can't really do this because Intel isn't like TSMC. TSMC doesn't really care, but Intel obviously also makes graphics cards and CPUs. Intel has some issues that they might steal technology from companies. Intel is now actually thinking about chunking up their business. They might sell off their foundry business, or at least do a spin-off so the companies aren't really related and that other businesses can trust them more so they can make some more revenue and actually get bookings. We've also seen things that apply to Intel, TSMC, and Samsung is the United States Chip Act, because the US is actually funding companies to make foundries in the US now. So more of these fabs from other companies will be out there at some point. But I'm not sure how much it's really going to help the situation, because these other companies aren't as advanced as TSMC is, and we are going to be making stuff on the highest process node. So if TSMC doesn't have the manufacturing capabilities, or they're just charging even more, then we're going to end up getting that cost passed down to us at some point in the future. Now, the fourth reason why I think this is all happening is that companies are prioritizing profits. I know, crazy, right? A company wanting to make money or having to make money from their investors. That's huge, because when chips aren't that exciting and people don't really want to buy them, well, these companies need to charge more for the chips that are selling so that they can make more revenue. They need to make more revenue year over year. This kind of relates back to that fab capacity stuff, because TSMC can only make so many chips. And these companies are prioritizing profit. You see where we're going here. So the chips that they are selling, these companies are going to be prioritizing the ones that make them the most money. NVIDIA, for example, well, they're going to make chips for their business, their enterprise. AMD, Intel, they're all mostly going to be prioritizing their enterprise customers in order to make the most money possible. These companies have realized just how much money there is in the business side of this, and not in the consumer side. Because man, we're cheap. My last reason why I think we're in the situation we're in with PC hardware, the unprecedented amount of inflation that's been going on. I just pull up this thing from Inflation Calculator, from the United States. You can see in 2021, our inflation rate was 7%.
It's a bit of
In 2022 is 6.5%. In 2023 is 3.4%. So it seems to be balancing out. But you can see that these rates are insane for what they have been. It's not like it's going up 20% in a year or something like that, but it's a lot more than it typically is. And that does definitely affect the situation we're in. Higher inflation makes things cost more for the companies and eventually to us in the process. Part of this inflation is caused by the pandemic. I mean, it's in 2021, 2022. What do you think? That's pandemic years. This is kind of an unprecedented scenario that doesn't really happen that often. And we're basically in a mini recession or whatever. This definitely affects the value of the products that we're getting at the end of the day. And again, these companies want to make money. They have literally zero incentive to make their products cheaper and take more of a cut of their profit in order to make affordable products for us. So that gets me to the big question. So we're at this point where GPU hardware, CPU hardware, everything just isn't that exciting. Things, even when they are good, are too expensive to really be reasonable. Can it get better, or will it get better? No. I mean, yes, it could get better. I don't think we're gonna ever be nearly at the same rate of improvement that we ever were before because of all the reasons I listed above. I'd be surprised if we end up exponentially increasing our performance and our transistor count, everything. Now, some things like with price maybe could end up getting a little bit better because we are seeing all these other companies make foundries, and that means that we're gonna have more competition in the space at some point in time when they can maybe catch up with TSMC, if that's possible. The thing about it though is a lot of these foundries and everything are still years and years off. This isn't gonna be like a thing. It's not gonna happen tomorrow. And this whole situation, I think, it's honestly pretty sad. Over the years, we've seen so much improvement. We've seen generations of GPUs, CPUs that we've been genuinely excited for. It's like, what are we gonna get next? It's gonna be insane performance. Like, oh, the top tier card is going to cost $300 now, basically, from the last generation. It's gonna be insane, and I don't think we're ever going to be seeing that type of improvement anymore. I hope, pray to God, that I'm gonna be eating my words at some point, that I was wrong. Now, if you think I'm completely wrong, go ahead and tell me. I'm not convinced things are really gonna get better. They just keep trending to get worse. If every company that's out there is having these issues where things just are slowing down significantly, this seems like a completely industry-wide thing. PC hardware in general kind of sucks right now and has been sucking more and more over the years. I would just say don't upgrade your hardware every generation or every other generation. I'd probably wait 3 to 4 generations before you upgrade your stuff. That's been it for me. I'm gonna see you guys in the next video. Y'all have a good one. Try to. I'm gonna see ya. Peace.
Why can't they do that, dude? Can you drop, please? What's the next video?
I know it. You know it. We all know it. PC gaming has been a joke lately. Take a look at the games and stuff lately. Monster Hunter Wilds. How does this game run like total shit, but it's in a freaking desert? And when you go into more like detailed areas and stuff, it doesn't get any better. Black Myth Wukong. This game does not need to be as demanding as it is. There's no way. You could have just baked all the lights in this game. Indiana Jones, the first game to legitimately require your GPU to have ray tracing on it. If you just turn the settings up in this game a little bit, because of the VRAM demands of this game, it absolutely crumbles on all kinds of GPUs. Alan Wake 2, you don't even have to turn on ray tracing in this game for it to just destroy your FPS, destroy your GPU. It's crazy. There's just a total list of games of all of them just run like garbage. They also run like garbage on console too, so don't think you're like away from this, you just can't tell. And also on the PC gaming side of things, we just look here. These freaking GPUs are not available. You look up a 5090 on PC Part Picker, this kind of lists all of the GPUs that are online available. Literally none are available. All of them are sold out. This GPU did just come out, but still, maybe a 5080. This GPU just came out. It's supposed to be $1,000, which is already really expensive. $1,790, basically $1,800, almost $2,000. They're getting scalped. It's wild. So I'll just buy the old generation cards. Well, if you look at the 4080, the 4080 is just a little bit cheaper than the 5080. That's great, isn't it? It's just, it's so terrible, man. Even the cheaper cards, you go down to like an RTX 4070.
Someone
Still not available. This is supposed to be 550 and it's up over 700. What about a 4060 Ti? A pretty trash graphics card, but there's only one available at MSRP at $400. There's all these, they're all sold out. There's a lot of reasons why when they limit the supply, because there isn't that much competition at the moment, and they can just like charge whatever the heck they want, make whatever profit margins they want. But I don't really want to even cover that. I don't really want to talk about GPU pricing and supply. We've been talking about that for a while. What I really want to cover here is when you dig down past the supply, past the price, these GPUs still suck. Let's dig into this guy, the RTX 5070 Ti. This guy's been a roller coaster of emotions. Now, the 70 class graphics card has typically been a mid-range graphics card that quite a lot of people could realistically afford. They would typically offer performance on around the same level of like the last generation flagship. So we see here the RTX 4070, super. It's right here. It's 5% faster than the 3090. There's all kinds of cases here in Daniel Owen's video where it does beat the RTX 3090. That was the last generation flagship, all that kind of stuff. The RTX 3070 versus a 2080 Ti, which was the 20 series flagship. And this guy was beating it or getting close to matching the flagship from the previous generation in a lot of different cases here. Look here as well with Gamers Nexus on the 1080 Ti, a legendary GPU, but the 2070 would actually beat the 1080 Ti quite a bit of the time. So even though the value of the 2070 really wasn't the best, it did at least beat the 1080 Ti, and at times with the 2070 Super, it really did put up a really strong competition against the previous generation flagship. So you get these cards that are like mid-range options, and they match the last generation. It's like, oh, you could just wait for the next gen and get a really good value GPU. Enter the 5070 Ti. I'm gonna put the logo upside down just to, have a little bit of fun. This is a modern 70 class GPU. They're just into breaking the mold and everything. And I was so excited to test the 5070 Ti. I knew it was gonna be an amazing GPU.
Such a great card, excited to install it. It's gonna be awesome, guys, I swear.
Now this is supposed to be a $750 graphics card, which is a pretty large increase over the past two generations of GPUs. Like the 3070 Ti was supposed to be $600. This is what they look like. $1,000, $830, $800, $880, $920. The thing is, it also gets destroyed by the RTX 4090 in so many games. Now, the 4090 was an exceptionally fast flagship for the 40 series, so maybe this wouldn't surprise you that much, but the 5070 Ti, it gets clobbered. On average, what I have found is that the 4090 is about 35 to 40% faster. So it used to be like they would be within range. Now it is just, the old flagship is blowing this out of the water. 46% faster in Alan Wake 2, which does get you over 60 FPS on the 4090, so this is a significant performance gain. 39% in Black Myth Wukong, up to 82 FPS, that's a much better experience. 34% faster in Cyberpunk, and 41% faster in The Last of Us Part 1. I don't need to show you really that much more. It's just sad across the board that this card, this new 5070 Ti, doesn't even like lay a finger on it. Like, it doesn't even come close to what the RTX 4090 is. So typically in other generations, they would just compare the 70 class card to previous generation flagship, because that's a really good marketing point. But this generation, this time around, Nvidia compared it to the previous generation 4070 Ti. This is Nvidia's own numbers. Now these ones, that's saying it's over 100% faster or something like that. Those are bullshit because those are using multi-frame generation. So apparently, according to them, the 5070 Ti performs like 35% faster. So probably somewhere in there, maybe a little bit more. But what I want to like contextually tell you guys is that this isn't really like a great comparison, because the 4070 Ti was universally hated. Look at all these reviews for the 4070 Ti. Are any of these really positive? And Nvidia is following this up with something that might be okay, Well, I just so happen to have a 4070 Ti. So why don't we... Guys, on the left side here, so just keep this in mind. The settings are on the bottom if you want to take a look at those, and you need to pay attention to the average FPS and the 1% lows that are right next to it. Those are the big numbers here. There's all the stats above as well if you want to take a look at those. But in Stalker 2, the 5070 Ti is only 11% faster. That's okay, I guess. I mean, it's not massive, but it's nothing what Nvidia was claiming here. In Remnant 2, the 5070 Ti was 20% faster. I would say it's actually a pretty decent increase. It's not massive on a generation, but it's decent. It's only 11% ahead in Marvel Rivals. That's not that much. In Last of Us Part 1, if we're at 1440p, it's only 16% ahead. But if we do jump up to 4K, like leaps and bounds ahead, it's at 35% faster at 4K. And this seems pretty great, but I think this is less because the 5070 Ti is some amazing godsend GPU, and we'll see this more later. But I think this is more because Nvidia gimped the 4070 Ti so much. It was just embarrassing. It had embarrassing levels of VRAM and only had 12 gigabytes, whereas the 5070 Ti is 16 gigabytes. And the VRAM on the 5070 Ti is so much faster because of this too. So I think that's more why we're seeing this. We move over to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's 31% faster at 4K. 22% faster at Cyberpunk 4K Ultra. That's not with ray tracing at all. In Black Myth Wukong, we're only getting 11% faster as well. A lot of these Unreal Engine 5 games like Wukong is UE5, Marvel Rivals is UE5, Remnant 2, Stalker 2. So many games are going to be UE5, and this isn't getting a huge uplift over the previous generation in these titles. We head over to Alan Wake 2. It's only 16% in this title. So overall, not super large improvements in terms of the rasterized performance in a lot of these games, which I think that's the performance most people care about, at least to this point in time. More games are starting to use ray tracing, but not every game does. But I still think we should check out ray tracing. Maybe on the 5070 Ti, it would be a bigger increase, something that'd be revolutionary for this card. If we just turn on ray traced reflections in Cyberpunk, it's 29% faster at 4K, which is pretty large, though it's still not playable on the 5070 Ti. And I think this speed difference here is VRAM related too, because if we turn on DLSS quality, which reduces the internal resolution of the game, because now we're rendering at 1440p and upscaling it up to 4K, the percent increase here kind of drops off a cliff. It only goes to 16%. So we're probably VRAM limited on the 4070 Ti, whether it be bandwidth or whether it be the actual capacity. And we turn on path tracing in Cyberpunk. It's a massive 44% faster at 1440p. Isn't this incredible? The 5070 Ti is just absolutely pulling ahead, but ignore that it's only getting 26 FPS and you would never play at this. If you turn on DLSS quality at 1440p here, you still really wouldn't want to play at it either on either of these cards. Neither of these cards can really do this. In Black Myth Wukong, on 1440p with a quality upscale, so that's from 1080p to 1440p, we can actually get about 60 FPS, a little under 60 FPS on the 5070 Ti, and that's with full path tracing. So that's maybe something you'd want to play on. Maybe turn on frame generation. You might get a decent experience in this game. We head over to the ray tracing in Alan Wake 2. I think this game is dumb for this. This game runs like shit. Not even with upscaling at 1440p, going up to 1440p. We can't even get 60 FPS on the 5070 Ti. And this is only medium ray tracing settings. This isn't even like high or very high in this game. The 5070 Ti can't even do that. So we see all these titles, we see all these games where they perform so close. Like despite the 4070 Ti being so poorly received, you think it'd be an easy layup to make a 5070 Ti that just destroys that card. They perform so close. I'll just call it a 4070 Ti. Or maybe we could call the 5070 Ti a 4070 Ti, I don't know, Super? Oh wait, the 4070 Ti Super already exists. This is where it gets embarrassing. I think we gotta play spot the difference at this point, because ignoring the times that the 5070 Ti loses, there's actually too many of these cases for me to be like comfortable. We're realistically only looking at about a 7% faster on average performance difference here versus the 4070 Ti Super. This is the card that I think Nvidia should have been comparing the 5070 Ti to, because it matches it a lot more spec for spec, and it was a previous generation card still. There are quite a few games where the 5070 Ti does pull ahead a massive, 10% or more, like in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or in Space Marine 2. There's also a bunch of games where this GPU is only like 4 to 7% ahead of the old generation card. Margin of error. So what is an acceptable amount of error up and down with these kind of tests? I would think like almost 1 to 3% margin of error. I think it makes sense for a lot of tests here. And if we do take that into account, margin of error, let's say the 4070 Ti Super was 2% faster, and then, the 5070 Ti was 2% slower, just on a run-to-run variance type of thing, because I do quite a few tests here. Then all of a sudden, because this gap between the GPUs is so small, that margin of error could make them damn near the same thing. And I think that's what we see in so many of these tests. Like, it might just be margin of error at this point. I'm not sure. It's weird. So you're probably thinking is like, well, I don't need to get the new generation graphics card then, because the old generation works perfectly fine. It has the same amount of VRAM and everything too. You aren't really missing out on anything. But you might have forgot. Yeah, well, you can't buy the old generation cards either. So, you. And the super keen and turbo nerds among you guys may have noticed that I've been running the 5070 Ti here at its reference clock speed, which is like 2457 megahertz. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. But the other cards I've been comparing it to, like the 4070 Ti, this card here does have an OC BIOS. You might want to take a look at that. It says an overclocked BIOS. I've been running the overclocked version of this card, same with the 4070 Ti Super. They both have an overclocked or a performance BIOS on them. Well, what I think is weird is Nvidia shipped me this 5070 Ti graphics card, and it's supposed to be an MSRP card, which would mean it usually doesn't have a bunch of bells and whistles. It usually isn't overclocked, and it's usually supposed to be operating as a reference spec, so it gives us an idea. This is the MSRP card, what most people will be able to get. But this one in particular does have an overclock BIOS on it as well. Now, in this one, they call it a P BIOS, which probably means performance, I would think, but it can mean all kinds of things, so take your wildest guesses. In my opinion, I think this GPU is just fine. I mean, the average person would probably buy something like this, but it's a little bit weird to send it for a review. The gap between the base quiet one, which is basically the reference clock speed on this card, and the performance BIOS is decently large. I would say on average we get about a 6% increase on this mode, and the fans really don't get that much louder, and I don't think the power usage is increased by a whole lot either. But one of the weird things is on this mode, maybe it's power limited a little bit or something, but it introduces some stutters into the gameplay for some reason, making the gameplay experience possibly worse despite the average FPS looking higher. You could get more stutters. Now, this can depend on the game. Some games are perfectly fine, but some games, actually I'd say almost most of them, do have this issue, at least on this specific mode. Now, I tested this on the latest drivers, and with this performance BIOS and everything, the lead does grow a bit more against the 4070 Ti Super, maybe separating it just a tiny bit, where maybe you can notice the FPS difference without having an FPS counter on the screen to show you. And I did fully benchmark this card on the performance BIOS as well, but I didn't really want to show you guys those ones as much because I think this is so crazy. Just a few percent here and there can make these cards indistinguishable. Why does the 5070 Ti need to exist? But you can't now buy the previous generation graphics cards, so you're kind of in this stuck position. Stepping back a little bit, what is the point of this entire generation of GPUs? Because that's the same thing with the 5080 versus the 4080. These cards, like, that's maybe 10% faster some of the time. We also look at RTX 5090 versus the 4090. It costed $400, or it's supposed to cost $400 more than the 4090 on paper. Proportionally, like if you look at the performance, it's like, what, 30% faster sometimes? And you're paying like 25% more money for like 30% more performance, maybe on average. Not really worth it for that. And this is something that's been happening to every single generation. It's like an shitification or a shrinkflation type thing, where every generation has just been getting worse and worse versus the previous one. And I'm just wondering at this point, like, what are we building to? Are we building towards like something better, or is it just gonna stagnate and just stay the same forever? So if we combine everything at this current state in time, you know, PC gaming feels like a joke, you know. The supply that we've been seeing with these cards just not being available. You can't make an upgrade even if you wanted to. It's way too expensive, and I don't recommend buying a graphics card for months. We'll see if they come back in stock. I don't know, and I'm not really super confident. Then there's also the cutting off the old gen. You can't buy the old generation graphics cards, and that makes this really, really hard for everybody. Also, games just have an ungodly level of demand. I think a lot of developers were expecting GPUs and systems to be faster than they were at this point in time. But now we're getting games like Monster Hunter Wilds that is just stupid demanding. But it's also demanding on the CPU too, so maybe it's not just the GPU side of things here. So PC gaming feels miserable at the moment, at least on the graphics card side. Which does give me a little bit hopeful because a lot of the other sides of PC gaming is still quite good. Like the CPU side of things, pretty good. Storage prices, you can now get a really fast SSD. You can get like a 4 terabyte one for like $200. That's a lot of storage. Or you can get like a 1 terabyte one for like, you know, less than 80 bucks or something. So like those are really nice. Also, RAM prices have gone down a lot. You don't need to cut off and sell your finger to buy a freaking RAM stick. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. Also, cases have been looking pretty cool lately as well. And there's still some really nice budget options. You know, a lot of the other parts of PC gaming is still pretty good, but the actual act of playing games on PC, you know, kind of the point of PC gaming, well, that part of it sucks because GPUs suck on price and performance. Games are really hard to run. And those are the bulk of what makes up your graphics and your gaming performance. And to me, it's also a shame of how great a lot of games have been. Like, there's been like a revitalization of good games. Especially, I'm looking at like Stalker 2, Monster Hunter Wilds. You see these guys and they're just so hard to run that I think it spoils the experience for a lot of people. It's really hard to get good performance out of these games. They should be a great experience. They're really good games and they deserve it. I can't really recommend it. I don't even know if I want to play them. It ruins the experience for me. I have all kinds of GPUs to play it on. So about the highest end system you can realistically get, and it still sours the experience for me. So I must really suck for somebody who doesn't really have that much. This brings me to, so tomorrow, AMD, well, it'll be tomorrow morning, I'll be streaming this. I'm reacting to the announcement. AMD is announcing their new graphics cards, the 9070 and the 9070 XT. And this is going to be a moment of truth to really see if there is going to be competition here, and is this going to be, you know, possibly salvageable. Is there going to be something that we can actually buy at a good price? Now, we'll see how this ages. I don't know. I don't know. I'm ready. I want AMD to be very competitive, but I'm so ready for them to just price their GPU at like $650, $700 and it just be dead on arrival right away. I'm ready for that too. Don't get me wrong. I'm hopeful they can do something because they should be able to of this whole situation that's been going on. We shall see. Now go ahead and let me know what you think about this whole situation. Are you even buying a GPU, or are you just gonna not upgrade? Because I don't really blame you if you don't want to do something like that. Let me know in the comments below, and join me for the stream tomorrow. I will be there. I'll be waking up early. I still have to edit this video after I record this. Yeah, I got so much testing to do for these new GPUs coming out. 5070, 9070, 9070 XT. It's gonna be nuts. Y'all have a good one, or at least try to. I'm gonna see you. Peace.
Come on, dude. Give me one, please. Just one. I had 3 already. Yo, there's so much Oris. It's insane. Up. What is this nonsense? Jesus.
It's that time of the year when awards are given out and think pieces penned to celebrate the best that the past 12 months had to offer. And quite the year it has been. So why is it that when I look back at 2023, it feels more like a year defined by bad games than good ones? The obvious answer would be that maybe this year just sucked. And hey, as my parents like to say, we can't all be winners, sometimes you do just suck. I mean, sometimes years just suck. And yeah, that would explain it. Except, it turns out, 2023 did not suck, for video games at least. Nor was it mid, somewhat below average, or even slightly above par. In fact, it wasn't good, it wasn't great, it wasn't even excellent. It was, by objective metrics, one of the best years in gaming history, and easily the best of the last decade, with more games receiving a Metacritic score above 90 than any other in the past 20 years, and more games in the high 80s as well. It's also the first time in a while that the question everyone seems to place so much importance on, of what was the game of the year, actually has a real range of viable answers rather than the usual one or two. And it's not just about big releases either. There have been plenty of notable indie and mid-budget titles, and even the genres receiving acclaim show more diversity than the usual cinematic action or open-world game domination of most years, with highly acclaimed turn-based RPGs, survival horror games, fighting games, 2D platformers, and more. You can debate the finer details if you like, but one thing you can't do is say that 2023 was a bad year for games. So why did bad games still seem to monopolize so much of media and content creation this year? Why are we all so obsessed with bad video games? Well, how much time do you have? And how much would you like to know? Because the history of bad games runs deep, and our relationship with them seems complicated. Bad games have come a long way, and there's no better place to start this exploration than the present.
0.01.
Yeah, 2023 was certainly a good year for good games, but it wasn't exactly a bad year for bad games either, depending on what exactly you mean by bad. It probably comes as no surprise, but it's still worth repeating that there are a lot of video games out there, and more are released each day. Statistics from 2022 put the number of new games released on Steam alone at over 34 a day, and that is a number that has long been increasing. So, with so many games existing, and the low barrier of entry presented by modern game development and modern distribution methods, it's only logical that some of those games, maybe even most of them, will be bad by most measurable metrics. Many will be made by small teams or solo developers with little, if any, to eke out minimal profit from less than minimal effort. This is just the gaming world we live in today, and there are advantages to this situation as well, as the low barrier of entry can sometimes lead to gold. I'd say that the Undertales and Obra Dinns of the world more than make up for the large number of lesser quality games that might exist alongside them, somewhere in the shadows of the Steam storefront. And so, much like the large number of cockroaches at your local favourite fast food joint, this wealth of genuinely bad games tend to exist out of sight and out of mind, even if deep down we're still aware that they're out there. Now, some rare individuals might not be content to just ignore this rich selection of gaming's least noteworthy offerings, and might partake in the practice of Steam dumpster diving to actively seek out the worst of the worst. This is an activity presumably usually done to create content out of, rather than for the merits of the games themselves. But if one does find themselves with a taste for trash, Steam is not a bad place to get your fill, due to the 2-hour refund policy that allows you to play and not pay, as well as the abundant amount of choice. Generally though, these kinds of low quality, low budget and low importance games do little to truly satisfy the bad game enthusiasts of the world. No, what truly separates the spoiled cream from the crop are those much rarer examples of games that are bad despite their budget. Games that once showed promise, that come from established entities, or that carry a certain symbolic importance. These are the bad games that history remembers. But even amongst these, there are still many recognizable characteristics and patterns that differentiate one type of bad video game from another. The first group that comes to mind is generic shovelware, i.e. budget games that do just about enough to go
almost
Steam
3K.
to find their way to more exclusive storefronts or even retail shelves, where they then hope that their low quality might go unnoticed until after purchase. Examples
I'm
will
gonna
often
reach
include
3K
games
first
aimed at
before I find
children,
that.
more casual or party
It's gonna
focused
take a
games,
while.
and entries into lesser known sports series or genres where there might be a general lack of competition. These games often seem to target the type of consumer who doesn't check review scores to begin with, and so will be unswayed by critical consensus. And once upon a time, these games made up a significant part of the industry. Now though, retail sales have declined and consumer awareness has risen, so shovelware might not be as profitable as it once was, which 2023 reflects. Maybe examples like Everybody Want to Switch still do enough to seem noteworthy
I'm
due to
sick
their
of this
combination
place,
of low quality, despite the direct involvement of a big name like Nintendo. But really, there's just too much competition in the bad game arena for games that are only notable for being bad to really stand out, whether they get a retail release or not. One way for a bad game to go beyond the generic shovelware tier is to cash in on a pre-existing intellectual property. Licensed games have a long history of dubious quality, and the reason is similar to games already discussed, except rather than trying to fill small holes in the market or appeal to less informed consumers, licensed games instead also rely on the appeal of the IP being enough to sell the game regardless of quality. You might think that major media juggernauts like The Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, or Marvel may wish to preserve the sanctity of their billion-dollar brands by avoiding tying them to dumpster fire games, but apparently that's never been much of a concern, and so the quality of a license and the quality of a licensed game have long showed little correlation. Bad licensed games are also not as common as they once were, but 2023 still has a few that truly went above and beyond the lowest of expectations. Like Skull Island Rise of Kong, an action-adventure beat-em-up where you play as everyone's second favourite oversized ape. Long has King Kong been forced to live in the shadow of his more successful, yet not quite copyright-infringing gaming compatriot Donkey Kong, and long shall he remain there, I guess.
Please drop one.
Described by
Just
IGN
one,
as
dudes.
ugly, full of bugs and boring, by PC Gamer as barely playable, and by Steam as psychological horror and hentai, Skull Island
sick
Rise of
of it.
Kong stands out for being even worse than a typical bad game, as well as failing as a movie tie-in if that was the intent, because the movie came out in 2017. Still, for publisher Game Mill Entertainment, this was only one of several awful licensed games that released this year, with other gems including Avatar: The Last Airbender, Quest for Balance, and The Walking Dead Destinies, both of which managed the impressive feat of going toe-to-toe with Rise of Kong for the crown of worst licensed game of the year. And so, the addition of a license can elevate the noteworthiness of a bad game. However, the effect of this is still often rather limited because bad licensed games have been around for years, and expectations for them have long been set low. Yes, it can still feel insulting to fans of the original IP to see their beloved franchise aggressively manhandled in such a way, but these days beloved franchises being mistreated isn't exactly a new thing, or something exclusive to video games.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat, are you?
So, if you want to really insult a fanbase through the badness of a game, a better method might be to target fanbases of pre-existing games, like with a good old reboot or revival. The great advantage of this method is you don't need access to the largest fanbases or biggest franchises, because if anything, the older and more forgotten the franchise is, the more insulting its mistreatment becomes. Like, imagine this, just imagine, if you took one of the most historically important and influential games of all time, like, I don't know, Colossal Cave Adventure, the text-based adventure game developed by Will Crowther and Don Woods in 1976 for their PDP-10 mainframe computer. The game that arguably launched the entire adventure game genre and remains a major landmark for interactive fiction to this day. Imagine if you remade something like that as a modern game in 2023 and the result was just really, really bad. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, that does sound pretty unbelievable, and yet, obviously, it's happened already, if you couldn't tell where I'm going here. Say hello to 2023's Colossal Cave, a game that really didn't need to exist, and yet, at least if you look at who developed this, it's clear that it wasn't just a cynical corporate cash grab, it was just bad. But if you do want some soulless corporatism to spice up your bad franchise revival, then don't worry, because good old reliable Ubisoft has got
man.
you covered. The
They just
Settlers was a
won't.
long-running and much-enjoyed
Just
city
drop
building
one,
and
man.
real-time strategy game with a light-hearted aesthetic that always lived a little in the shadow of genre compatriots like SimCity or Civilization. The series has had its ups and downs over the years, with its last entry being the still well-reviewed Settlers 7 in 2010. Until 2023's The Settlers' New Allies, that is, which was not well-reviewed, and in addition to being a lackluster take on Settlers gameplay, was also buggy and laggy. The longer fans have to wait for a sequel, the greater the slap to the face is when that sequel disappoints. But if Settlers fans felt they were slapped hard this year, know that it could have been worse. Flashback was a much-loved cult classic cinematic platformer from 1992. Flashback 2, on the other hand, was a mistake from 2023 that received a 36 out of 100 on Metacritic and was described by reviewers as a complete failure, depressingly awful, and a disaster in almost every respect. And if low quality and long waits aren't enough, one final method to really rub salt in a fanbase's wounds is to add in some aggressive monetization as well, as is the case with Konami's recently released free-to-play interactive story thing, Silent Hill Ascension.
Fuck this game,
and hey,
man.
people
Holy
have been
fuck.
asking for a new
Drop
Silent Hill
one,
for
dude.
years, so here you go, enjoy. The
It's all
Battle
worms,
Pass is only $20. You don't want to miss out on your exclusive Silent Hill emojis, do you? And so, while bad license games do provide a solid starting point for elevating a bad game, bad franchise revivals and sequels definitely offer higher potential in maximizing impact. And yet, if maximizing impact is the goal, nothing is as effective as using established developers to create higher expectations and generate real hype, only to then deliver disaster. And it's here that 2023 really started hitting its stride. The year began with Forspoken, from well-known publisher Square Enix, and a development team formed from those responsible for well-known game, Final Fantasy XV, in addition to several other big industry names like writer Amy Hennig, the creator and original director of the well-known Uncharted series. Forspoken was an open-world action RPG with a heavy focus on traversal mechanics and
Man,
strong visuals,
please.
but its story
Just
and
one,
gameplay
man.
received much criticism, with
Fuck.
its dialogue in particular coming under heavy scrutiny online.
What is
for
it
its
now?
perceived cringiness.
2960.
I just move shit with my freaking mind! Yeah, okay, that is something I do now.
Forspoken received mixed critic reviews, worse user reviews, and only a month after its release, its developer was dissolved by Square Enix. Compared to earlier games, Forspoken is of a higher quality, but compared to the circumstances which surround these games, it can also be considered a much greater disappointment. Unlike others, it had a large budget and an experienced developer, with trailers that were shown off at major gaming events to create genuine expectations that it might be good, and this all helped to make its failure that much more special. A similar situation can be seen with the later released Redfall, a vampire-themed multiplayer looter shooter from developer Arcane of Deathloop, Prey and Dishonored fame, published by Bethesda Softworks and promoted by parent company Microsoft, who were clearly positioning the game as a flagship release for their
Give me
much-pushed
million.
subscription service,
Come on,
Xbox
bro.
Game Pass.
Come on.
Unfortunately
Just
for all involved,
give me one, man.
Redfall bombed, receiving an even lower critic score than Forspoken, with poor enemy AI and technical issues highlighted as some of its most glaring issues, and a dismally low estimated player count, ensuring that it would go down as a major commercial failure as well as a critical one. Now, really, if we're being honest with ourselves, it's obvious that neither Redfall nor Forspoken even come close to being the worst game of the year if quality is all that matters. But clearly, quality isn't the only thing that matters, and it's here we come to an important philosophical question that is at the heart of bad game discourse, which is what's more important, how bad the game actually is, or the circumstances which surround it. Generally speaking, the attention a bad game receives correlates directly to the number of people it disappoints, rather than how bad it truly is. And this makes sense because who cares about a bad game that nobody cares about? While on the other hand, the more people that care about something, the more reason there becomes to care about it. We live in a society, and so people become personally invested, others start to take notice as well, the badness of the game becomes a story, content is created about it, the fallout is further reaching due to the higher stakes, the story then possibly grows even more to take on a life of its own, and within this is surely where much of the appeal of bad games lies.
Oh, man.
And if bad games are a story, disappointment seems like it might be the key ingredient. But the question then becomes, where should the line be drawn between a bad game and a disappointing game? This leads us to the next type of bad game, the disappointments. A more controversial category where the lines are unclear and people frequently disagree, but a category that derives a lot of attention and so deserves a lot to be mentioned. For an example of such a game, look no further than Diablo 4, the long-awaited action RPG sequel from Blizzard Entertainment. Diablo's fourth mainline entry received near universal critical acclaim, with an 86 on Metacritic and an even higher score on consoles. And yet, not everyone agreed with this assessment, with the user score sitting at a rather contrasting 2.2. So, what is Diablo 4? On the one hand, you have IGN describing the game as a spectacular sequel, and Windows Central calling it Blizzard's magnum opus, and yet, according to Metacritic user Ilum1Nat, it is very bad, very badry. Hang on, let me pull up the rest. Yeah, of course. Badry. So, who are you going to listen to? Is the game spectacular, or is it badry? And this is the beauty of the disappointments category. Really, it's up to you. A game can be bad if you want it to be, or it can be a masterpiece, and maybe even a masterpiece that normal consumers are too dumb to appreciate, or a bad game that critics are too dumb to see through, meaning not only are you justified in liking or disliking something, but also that you're better than everyone else who thinks differently to you. 2023 had many such disappointments. Some disappointed a small number of vocal dislikers while pleasing most, like Final Fantasy XVI. Some became a proxy for people's console allegiance, like Starfield. Some were disappointing in an expected way, like EA Sports FC 24. And some were expected to be disappointing, and yet still managed to be more disappointing than the low bar expected of them, like Overwatch 2 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Are these all bad games? Well, maybe, but maybe not, and maybe some, or maybe none. It all depends on how you define bad game and who you ask, but one thing that is for sure is that many people are calling these games bad, and while opinions can get exaggerated, the disappointment around them is still real. Disappointments matter, but there is still one final main category that might surpass even them: the baffling. The why was this even made and how did this happen type of
We
game.
skipped.
This might be the rarest and most desirable category of all. Unlike the disappointments, these games tend to be bad in an uncontroversial way where there's no risk of upsetting anyone by criticizing them, and yet unlike the normal shovelware, bad license games, or failed franchise revivals, these games are not a regular occurrence, and instead possess a unique quality which makes them stand out and demands that people take notice of them. Take 2023's crime boss Rocket City. On the surface, it's a poorly made Payday clone where players work together to complete various heist-type missions. This makes it seem anything but notable, but then you see its cast. With Michael Madsen playing the lead role and support from the likes of Chuck Norris, Danny Trejo, Danny Glover, Kim Basinger, Vanilla Ice, and more, it means this game has an absolutely star-studded lineup of somewhat washed-up celebrities. Given the 90s setting, however, and the exaggerated crime boss premise, it makes this cast a strangely perfect fit for this type of game. Except they're delivering performances like this.
Let's end it here today.
That'll be Sheriff Goddamn fucking Norris.
That's it. We end this.
Yeah. Charge.
And it's not just the performances.
Come
The
on.
voice direction, script, and the entire premise all work together to create something that is so bad, some might consider it good. Or just something so bad that it becomes interesting. I mean, bad games come out all the time, but it's rare for a bad game to bring down so many other big names alongside it. Roque City's notoriety was likely limited by its lack of a Steam release, which is always a risky move for a multiplayer game, and it also didn't involve the downfall of any big-name developer, with it instead being the first game of the newly formed in-game studios. This might also answer the question of how this game came to be.
Man.
The studio behind it were inexperienced. They knew that one of the hardest parts of getting started in the industry is simply getting your game noticed amidst so much competition, and so they spent a lot of their budget on the celebrity cast, but in the end weren't able to create a game that matched their ambitions. Game development is hard, and money and time can and often do run out. Good voice acting also requires more than just good actors, and what we see in game might be the result of poor direction and general inexperience with a production like this. So while crime boss Roque City is bad, it still only manages to baffle on a surface level, which is sufficient to make it the flavour of the month for a while, but not enough to leave a truly lasting legacy up there with the real giants of bad video games. Luckily though, 2023 would manage to produce a giant of its own. Gollum. Yes, as giants go, he may be on the smaller side, but a very small man-hobbit thing can still cast a large shadow, and the Lord of the Rings Gollum has done just that. This is a shining example of the most exclusive and elusive type of bad game. A game so bad that people struggle to understand it, and so bad that they can't help but pay attention to it. Gollum is the bad game your girlfriend told you not to worry about. A game so bad that it will leave its mark on gaming history and be remembered long after many better games have been forgotten. But we'll come back to Gollum later. He's not going anywhere. In the interest of thoroughness, I suppose we must at least acknowledge that there are other categories of bad games that could be mentioned. One of which might be a new entry to the group that has put forward a strong case for inclusion based on a stellar 2023 performance. The bad PC port. Yes, once upon a time, it was console ports that suffered, while the PC master race sipped grape-flavoured energy drinks high above in their water-cooled towers. But not anymore. In a year that provided many examples suggesting a problem systemic in nature, the worst offenders were easily The Last of Us Part 1 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which could both only be described as broken on PC at release. As far as types of bad games go, this one is hardly the most interesting, and it's debatable whether a good game with a bad port even qualifies to begin with, but it's certainly been a noteworthy trend of gaming in 2023, and I guess the irony does add to the situation. I mean, who's the master race now, PC players? I.e., most of my audience who are watching this right now, including me. Yeah, all that time waiting on GPU prices to come back down for your new build, and then this happens. Not so smart now, are we? Yeah, hopefully this trend doesn't continue. Another debatable category is cancelled games. A subject gamers love to romanticize with wistful thoughts of what could have been and accusing fingers pointed at pesky publishers, but the reality is, games get cancelled for a reason, and if time and money do run out, then a cancelled game might be better than a bad one. At the very least though, bad games and cancelled games do have something important in common, with the main difference often coming down to a single decision. Usually though, this is a decision made behind closed doors and made earlier rather than later. But 2023 does provide at least one example where this wasn't the case. Hyenas from Total War developer Creative Assembly and publisher Sega was an online multiplayer extraction shooter that was basically finished. It had a closed beta where many people played the game, plenty of money was spent on marketing it, and it was reported to be Creative Assembly's and Sega's highest budget game of all time. And yet, just months before its expected release, Sega made the decision to cancel the game entirely, citing concerns around its profitability. If a bad game is measured by its degree of failure, then a major publisher's most expensive game ever made, not even making it to release despite being effectively finished, is a near unprecedented level of failure. It is catastrophic for the developers involved, if no one else, and it raises the important question of how many other bad games have been stolen from the world by cancellations. After all, if a game is so bad it needs to be cancelled, it suggests it might be even worse than the bad games that do release. And if this is true, how many terrible masterpieces might we have been denied over the years? What tragedy there might be if the most tragic games of all never even get a chance to be seen. Or maybe the world has enough bad games already, I don't know. Finally though, we reach the last category I'm going to mention, which is the deliberately bad game. The most confusing and hardest to provide clear examples of type. These are games that feature elements usually considered to be bad design on purpose for positive effect, like for humor or a sense of irony or surrealism and so on, to ultimately blur the distinction between good and bad altogether. 2023 does not provide many examples of this, but one classic case would be 2010's Deadly Premonition, a game that received a 2 out of 10 from IGN and a 10 out of 10 from Destructoid. When you watch a cutscene in Deadly Premonition and it has bad audio mixing, while the in-game characters also struggle to hear each other, is this bad design, good design, or something else entirely? Who knows, but this does introduce a paradox, where if a game is bad on purpose and that is part of what makes it enjoyable, then surely it is not actually bad to begin with, and so does not count as a type of bad game. Regardless, deliberately bad games seem at least worthy of acknowledging, so here you go. And those are all the main types of bad video games that exist today, courtesy of 2023, a good year for bad games. Depending on what you mean by good and bad. Still, this was far from the only year bad games would leave their mark on gaming. Bad games matter. In the early 70s, before gaming had even reached its infancy, the then newly created Atari took some inspiration from tennis on the Macintosh Odyssey to create Pong, and gaming was never the same. But Atari weren't the only ones taking inspiration that decade. The unprecedented success of Pong led to an entire era of Pong clones, where hundreds upon hundreds of cheaply made home Pong consoles flooded the market in the space of a couple years, as every electronic company and new startup around tried desperately to cash in on the hot new craze that was video games. The result was complete market saturation. Soon a second generation of home consoles appeared that offered more than just Pong, but the damage was already done. Consumers lost confidence, retailers struggled to shift stock, and Magnavox filed lawsuits, all of which resulted in the video game crash of 1977. Pong was not a bad game, but its hundreds of cheap imitations were, and they temporarily brought the entire industry down around them. So, at the birth of gaming, bad games were serious business, and did as much to shape the industry as good ones. The video game crash of 1977 is sometimes forgotten about due to it being overshadowed by the much larger crash of 1983, but both had similar causes. The gaming industry bounced back in the late 70s after the success of several arcade classics alongside new cartridge-based home consoles like the Atari 2600, but then Activision broke away from Atari to become the first third-party developer, In response, Atari tried to sue, but failed, thus legitimizing the practice of third-party development. And within a few years, third-party games were everywhere. Companies rushed to cash in on the once more growing market by producing cheap, poorly made games that filled retail shelves. Consumers then had no way to determine the quality of these games without buying them, and once people started getting burnt, they stopped buying. This was a time before the internet, before many reviews, and before established names had been established. Consumers simply weren't protected, and everyone paid the price. The one hope should have been Atari themselves. They were the ones that brought the home console market back from the brink with the 2600, the ones who had created hit titles like Asteroids, and the one who were in that period the fastest growing company in American history. And they were the face of the gaming industry. But even Atari made bad games. The most famous is 1982's E.T. the Extraterrestrial, an adventure game adaptation of the then recently released Spielberg movie that had a rushed development designed around getting the game to retail shelves for the holiday season that year. E.T. had confusing gameplay, received bad reviews, and would go on to become symbolic of all that was wrong with the industry at the time, with it frequently being cited as one of the worst games ever made and one of the greatest failures in gaming. But E.T. was a bit of a scapegoat. The awful 1982 Pac-Man port for the 2600, which failed spectacularly to recreate the popular arcade classic on the less powerful Atari home console, likely did more to damage consumer confidence in the industry, and there were plenty of other examples like this too. The important point to take away from this event, however, isn't about how bad these games may or may not have been, but more about how much they sold. Pac-Man for the 2600 may well be the worst game Atari ever made, and yet it was also the best selling. And amidst so many bad games, with so little quality control and so few ways for consumers to differentiate the good ones, the industry couldn't cope. Atari went from the fastest growing company in history to being given away for no profit, while the entire American gaming market entered a multi-year-long hibernation as onlookers declared gaming to be a fad now coming to its natural conclusion. Home consoles wouldn't make a comeback until the release of the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1985, and when they did, Nintendo went to great lengths to try to avoid the mistakes of the past, with a much stricter licensing system that required approval from Nintendo themselves, as well as the official Nintendo seal of quality to allow consumers to differentiate approved Nintendo games from bootlegs, and Nintendo would even create a lockout chip on the NES to try to prevent unauthorized games from being playable. The result was the establishment of a standard level of quality for console games that has largely remained ever since. And with this, the reign of terror bad games had on the industry was over. But bad games still existed. Quality is relative after all, and just because games were now being checked to ensure that they were playable and reflective of what was being advertised on the box, this didn't mean all games were automatically good. The 8-bit era was also a time when video games were infamously difficult, and so the bad games of this time period tended to be the ones that combined high difficulty with unintuitive, awkward, or confusing design elements. Take Dragon's Lair on the NES, a game famous for most players not even being able to work out how to make it past the first screen, with anything and everything you might try leading to a quick death. Other games might specialize in bad controls, or convoluted gameplay systems, or a lack of player direction. Perhaps the best overall representative of bad games of this era was American toy company turned gaming publisher LJN. Shortly after entering the world of gaming, LJN was bought by another gaming company, Acclaim. But as Nintendo only allowed third parties to release a limited number of games on their system as a form of quality control, it meant that Acclaim ended up using LJN to bypass this rule. As a result, LJN managed to publish an extensive library that includes many of the NES's worst games, including the Uncanny X-Men, Friday the 13th, Back to the Future 2 and 3, and more. It was through this era that the association with licensed games and a lack of quality started to be enshrined. But this was also a time when many good developers and good series started to get the name recognition they deserved. And so perhaps for this reason, some of the most infamous bad games of the following years became the ones which came from developers or series people expected better from. Some classic examples of this are the 1994 Zelda games, as well as Hotel Mario for the Philips CDI. These games were the strange result of an agreement between Philips and Nintendo over the once-planned CD-ROM add-on for the Super Nintendo. In the end, this add-on wasn't released, but several Philips-developed Nintendo games were, and they didn't have much in common with the originals in style or quality. Still, at least they provided a unique glimpse inside the minds of several of Nintendo's most iconic characters.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Luigi, look!
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
And if even Mario and Zelda aren't immune to the threat of bad games, maybe no series was. Although some did seem more vulnerable than others.
Easy.
Like Sonic,
Leveled
which seemed
up.
to go through an extended period of continuously trying to reach
26,
new lows,
so that was
with
21.
2005 Shadow the Hedgehog, followed by Sonic 06, Sonic Riders, Sonic Unleashed, and more.
So 3 points
Many
here.
more, actually, making it almost impressive how consistently bad this once great franchise became for a time. And it was a time that lasted for a while.
Yep.
If only Sega had murdered Sonic sooner, or just asked for help from the fans. For the most part, however, the 90s and the early 2000s was a time when the gaming industry was maturing as it grew, with the cost of game development gradually rising and space on retail shelves becoming more competitive, making it harder for truly terrible games to sneak their way into unsuspecting customers' hands. As the saying goes, however, where there's a will, there's a way, and some terrible games still ended up in places they shouldn't be. Like 2003's Big Rigs Over-the-Road Racing, which holds the record for the lowest ever score of any video game in history on Metacritic, with 8 out of 100.
Bro,
and if that score doesn't sound that bad, consider that many publications have a minimum score of 1, making it a real achievement for a game to get an aggregate score of less than 10. Big Rigs is broken. There's zero collision detection, the AI can't even be bothered to race against you and instead just sits there on the starting line. You can leave the in-game map, and when you go in reverse you can continually accelerate, allowing you to reach a maximum speed of 1.23 times 10 to the power of 37 miles per hour, which is many quintillion times the speed of light. If one were to look for the worst game of all time, Big Rigs is not a bad contender, as while it's not the only broken game ever made, it is broken to an impressive degree, and yet still managed to defy
here.
the odds with a retail release and professional review coverage.
Around 60.
This raises the
By
question
the time
of how did this game
hit
release in such a state to begin with? And the
60.
answer is that the official American developer, Stellar Stone, were outsourcing game development to Eastern Europe, which was where a small team actually made Big Rigs, and yet that team was only able to reach a pre-alpha state before publisher Game Mill decided to ship it. Hopefully, alarm bells are ringing in the heads of the most astute listeners now, because that publisher has shown up in this video already. Game Mill are still around today, as 2023's Avatar Quest for Balance, Skull Island Rise of Kong, and The Walking Dead Destinies all readily testify. And hey, I guess you can't say they don't know what they're doing. In their own words, Game Mill Entertainment have established a proven track record for leveraging the equity of some of the world's most beloved brands in the $100 billion video game market. And who doesn't love a little bit of leveraged equity? Most of the games Game Mill have published over the years have been licensed games, and clearly, on some level, this is an effective strategy for them. which is likely due to the effectiveness of licenses when targeting certain parts of the market. And for a long time, licensed games were probably the best bet for finding a new bad game. In fact, for many years, all major blockbuster movies would come with an obligatory movie tie-in game. Sometimes one movie would even have multiple completely different games designed to cover every available platform. For example, 2002 movie Star Wars Attack of the Clones had 6 games spanning genres as diverse as real-time strategy, space combat, third-person shooter, and side-scrolling action. Unsurprisingly, movie tie-in games like this often disappointed. Originally, these games were mostly conceived as marketing tools to bring more attention to the more important movies in an era where game development was cheap. These games were also often made on a strict deadline so that they could fulfill their purpose of tying in. That said, not every movie game was bad, and some were great, but the median quality was certainly below average, and for many years, bad movie games remained a consistent part of the industry, from E.T. on the Atari to Captain America Super Soldier all the way in 2011. In the 2010s, this would finally start to change, however, as gaming evolved once more, shifting the nature of bad games with it. One of the main drivers for this was game development continuing to get more expensive, pushing traditional development towards a more risk-averse AAA model, while at the same time small-budget indie games started to flourish to fulfill the role of catering to specific niches. This caused a general decline in middle-budget games, and made it harder for cheaply made games to compete on retail shelves at full price to dupe unsuspecting customers. The internet also brought increased awareness of game quality through things like unedited gameplay footage on platforms like YouTube or Twitch, which provided a much clearer indicator of quality than back-of-the-box screenshots, while the popularity of video reviews and social media brought critical consensus to a wider audience. Digital distribution did provide a new market for low-quality games, but the biggest platform, Steam, would also include easily noticeable user reviews and an easy-to-use refund system to provide some consumer protection. This didn't stop a whole load of terrible games appearing on Steam once the floodgates opened, but the combined result of all these changes were that even though more objectively bad games would be released in the 2010s than any other decade, the role these terrible games played was more limited, as consumers increasingly knew what they were buying. Still, the biggest change to bad games in this era might be how they came to be weaponized. For years, bad games were bad because of a lack of quality. They were cheaply made, had dated visuals, confusing or clunky gameplay, and so on. In the 2010s, however, bad games increasingly became games that were symbolic of problems players care about, and the lack of quality became less important than player anger and disappointment. One of the earliest, most important, and yet most forgotten examples of this was the 2011 MMO Star Wars: The Old Republic, from BioWare and EA. This was a time when World of Warcraft was still a gaming giant, and The Old Republic was positioned as one in a long line of much-touted WoW killers. But The Old Republic wasn't just the next big thing for MMOs, it was also estimated at the time to be the most expensive video game ever made. This was a massive game with a massive marketing campaign where BioWare and EA were doing all they could to generate hype in the run-up to its release. But the hype train wouldn't go exactly as planned, as a vocal anti-hype campaign flourished alongside it that can perhaps best be described by the moniker non-believers used for the game, Tortanic. For those who weren't there, Tortanic is a portmanteau of the Old Republic's initials and the name of the once unsinkable ship, the Titanic. The nickname suggested that this most expensive game of all time would meet a similar fate of sinking spectacularly, as other once promising MMOs had done before it.
When will I get it?
The key to understanding the Tortanic saga, however, is understanding that many people actively wanted this game to fail, long before it was actually released. The reasons for why they wanted this are varied, but include anger at the direction the once loved studio BioWare seemed to be moving under the guidance of new owner EA, anger at the long-awaited sequel to the single-player RPG Knights of the Old Republic being an MMO, a genre not everyone enjoyed, and anger and complicated loyalties within the MMO community over the failure of so many WoW killers already, where MMO fans were getting sick of seeing hyped-up MMOs fail to deliver on promises, while possibly also being loyal to certain already existing MMOs. MMOs are a uniquely volatile genre. If everyone believes an MMO will fail, players won't want to invest lots of time into them. MMO players also often play the game their friends are playing, so the opinion of other people is even more important. And MMOs at this time relied on subscription models, meaning long-term engagement was necessary for success and growth. Basically, no genre relied more on hype and could be so heavily damaged by negativity. And for this reason, the Totanic movement was a big deal. In the end, the Old Republic released 2 positive critic reviews and more critical user reviews, where it then had a rocky first year that would see it switch to free-to-play, after which it enjoyed a long life as a solid and stable if somewhat unremarkable example of a struggling genre. So it was neither the WoW killer that BioWare and EA claimed it to be, or the sinking ship prophesied by non-believers. It was just a game, worse than hype and better than the hate. But its reputation as bad surely impacted its trajectory. As the decade went on, more and more examples like this can be seen. Take 2013's SimCity, a subpar entry into the classic city-building series. SimCity 2013 drew heavy criticism before release after it was announced that it would require constant online connectivity with no offline mode included. The game then released with severe server instability, making it unplayable for many, and drawing even more criticism.
Athletic Broach, dude.
The end result was the closure of the studio behind the game by parent company EA, and the end of the once legendary SimCity series. This was also the year that EA won an award for Worst Company in America, and the failure of SimCity 2013 also prompted rival company Paradox Interactive to greenlight a city builder of their own, which went on to become the critically and commercially successful Cities Skylines. SimCity was more than just a bad game. It was a representation of player dissatisfaction towards major gaming publishers, and its failure had a lasting impact. Other bad games of the decade were more political in nature. Gamergate was a thing that happened, and it was mostly focused around groups and individuals instead of games, but one exception to this was 2013 walking sim Gone Home, which received very positive critic reviews but much more mixed user reviews, while coming to represent the arguments on both sides of the Gamergate movement. Those on the anti-Gamergate side said the game was disliked due to its lack of traditional or masculine video game elements and LGBT-focused story, while those on the pro side said that reviewers being friends with the developers represented a conflict of interest and showed corruption in the gaming media. And so discussions that took place around whether this was a bad game or modern masterpiece likely had more to do with the people's political affiliation than the actual quality of the game. And for an example of the inverse of this, there is Hatred, a 2015 isometric shoot-'em-up where the player takes on the role of a mass killer fighting against all of humanity. If gunning down innocent civilians wasn't controversial enough, Hatred's creator also described the game as a reaction to modern trends in the industry, like political correctness. This helped it to garner huge amounts of negative media coverage, vastly disproportionate to the size or budget of the actual game, before Hatred was released to a scathing critical reception, making it one of the worst reviewed games of that year. And yet, Hatred is sitting at a very positive rating on Steam, with over 14,000 user reviews, suggesting that this small game actually sold incredibly well. For comparison, this is more user reviews than the multi-game of the year winning critical darling Gone Home. Hatred was a game which harnessed the culture war for attention, and was rewarded for doing it.
Hold up. Hold up. Speed capture. Hold up, hold up. What's... Boom. Okay, we're gonna do this. What is happening? What is this? Okay, I'm back.
Doing so, as every time the media call it one of the worst games ever made, it likely sold a few more copies. For a game with nothing to lose and little marketing to begin with, this kind of controversial bad game reputation seemed to be quite profitable. Many bad games were less political, but no less meaningful. No Man's Sky became the de facto representative of excessive hype and disingenuous marketing in 2016. High-profile Kickstarter failures like Mighty No.
Hold up. Back. You more grinding. Fuck's sake, dude.
Number 9 proved that crowdfunding alone isn't enough to ensure a game is good. 2017 Star Wars Battlefront 2 ignited impassioned discussions over the role of microtransactions and pay-to-win monetization, which even reached governmental regulators over concerns that loot boxes might represent a form of gambling. 2018's Fallout 76 and 2020's Cyberpunk 2077 showcase the dangers of releasing games too early to create something that is so bad some might consider it good, or just something so bad that it becomes interesting. I mean, bad games come out all the time, but it's rare for a bad game to bring down so many other big names alongside it. Rocket City's notoriety was likely limited by its lack of a Steam release, which is always a risky move for a multiplayer game, and it also didn't involve the downfall of any big name developer, with it instead being the first game of the newly formed in-game studios. This might also answer the question of how this game came to be. The studio behind it were inexperienced. They knew that one of the hardest parts of getting started in the industry is simply getting your game noticed amidst so much competition, and so they spent a lot of their budget on the celebrity cast, but in the end weren't able to create a game that matched their ambitions. Game development is hard, and money and time can and often do run out. Good voice acting also requires more than just good actors, and what we see in game might be the result of poor direction and general inexperience with a production like this. So while crime boss Rocket City is bad, it still only manages to baffle on a surface level, which is sufficient to make it the flavor of the month for a while, but not enough to leave a truly lasting legacy up there with the real giants of bad video games. Luckily though, 2023 would manage to produce a giant of its own. Gollum. Yes, as giants go, he may be on the smaller side, but a very small man-hobbit thing can still cast a large shadow, and the Lord of the Rings Gollum has done just that. This is a shining example of the most exclusive and elusive type of bad game. A game so bad that people struggle to understand it, and so bad that they can't help but pay attention to it. Gollum is the bad game your girlfriend told you not to worry about. A game so bad that it will leave its mark on gaming history and be remembered long after many better games have been forgotten. But we'll come back to Gollum later. He's not going anywhere. In the interest of thoroughness, I suppose we must at least acknowledge that there are other categories of bad games that could be mentioned. One of which might be a new entry to the group that has put forward a strong case for inclusion based on a stellar 2023 performance. The bad PC port. Yes, once upon a time, it was console ports that suffered, while the PC master race sipped grape-flavored energy drinks high above in their water-cooled towers. But not anymore. In a year that provided many examples suggesting a problem systemic in nature, the worst offenders were easily The Last of Us Part 1 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which could both only be described as broken on PC at release. As far as types of bad games go, this one is hardly the most interesting, and it's debatable whether a good game with a bad port even qualifies to begin with, but it's certainly been a noteworthy trend of gaming in 2023, and I guess the irony does add to the situation. I mean, who's the master race now, PC players? I.e., most of my audience who are watching this right now, including me. Yeah, all that time waiting on GPU prices to come back down for your new build, and then this happens. Not so smart now, are we? Yeah, hopefully this trend doesn't continue. Another debatable category is cancelled games. A subject gamers love to romanticize with wistful thoughts of what could have been and accusing fingers pointed at pesky publishers. But the reality is, games get cancelled for a reason. And if time and money do run out, then a cancelled game might be better than a bad one. At the very least though, bad games and cancelled games do have something important in common, with the main difference often coming down to a single decision. Usually though, this is a decision made behind closed doors and made earlier rather than later. But 2023 does provide at least one example where this wasn't the case. Hyenas from Total War developer Creative Assembly and publisher Sega was an online multiplayer extraction shooter that was basically finished. It had a closed beta where many people played the game, plenty of money was spent on marketing it, and it was reported to be Creative Assembly's and Sega's highest budget game of all time. And yet, just months before its expected release, Sega made the decision to cancel the game entirely, citing concerns around its profitability. If a bad game is measured by its degree of failure, then a major publisher's most expensive game ever made, not even making it to release despite being effectively finished, is a near unprecedented level of failure. It is catastrophic for the developers involved, if no one else, and it raises the important question of how many other bad games have been stolen from the world by cancellations. After all, if a game is so bad it needs to be cancelled, it suggests it might be even worse than the bad games that do release. And if this is true, how many terrible masterpieces might we have been denied over the years? What tragedy there might be if the most tragic games of all never even get a chance to be seen. Or maybe the world has enough bad games already, I don't know. Finally though, we reach the last category I'm going to mention, which is the deliberately bad game. The most confusing and hardest to provide clear examples of type. These are games that feature elements usually considered to be bad design on purpose for positive effect, like for humour or a sense of irony or surrealism and so on, to ultimately blur the distinction between good and bad altogether. 2023 does not provide many examples of this, but one classic case would be 2010's Deadly Premonition, a game that received a 2 out of 10 from IGN and a 10 out of 10 from Destructoid. When you watch a cutscene in Deadly Premonition and it has bad audio mixing, while the in-game characters also struggle to hear each other, is this bad design, good design, or something else entirely? Who knows, but this does introduce a paradox, where if a game is bad on purpose and that is part of what makes it enjoyable, then surely it is not actually bad to begin with, and so does not count as a type of bad game.
631, 33.
Regardless, deliberately bad games seem at least worthy of acknowledging, so here you go. And those are all the main types of bad video games that exist today, courtesy of 2023, a good year for bad games. Depending on what you mean by good and bad. Still, this was far from the only year bad games would leave their mark on gaming. Bad games matter. In the early 70s, before gaming had even reached its infancy, The then newly created Atari took some inspiration from tennis on the Magnavox Odyssey to create Pong, and gaming was never the same. But Atari weren't the only ones taking inspiration that decade. The unprecedented success of Pong led to an entire era of Pong clones, where hundreds upon hundreds of cheaply made home Pong consoles flooded the market in the space of a couple years, as every electronic company and new startup around tried desperately to cash in on the hot new craze that was video games. The result was complete market saturation. Soon a second generation of home consoles appeared that offered more than just Pong, but the damage was already done. Consumers lost confidence, retailers struggled to shift stock, and Magnavox filed lawsuits, all of which resulted in the video game crash of 1977. Pong was not a bad game, but its hundreds of cheap imitations were, and they temporarily brought the entire industry down around them. So, at the birth of gaming, bad games were serious business, and did as much to shape the industry as good ones. The video game crash of 1977 is sometimes forgotten about due to it being overshadowed by the much larger crash of 1983, but both had similar causes. The gaming industry bounced back in the late 70s after the success of several arcade classics alongside new cartridge-based home consoles like the Atari 2600, but then Activision broke away from Atari to become the first third-party developer. In response, Atari tried to sue, but failed, thus legitimizing the practice of third-party development, and within a few years, third-party games were everywhere. Companies rushed to cash in on the once more growing market by producing cheap, poorly made games that filled retail shelves. Consumers then had no way to determine the quality of these games without buying them, and once people started getting burnt, they stopped buying. This was a time before the internet, before many reviews, and before established names had been established. Consumers simply weren't protected, and everyone paid the price. The one hope should have been Atari themselves. They were the ones that brought the home console market back from the brink of the 2600, the ones who had created hit titles like Asteroids, and the ones who were in that period the fastest growing company in American history. And they were the face of the gaming industry. But even Atari made bad games. The most famous is 1982's E.T. the Extraterrestrial, an adventure game adaptation of the then recently released Spielberg movie that had a rushed development designed around getting the game to retail shelves for the holiday season that year. E.T. had confusing gameplay, received bad reviews, and would go on to become symbolic of all that was wrong with the industry at the time, with it frequently being cited as one of the worst games ever made and one of the greatest failures in gaming. But E.T. was a bit of a scapegoat. The awful 1982 Pac-Man port for the 2600, which failed spectacularly to recreate the popular arcade classic on the less powerful Atari home console, likely did more to damage consumer confidence in the industry, and there were plenty of other examples like this too. The important point to take away from this event, however, isn't about how bad these games may or may not have been, but more about how much they sold. Pac-Man for the 2600 may well be the worst game Atari ever made, and yet it was also the best-selling. And amidst so many bad games, with so little quality control and so few ways for consumers to differentiate the good ones, the industry couldn't cope. Atari went from the fastest growing company in history to being given away for no profit, while the entire American gaming market entered a multi-year long hibernation as onlookers declared gaming to be a fad now coming to its natural conclusion. Home consoles wouldn't make a comeback until the release of the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1985, and when they did, Nintendo went to great lengths to try to avoid the mistakes of the past, with a much stricter licensing system that required approval from Nintendo themselves, as well as the official Nintendo seal of quality to allow consumers to differentiate approved Nintendo games from bootlegs, and Nintendo would even create a lockout chip on the NES to try to prevent unauthorized games from being playable. The result was the establishment of a standard level of quality for console games that has largely remained ever since. And with this, the reign of terror bad games had on the industry was over. But bad games still existed. Quality is relative after all, and just because games were now being checked to ensure that they were playable and reflective of what was being advertised on the box, this didn't mean all games were automatically good. The 8-bit era was also a time when video games were infamously difficult, and so the bad games of this time period tended to be the ones that combined high difficulty with unintuitive, awkward, or confusing design elements. Take Dragon's Lair on the NES, a game famous for most players not even being able to work out how to make it past the first screen, with anything and everything you might try leading to a quick death. Other games might specialize in bad controls, or convoluted gameplay systems, or a lack of player direction. Perhaps the best overall representative of bad games of this era was American toy company turned gaming publisher LJN. Shortly after entering the world of gaming, LJN was bought by another gaming company, Acclaim. But as Nintendo only allowed third parties to release a limited number of games on their system as a form of quality control, it meant that Acclaim ended up using LJN to bypass this rule. As a result, LJN managed to publish an extensive library that includes many of the NES's worst games, including the Uncanny X-Men, Friday the 13th, Back to the Future 2 and 3, and more. It was through this era that the association with licensed games and a lack of quality started to be enshrined. But this was also a time when many good developers and good series started to get the name recognition they deserved. And so perhaps for this reason, some of the most infamous bad games of the following years became the ones that came from developers or series people expected better from. Some classic examples of this are the 1994 Zelda games, as well as Hotel Mario for the Philips CDI. These games were the strange result of an agreement between Philips and Nintendo over the once-planned CD-ROM add-on for the Super Nintendo. In the end, this add-on wasn't released, but several Philips-developed Nintendo games were, and they didn't have much in common with the originals in style or quality. Still, at least they provided a unique glimpse inside the minds of several of Nintendo's most iconic characters.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Luigi, look!
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
And if even Mario and Zelda aren't immune to the threat of bad games, maybe no series was, although some did seem more vulnerable than others. Like Sonic, which seemed to go through an extended period of continuously trying to reach new lows, with 2005's Shadow the Hedgehog, followed by Sonic 06, Sonic Riders, Sonic Unleashed, and more. Many more, actually, making it almost impressive how consistently bad this once great franchise became for a time, and it was a time that lasted for a while. If only Sega had murdered Sonic sooner, or just asked for help from the fans. For the most part, however, the 90s and the early 2000s was a time when the gaming industry was maturing as it grew, with the cost of game development gradually rising and space on retail shelves becoming more competitive, making it harder for truly terrible games to sneak their way into unsuspecting customers' hands.
I just
As
need
the saying
one,
goes, however,
just
where
one.
there's a will, there's a way, and some terrible games still ended up in places they shouldn't be. Like 2003's Big Rig's Over-the-Road Racing, which holds the record for the lowest ever score of any video game in history on Metacritic, with 8 out of 100. And if that score doesn't sound that bad, consider that many publications have a minimum score of 1, making it a real achievement for a game to get an aggregate score of less than 10. Big Rigs is broken. There's zero collision detection, the AI can't even be bothered to race against you and instead just sits there on the starting line. You can leave the in-game map, and when you go in reverse, you can continually accelerate, allowing you to reach a maximum speed of 1.23 times 10 to the power of 37 miles per hour, which is many quintillion times the speed of light. If one were to look for the worst game of all time, Big Rigs is not a bad contender, as while it's not the only broken game ever made, it is broken to an impressive degree, and yet still managed to defy the odds with a retail release and professional review coverage. This raises the question of how did this game release in such a state to begin with, and the answer is that the official American developer, Stellar Stone, were outsourcing game development to Eastern Europe, which was where a small team actually made Big Rigs, and yet that team was only able to reach a pre-alpha state before publisher Game Mill decided to ship it. Hopefully, alarm bells are ringing in the heads of the most astute listeners now, because that publisher has shown up in this video already. Game Mill are still around today, as 2023's Avatar Quest for Balance, Skull Island Rise of Kong, and The Walking Dead Destinies all readily testify, and hey, I guess you can't say they don't know what they're doing. In their own words, Game Mill Entertainment have established a proven track record for leveraging the equity of some of the world's most beloved brands in the $100 billion video game market. And who doesn't love a little bit of leveraged equity? Most of the games Game Mill have published over the years have been licensed games, and clearly, on some level, this is an effective strategy for them, which is likely due to the effectiveness of licenses when targeting certain parts of the market. And for a long time, licensed games were probably the best bet for finding a new bad game. In fact, for many years, all major blockbuster movies would come with an obligatory movie tie-in game. Sometimes one movie would even have multiple completely different games designed to cover every available platform. For example, 2002 movie Star Wars Attack of the Clones had 6 games spanning genres as diverse as real-time strategy, space combat, third-person shooter, and side-scrolling action. Unsurprisingly, movie tie-in games like this often disappointed. Originally, these games were mostly conceived as marketing tools to bring more attention to the more important movies in an era where game development was cheap. These games were also often made on a strict deadline so that they could fulfill their purpose of tying in.
Fuck, it's so annoying.
That said, not every movie game was bad, and some were great, but the median quality was certainly below average, and for many years, bad movie games remained a consistent part of the industry, from E.T. on the Atari to Captain America Super Soldier all the way in 2011. In the 2010s, this would finally start to change, however, as gaming evolved once more, shifting the nature of bad games with it. One of the main drivers for this was game development continuing to get more expensive, pushing traditional development towards a more risk-averse AAA model, while at the same time small-budget indie games started to flourish to fulfill the role of catering to specific niches. This caused a general decline in middle-budget games, and made it harder for cheaply made games to compete on retail shelves at full price to dupe unsuspecting customers. The internet also brought increased awareness of game quality through things like unedited gameplay footage on platforms like YouTube or Twitch, which provided a much clearer indicator of quality than back-of-the-box screenshots, while the popularity of video reviews and social media brought critical consensus to a wider audience. Digital distribution did provide a new market for low-quality games, but the biggest platform, Steam, would also include easily noticeable user reviews and an easy-to-use refund system to provide some consumer protection. This didn't stop a whole load of terrible games appearing on Steam once the floodgates opened, but the combined result of all these changes were that even though more objectively bad games would be released in the 2010s than any other decade, the role these terrible games played was more limited, as consumers increasingly knew what they were buying. Still, the biggest change to bad games in this era might be how they came to be weaponized. For years, bad games were bad because of a lack of quality. They were cheaply made, had dated visuals, confusing or clunky gameplay, and so on. In the 2010s, however, bad games increasingly became games that were symbolic of problems players care about, and the lack of quality became less important than player anger and disappointment. One of the earliest, most important, and yet most forgotten examples of this was the 2011 MMO Star Wars: The Old Republic from BioWare and EA. This was a time when World of Warcraft was still a gaming giant, and The Old Republic was positioned as one in a long line of much touted WoW killers. But The Old Republic wasn't just the next big thing for MMOs, it was also estimated at the time to be the most expensive video game ever made. This was a massive game with a massive marketing campaign where BioWare and EA were doing all they could to generate hype in the run-up to its release. But the hype train wouldn't go exactly as planned, as a vocal anti-hype campaign flourished alongside it that can perhaps best be described by the moniker non-believers used for the game, Tortanic. For those who weren't there, Tortanic is a portmanteau of the Old Republic's initials and the name of the once unsinkable ship, the Titanic. The nickname suggested that this most expensive game of all time would meet a similar fate of sinking spectacularly, as other once promising MMOs had done before it. The key to understanding the Tortanic saga, however, is understanding that many people actively wanted this game to fail, long before it was actually released. The reasons for why they wanted this are varied, but include anger at the direction the once-loved studio BioWare seemed to be moving under the guidance of new owner EA, anger at the long-awaited sequel to the single-player RPG Knights of the Old Republic being an MMO, a genre not everyone enjoyed, and anger and complicated loyalties within the MMO community over the failure of so many WoW killers already, where MMO fans were getting sick of seeing hyped-up MMOs fail to deliver on promises, while possibly also being loyal to certain already existing MMOs. MMOs are a uniquely volatile genre. If everyone believes an MMO will fail, players won't want to invest lots of time into them. MMO players also often play the game their friends are playing, so the opinion of other people is even more important. And MMOs at this time relied on subscription models, meaning long-term engagement was necessary for success and growth. Basically, no genre relied more on hype.
I've watched this before. Bro, just drop me one, man. It's lagging, dude. Oh, it's lagging. Where is... Give me a drop, man. Come on, dudes. Man, how many freaking annoyance do I have to kill, man? This is brutal, man. There it is.
RuneScape is one of the longest running, most successful MMORPGs of all time. You've probably played it. It probably taught you that bronze is made from tin and copper.
So you're thinking about giving the MMO genre a real chance. As someone who spent the last 20 years devouring all of the great MMOs that have ever been released and covering the MMOs that have yet to be released, my advice is pretty simple. Run for your life, and whatever you do, don't look back. Sorry about that. So the way I'm going to put this list together is based on the following metrics. First of all, quality. To make it on this list, it has to be first and foremost one of the best MMOs, because there's a lot of garbage out there. I've seen those MMOs. I'll never be the same, but I can spare you that experience. Second, we've got affordability. How much do you have to spend to find out if you even like the genre? Games you can try for completely free, for example, are a huge plus for people who aren't even sure if they're going to be interested in the game. Third, difficulty. How easy is it to enjoy the game without needing the help of 100 different guides on the internet? There's nothing worse than trying to learn a new MMO but feeling like it's impossible to do so on your own. And fourth, pay for power, or in other words, pay to win. If the game has a direct and obnoxious path to pay for power, I'm not going to be recommending that as your first MMO experience. The only reason players boot up these casinos is because they've already burned out on all the good MMOs. You are in the envious position of being new to the genre, and you haven't burned out on all the good MMOs yet. So let's go ahead and take advantage of that when we put together this list. Which takes us to the first MMO on the list and one of the most popular MMOs in the world. That's going to be Final Fantasy XIV. This game has an insanely generous free trial. It gives you the first 70 levels for free. More than enough time for you to decide if it's worth it or not for you. That's hundreds of hours. If you haven't decided if you like it or not by the time you finish that, that's on you. Final Fantasy XIV features a real easy to follow main story quest. It's always in the top left corner of your screen. You click on it and it tells you where to go next. Between that and the simplicity of gearing in this game means you will never need a guide to progress your way through the story of Final Fantasy XIV. And speaking of the story, it's absolutely amazing. It's considered by many to be the best story as far as MMOs go. The game has incredible depth. There's so much content in the game after 10 years of expansions. This game has a lot of abilities, but it does a good job of drip feeding those abilities to you as you level up so that you have time to learn what each one does as you use it regularly on your way up to max level. And you can't talk about Final Fantasy for new players without talking about the community. Final Fantasy has won awards for having the nicest community out of any MMO, and it does. It still has the nicest community out of any MMO. It's not even close. The developers of this game do a much better job of policing the community and suspending bad actors when they are jerks. And as a result, you end up with a noticeably nicer community than you will see in any MMO. Final Fantasy XIV is also an MMO that you can play entirely solo all the way through the game. You can do the duties and the dungeons with NPCs instead of with real people if you're afraid of learning how to do them with real people. So if you're stressed out about letting other people down, this is a really stress-free way to progress through the game that anybody can do. Then once you get comfortable with the mechanics, you can run those same dungeons with people, and it goes a lot faster with real people. Final Fantasy XIV is one of the few amazing MMOs that you can play right now, and it basically has no pay to win. It's free to try, so you lose nothing if you decide it's not for you. It's the only MMO with Yoshi P as the game director, which is a huge bonus for it, and the single player story content is very easy, so you should have no problem progressing all on your own without guides. And if one of the duties does defeat you, you can always change the difficulty of that duty down to very easy so that you can make your way through it. The game also has longer global cooldowns on your abilities, which determines how often you're able to press an ability. The longer the global cooldown, the more time you have to decide what the next ability you're going to press is going to be. Now, the one downside of Final Fantasy XIV is going to be for the people that don't enjoy dialogue-heavy games. There are many better options on this list if you're someone that gets bored if there's a lot of story in a game. Otherwise, this is one of the most popular MMOs in the world with one of the nice communities in the world, so it's absolutely perfect for trying out as your first MMO if you've never played one before. Next up, we've got Guild Wars 2, another fantastic MMO that you can try for free. This game has an amazing free trial on par with Final Fantasy's free trial. You get to play the first 80 levels and the entire base game for free, which easily amounts to hundreds of hours of gameplay if you want it. By then, you'll know if you enjoy the game or not, and you can decide if you want to purchase the expansions that came out after the base game. In my opinion, they're absolutely worth it. They're some of the best in the genre. Guild Wars 2 does two things better than almost any other MMO out there. That is the zone design in the expansion zones. It's absolutely fantastic, and it does a good job of rewarding you for being a completionist in those zones. It really pulls the completionist out of you in a way that's really satisfying, and it brings out the best of a single-player RPG and puts it into an MMO. The other thing that it does better than any other MMO is its mounts, and it's not even close. You can pick a variety of different mounts, whether they jump really high, swim underwater, or fly. The choice is yours, and it makes it really fun to get around this game. If you do like the game, it doesn't require a sub, so it's buy to play, right? You buy it once and you can play it forever, which means you can dip in and out of the game as you please over time. It's another game with a great story that is voice acted. Unfortunately, it's not quite as easy to jump into group content as it is in, say, Final Fantasy XIV, and a big plus for players that are brand new to the genre is that it's got probably the best in-game wiki out of any MMO. You can open the wiki up from right inside the game and look into anything that you don't understand about the game. This is going to make this much easier to learn than your average MMO. Whereas Final Fantasy is a tab target MMO, which means you click on an enemy and then you cast all your abilities at that enemy without having to aim at that enemy. Guild Wars 2 is more of a hybrid tab target system where you can either kind of play it in tab target or you can play it in action combat mode, whichever suits your fancy. Next up, you can't talk about MMOs without talking about World of Warcraft. It is the most popular MMO in the world right now, after taking the lead back from Final Fantasy, who had it briefly when its last expansion came out. The good news is that World of Warcraft does have a free trial, although it's only 20 levels, which is only going to last you a few hours, maybe 3 or 4 if you stretch it out, so a lot less than the hundreds of hours that you can get out of a Final Fantasy or Guild Wars free trial. World of Warcraft treats new players very differently from the previous two MMOs. Basically, it doesn't really know what to do with new players, and it doesn't want to have new players. It wants its new players to be veterans as quick as possible. And so what it's going to do is it's going to minimize your journey from level 1 to max level to get you in the newest content with all the veteran players as soon as possible. This means your journey to max level is going to be a lot shorter in WoW than it is in the previous 2 MMOs. So if you're someone that doesn't enjoy the journey, you feel like you're wasting your time if you're not at the end game content, then WoW might be the perfect MMO for you. So what World of Warcraft does, rather than having you go through the entire story that existed before you came along, it's going to drop you into the same starting zone that all new players now start in, and it has basically removed all previous expansions except for the last 2. So you're going to go from the new starting zone into Dragon Isle and then into War Within. What this means is the main story quests in WoW is going to be very incoherent. You're not really going to know what's going on in the main story without going outside of the game and watching YouTube videos that kind of recap the entire thing for you. WoW kind of has a reputation for its veterans being hard on new players. In all of these MMOs, it's very useful to find a guild that welcomes new players, and they're definitely going to make learning how to play the game a lot more fun, especially when you can just type a question into your guild chat and get a quick answer from them anytime you're stuck. World of Warcraft makes it easy for new players to get into group content because you can use the raid finder to find a raid group, and you can use the group finder to find dungeon groups. WoW's mad dash to max level means that you're going to get less time with each ability that you unlock, so it's going to be a lot harder to learn how to play your class effectively in WoW on your way to max level than it is in the other 2 games. And WoW, for that reason, is going to be an MMO where it's much more likely that you're going to want to follow some kind of build guide once you get to max level, and possibly even before then, to make sure that your character is being played semi-effectively. However, if you are playing through the game as a new player, especially the solo content, it's very easy. The questing content is very easy, and if you're not getting stuck, then feel free to make your own build and play that way for as long as it's fun. Next up, we have Star Wars: The Old Republic. This is one of the better story MMOs on this list, and it's another one that you can play without spending a dime, which is great for people that aren't even sure they're gonna like the genre. First and foremost, if you're a Star Wars fan looking for a Star Wars story, there isn't a better MMO out there for you. This one does a really good job of telling a very compelling Star Wars story. In fact, it tells at least 8 different compelling Star Wars stories. Each class has its own story, and the choices you make as you go through that story can unlock 3 different endings for each class. So everybody's going to get a slightly different ending as they play through it based on the choices they made. That's really cool, and none of the other MMOs offer something like that, so I really like that. It's also voice acted, and they put a lot of work into the story in this game. So if you're someone that enjoys a good story, you're probably going to enjoy this game. SWTOR has flashpoints, which are its equivalent of what other MMOs would call dungeons. It allows you to play these flashpoints by yourself in a difficulty known as story mode, so that you can learn how to play them at your own pace. After you get good at them, you can use the group finder to queue into those same flashpoints with other players. So finding other people to play with is relatively easy in this MMO, even as a new player. Star Wars: The Old Republic, also known as SWTOR, is a tab target MMO, which means you're going to press tab to target the nearest enemy or click on them and then fire off your abilities at that enemy. The biggest downside for SWTOR is that it's basically been put into maintenance mode, or at least that's how it appears. The developer that made it handed it off to a new developer, and so it's very unlikely that this is going to continue to see the same size updates that it was getting before the developer handed it over to a new developer. What that means is the future is uncertain for this MMO, and so too is the size of the population of players that are going to be playing it. If sizable updates stop coming, then players will stop coming. Next up, we have Elder Scrolls Online. This game does not have a free trial for you to play. You're going to have to spend about $20 to get the base game, and then you can play that for hundreds or even thousands of hours and find out if you really enjoy it from there. More so than some of the other MMOs in this list, Elder Scrolls Online prioritizes the solo experience. It's got tons and tons of voice-acted quests, and they really did try to recreate a little bit of that Skyrim feeling in this game, that Skyrim RPG, where you can go anywhere, anytime, talk to any NPC, pick up quests, and just quest around that zone that you're in. And then you can head off to another zone if you want to and do random quests in that zone. It's very open-ended. You can go in any direction at any moment. And if you enjoyed Skyrim, then this is definitely one that's worth checking out, but it's definitely not Skyrim, so don't expect it to be exactly the same. Every bit of dialogue in this game is voice acted, and it's done really well. so it's real easy to get immersed in the Elder Scrolls lore while playing this game. It has a dungeon finder, and it recently added a trial group finder as well, so that new players will have a much easier time finding groups to play with if they decide to get into that content. It uses action combat, which is definitely going to feel more modern than tab target combat, so it might be an easier transition for someone coming from modern RPGs to jump into ESO than it would be to dive into an old tab target MMO like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. If you're someone that tries the tab target MMOs and you don't like it, then ESO could be a fantastic alternative for that very reason. The overworld content, the questing content that we talked about, is really easy. In fact, I would say that it's too easy. And what this means is it's going to be way too easy for veteran MMO players. It's going to be perfect for players that have never picked up an MMO before, because you should have no problem getting through it. The game does have a subscription, but it's totally optional. So this one is potentially a buy-to-play MMO, and then if you want all the expansions and the DLCs, then you're probably going to have to pick up the subscription to enjoy all of those. So it's kind of a pay however much you want to pay type of MMO. It can be a really cheap MMO, or it can cost just as much as all the rest of them, and a heck of a lot more too if you get into the loot crates.
I have a gambling problem.
Next up, we have New World. This is another really low-risk MMO for you to try out because it does not have a free trial, but it does have a buy-to-play model. So you buy it once and you have it forever. And if you like it, great, you can keep playing it forever without spending another dime. And if you don't like it, well,
sucks for you.
New World has recently revamped its new player experience, making it perfect for, you guessed it, new players, just like you. The breadcrumb trail that leads you through the game is a lot more thorough and thought out now than it was at launch, complete with voice-acted quests and a great story. And when it comes to the type of combat this game has, because that's make or break for a lot of players, New World falls into the action combat category, which means it's going to feel a lot more modern. It also has way fewer skills than World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. Those two games, you'll find yourself juggling 15 to 25 abilities easily.
What the? This piece of shit.
Whereas New World, you're going to have 3 abilities on your first weapon and 3 abilities on your second weapon. So a total of 6 abilities, and then maybe an ultimate that you're having to manage while you play the game. Far, far fewer than a lot of the MMOs on this list, which makes it a lot easier to pick up and kind of learn the MMO essentials without all the bloat that comes with other MMOs. Which is another thing that's kind of worth touching on, which is that any knowledge you learn in one of these MMOs, a lot of that transfers to the next one you play. They all are the same genre, which means they all have a lot of overlapping mechanics and design features. So if you play one for a little while and you don't like it, and then you go to a new one, you're not totally starting over. A veteran MMO player can go from one MMO to the next very easily, and you know, it's like riding a bicycle. You can jump on one bicycle, you can jump on another one. New World just launched a bunch of new servers, so if you started in this one now, you wouldn't be very far behind the other players that just started over in it. So that's one thing that's definitely worth considering. Speaking of a game with new servers, let's talk about Brighter Shores. This is a brand new MMO, and the main reason that I'm putting Brighter Shores on the list is because it's not easy as a player that's new to the genre to experience an MMO from the beginning with the rest of the community. There's just not a lot of MMOs that offer that, because most of the MMOs on this list are 10, 20 years old, right? So nobody's doing the new content anymore, and you don't know what it's like to start from the beginning with everyone. Well, in Brighter Shores, you can get that experience because it just released. Brighter Shores is completely free to play, and it's easy to learn, and it's a very simple and point-and-click MMO. So that's definitely going to be something that some people love and some people hate. It does have a very old school feeling to it. And that's going to be the downside of this MMO, is that it's not exactly a modern game. So if it feels a little bit too old for you, totally understand. It's not going to be for everyone. Also, Brighter Shores is in early access, so it's brand new. Everyone's just starting, but the game isn't finished yet. So you're going to deal with some of that early access jank while you're playing it, and a more limited amount of content that's available for you to enjoy. Now, we can't talk about Brighter Shores without talking about old school RuneScape, because Brighter Shores is basically based on old school RuneScape. It's a modern take on the old school RuneScape formula, and you can tell by looking at old school RuneScape that this game is old, really old. What you might not be able to tell by why looking at old school RuneScape is that this is one of the most popular MMOs in the world. This is the MMO that you play on your second monitor. This is the MMO that you play if you're looking at something else while you play it, like if you're watching Netflix but you need something for your hands to do. This is why people call it a numbers go up game. Your ultimate goal is to level up your professions and skills by using them. So you will level up cooking by cooking. You'll level up fishing by fishing. You'll level up attacking by, you guessed it, attacking. Once again, you can start old school RuneScape and play through the entire base game for free, so you easily get to decide if you like it or not without spending a single dime, which makes it great for new players to the genre. And if you like it, you can choose to subscribe. Old school RuneScape has one of the cheaper subscription fees, and it's called a bond. Unlike some of the other games on this list, playing this game without using guides is quite difficult. The game doesn't hold your hand and it doesn't lead you through it. Instead, it lets you head off in any direction that you'd like and pick up quests from anyone that you want. This creates a unique form of freedom that you don't get in a lot of games these days, but it can also lead to
man,
inexperienced
dude,
MMO
please.
players getting quite lost upon logging in. I would even go as far as saying that veteran MMOs are at the biggest disadvantage when playing this game because they are used to logging in and looking for yellow exclamation marks on the map and then running straight to them without really paying attention to the quest dialogue or anything else. In old school RuneScape, you'll need to read the quest dialogue carefully and then figure out its puzzles by using the directions and the clues you collect along the way. Old school RuneScape is a slower, more methodical, and relaxing MMO. And it's definitely old school. So if looking at it doesn't hurt your eyes, it's definitely one that's worth trying out. So there are my top 8 MMOs for players that are new to the MMO genre. Which one is your favorite? And do you think I should have added one that wasn't on this list? Let me know, and if you make a compelling argument, maybe I'll add it to the list next time. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and subscribe for more quality gaming content. Thanks so much for watching, and shout out to my channel members for supporting the channel. If you want to become a channel member for behind the scenes footage and access to a private Discord channel where you can ask me anything about any game and more, hit the join button below.
And don't forget to check out today's sponsor, Once Human. You can play it on Steam right now and then experience the mobile version in April. Click the link in the description.
If you're not sure what to do next, check out one of these videos popping up on screen right now. Hope to see you in the next one.
I hate this so much, dude. Every MMO you can play is like this. Same thing.
And build setup. After doing so, collecting valuable loot and resources in the process. You've got the desert testing stations. This is basically their take on public dungeons. These are predominantly underground areas that come in a variety of biomes, and while these will be full of enemies and many will even have some sort of a boss encounter at the end, they have said that the testing stations are more modeled after things like the shelters in Fallout or the dungeons in Skyrim rather than what you would expect from a traditional MMO dungeon. What that means locations
When
is you're
is
going
it
to be
gonna
moving through
drop?
halls, corridors, and rooms. There's going to be a lot of narrative woven into each of the locations, like you will find data pads and audio logs that give you information about the history of that area. And while bosses can be in these things, it's not going to be like MMO dungeon bosses. It's just going to be like tougher versions of like the basic enemies that you fight. There's also things like public events in the overworld. You got crash ship events where you're going to literally see these ships falling from the sky, crashing into the ground. If you head to their location, you can scavenge them for resources. However, other players can show up, as some of these will be PvP flagged, meaning you'll have to compete for said resources. They've got police forces that scan the area at night, these security ships that scan the surface of the planet looking for players, and if you happen to be caught in their spotlights, they're going to call in troops to your location, which you'll have to deal with. And then, of course, it wouldn't be Dune without the sandworm that is present. If you spend too much time walking on the sands, making noise, that will draw the worms, and if they catch you, you're pretty much dead. The whole reason you're going to want to take this risk, though, is that there's a lot of valuable resources that can be located on said sand dunes, so you want to go there, you just want to do so strategically. The game's also got player hubs with 2 major towns full of vendors, quest NPCs, other players, and a marketplace for buying and selling items. As for endgame, that is entirely taking place in the deep desert region. This is a massive, expansive area made up mostly of sand, but with rock islands dotted all throughout, which provides some reprieve from the sandworms. Guilds of players will be headed into this area in search of spice, which is a main resource and currency for not only endgame crafting, but also character progression. And it is in this region where the whole large-scale PvP conflicts happen, what they refer to as combined arms, which how they've described it basically sounds like a mixture of battlefield and or planet side. You got loads of players using ranged and melee weapons, ground and air vehicles, various forms of artillery. Just the whole thing is going to be large-scale, all-out combat and utter chaos. Now that is the basic like high-level rundown of content and features in Dune Awakening. So just the other week, it was confirmed once again via Twitter that the studio is on track to hit their announced release window of early 2025. February seems very unlikely given it's almost there and they haven't said it's coming out that month. So it's probably more probable that we expect a release sometime in March or April potentially. Either way, I am quite keen to check this out myself as a fan of both MMOs and survival games. This one seems like a nice blending of those two. Looking forward to giving it a go. I also happen to know that prior to release, there is an ongoing beta test that's happening off in the background, which you can register for a chance to be invited over on their website. All right, before we continue on, get back into the upcoming MMOs for 2025. Next up, I wanted to tell you about Anvil Empires, which while it doesn't fit the traditional mold of MMORPG, it is still quite interesting looking, and I think it will be potentially appealing to fans of the genre. It's appealing to me. So Anvil is a massively multiplayer game where thousands of players work together to build empires, wage war, and conquer in a persistent online world. The kicker here is you actually play as an individual soldier in this massive medieval army. And from what I've seen of the gameplay, it looks like they really deliver on this. This potentially seems really cool. Now again, this isn't going to deliver like the traditional fantasy MMORPG experience. It's not a fantasy setting whatsoever. It's more so like you are playing as a foot soldier in Age of Empires or something. Like you are one of the members in a squad, basically. The developer's prior game, Foxhole, had a very similar concept, except rather than being set in the medieval times, Foxhole takes place in what looks to be like a fictional take on World War II, with you playing as an individual infantry soldier. And that game is quite well liked. It's got over 35,000 reviews on Steam with an 88% very positive user rating. Their prior game, which had like a similar formula but set in a different setting, similar to this, and people seem to really like what they did. So as for their upcoming game, Anvil Empires, here's what we know. They say you'll take part in large-scale game of conquest that takes weeks to play out, wage war alongside thousands of players across one persistent online world. They've got custom server technology that enables up to 1,000 people to be fighting shoulder to shoulder in massive real-time melee battles. These battles organically instigated by the player base themselves. You will also build settlements and grow them from a small hamlet into large bustling towns shared by hundreds of players, engaging in side activities like farming, hunting, husbandry, and more to support the upcoming war efforts. You can even trade with nearby player settlements. There's going to be a whole social economy here. Design and build these elaborate multi-level keeps and fortresses to help withstand from upcoming prolonged sieges. You're also going to have to do things like establish supply camps and logistic lines to keep your player armies well fed, armed, and rested. And this whole thing further enhanced by the fact that the game supports in-game VoIP. You'll be chatting with your comrades.
When will I get that,
you.
dude?
I mean, yeah, this
When?
really does look and sound pretty neat. So they've got pre-alpha tasks currently underway, which you can request access directly via the Steam page. The access request will be visible at any points that they're looking for new applications, and when that goes away, they remove the button. But as of this recording right now, you can currently sign up to be invited to these tests, so check it out. In terms of the release date, from a recent FAQ, we learned that they are planning to launch via Steam Early Access this year in 2025, though the full 1.0 release of the game is likely a while off. You will be able to play this game later in the year. Also, I did want to mention another game, Fellowship, and while this by no means is a traditional MMO, it is absolutely modeled after the genre. This game basically is entirely focused on MMO-style dungeon runs. The short of it is, you pick from a variety of these pre-made characters, each with their own playstyle and skills, and then from there you form a group, filling up all of the traditional MMO roles, and go into these MMO-like dungeons, clearing them. It's basically, if you were to say, take like the World of Warcraft Mythic dungeon system, and you spin it off into its entirely own separate game, that is basically Fellowship. So they refer to this as a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or MODA, in a fantasy setting with endlessly scaling dungeons where players will focus on working together as a team with an emphasis on skill, cooperation, and strategy to defeat bosses, collect loot, and overcome ever-present challenges. As for additional features, we're going to have the Holy Trinity in the game. There will be a large roster and pool of various tanks, healers, and damage dealers for you to pick from, each of them with their own name, unique look, their own skills, playstyles, and capabilities. This might be one of the biggest downsides for some people for this game, is yes, you're not building your own character from scratch, you are picking from pre-established character classes, basically, sort of like a MOBA. Dungeon teams will consist of 4 players, presumably 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 damage dealers. Maybe there are some support classes that you can mix things up with a bit beyond that. They also say that every run is going to feel like a new challenge, with dungeons getting more difficult as players progress and level. It seems like this scaling will be continuous, where they say players will never outlevel the game thanks to seasonal updates, dungeon modifiers, new features and rewards that get added, all of which will add many layers of replayability. Of course, as you expect, every boss fight's going to have its own unique, varied mechanics for you to learn. They also say that enemy skills grow as difficulty increases, so it seems like the difficulty ramping up is more than just more health and more damage based on what they're saying here. And the game's going to include competitive leaderboards, presuming here that there's some sort of scoring or time-based ranking system for this. And yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, something that I think could appeal to the MMO crowd. It does appeal to me. Fellowship is currently slated to release in 2025 as of their latest announcement. I know that they've been running some limited time tests here and there as well. There's likely going to be more of these in the future, so keep an eye out for that. All right, so that covers all of the new MMOs or MMO adjacent games that are launching officially in 2025. But there's also going to be quite a few playable MMOs, with many of them getting some form of testing, whether it's periodic testing or ongoing persistent tests that you could take part in. For starters, as you probably already know, Ashes of Creation currently has alpha testing underway, with them granting access to the first couple of early zones. Although neither of them are fully fleshed out, there is content there with some of the systems and features in place. Now, people have been playing this for a little over a month now, I believe, with a sort of a mixed reception from what I've seen online, with much of the critique basically boiling down to the fact that, yes, hey, it's an incomplete game. Not surprising, but people still paid money, and they're saying, hey, I wish there was more there. There's not quite enough there. Just buyer beware. And now, it does seem, though, that there is enough there for some people to be thoroughly hooked. I happen to know quite a few people who have been playing this game pretty consistently over the course of this past month. I do also plan to jump in myself at some point, although I'm not really in a rush, maybe at some point in the coming months, but nothing on the immediate horizon. I will say I think the PvP seems a lot of fun from the compilations and footage that I've seen. However, most of the leveling consisting of large scales, groups grinding elite mobs together, that doesn't seem very fun to me personally, but I'm willing to give it a go. But yes, if you want to play an early version of Ashes of Creation, it is available right now. You can get into the game for a little over $100 at the lowest cost. I would personally recommend waiting unless you're like a die-hard, pumped, super amped up for this game, although in that case, you're probably already playing it, so pay me no mind, right? Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. This game is also playable, actually technically launching going into Steam Early Access last month. Now, despite what first impressions you might have looking at the gameplay, I gotta say, this game has surprisingly gotten a really good reception, at least on Steam. It's got very positive ratings, and since it released, it's actually seen growth in its daily concurrent player count, presumably because of those positive word of mouth that's been going around. Although that number is still admittedly quite low in comparison to what you would expect for an MMO, there certainly looks to be something interesting here that is getting new players to jump in. My gut reaction looking at the gameplay is, yeah, I mean, the combat looks quite boring, the game as a whole looks quite dated, but as with Ashes, I am totally willing to give it a look and hoping for the best, right? So gonna add this one to my list as well. Soulframe, the latest title from Warframe developer Digital Extremes. They are currently running regular alpha tests referred to as Preludes. This consists of a relatively small region of explorable space in which they've got some of their planned foundation laid for the game. There's open world exploration, you got enemy camps to go in and clear, as well as these underground procedurally generated dungeon layouts. I will say I really enjoyed the time I spent playing this game. In my opinion, it does have a pretty solid foundation. Biggest issue is the combat lacks any real sense of impact. It's just very floaty and just no oomph behind it. I hope they work on that though, because everything else, like the world, the enemies, the characters, the points of interest, the general structure, the tone, the setting of the game, all of that I really, really like. So keeping my fingers crossed that they can give the gameplay a little more strong, solid feel to it, a strong sense of impact and reactivity from characters when you hit them, and the sounds and the animations and the spells all coming together to make a good feeling combat system. I hope they can do that, because beyond the combat feeling kind of floaty, everything else is like perfectly checks off all the boxes for me. You can register for Preludes testing over on their website. In my experience, there's probably a few days to a week's worth of content here if you really want to play through everything, explore the whole island, grind out some of the character progression, run the dungeon several times to get some upgrade materials, stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out, and I remain very hopeful for Soulframe. All right, one of my most anticipated upcoming MMOs, ArcAge Chronicles. Now, this was originally slated to release in 2025. However, from that same Kakao Games report that gave us the release window for Chrono Odyssey, we also learned there that they had delayed the release of ArcAge Chronicles, pushing it out into 2026. Now, that said, they are planning to hold closed beta testing for ArcAge Chronicles later in 2025. There is a lot about this game that I am very hopeful for, most of which just builds off of the things that I loved about the original ArcAge, and they have said they are planning to include all of the best systems and features from that game, but moving it onto a modern day engine with more PvE content, and obviously the biggest shift here being the change from tab target to full-on action combat. Now, if you want a full rundown of what we know about that game, where my expectations are, just check out my latest upload. Yeah, this game is like at the top of my please don't screw this up badly with microtransactions list. Although, I mean, totally ready and expecting to be let down. But if they don't let me down, could be huge. Original ArcAge had a lot going for it. Similar to Pantheon, Monsters and Memories is another upcoming MMO that looks to provide a modern day version of the old school classics of the genre. And I mean, yeah, just looking at this, it is very much in line with what I remember from EverQuest or Ashwan's Call. To my eye, matches it to a T. The game is set for an early access launch in 2026. However, in the meantime, they do have beta testing planned for Monsters and Memories, tentatively scheduled for sometime in July or August. Okay, so beyond those, we of course expect some major patches and content updates for all of the existing big MMOs out there, right? World of Warcraft isn't expected to get a full expansion this year. However, we will be seeing some content patches for the War Within, and probably safe to say something for Classic WoW and or Season of Discovery, be that fresh servers or some new content at some point. Final Fantasy XIV similarly will be getting content updates for its most recent Dawn Trail expansion. The Elder Scrolls Online will have its typical yearly content cycle rolling through. And Guild Wars 2, not too long ago, also adopted a similar model of having smaller but more frequent updates, which we expect to continue in 2025 as well. And of course, the list goes on, but yeah, any of the currently popular MMOs, they're going to keep getting updates throughout the course of the year, as they have for the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years in some cases. Now, there are some additional MMOs that do actually have confirmed releases for 2025. However, to be perfectly honest, Each of these games either just looks downright terrible to me, or in some cases, some of them might just be outright shovelware. Ashfall, I played this in an earlier test, I think it was last year early on, and it was just really bad. Probably one of the most mobile game feeling PC ports I've ever seen. It was just incredibly basic, not terribly good, not terribly polished, not very fun, in my opinion anyways. I will probably play it again just out of morbid curiosity when it releases, but please don't expect much from Ashfall because from what I've seen, there's not much there. Quinfall is in a similar category for me. This just looks pretty bad, to be honest with you, but would be happy to be surprised. Then we got some other games that I just don't know much about and couldn't find a lot of details on, including Eternal Tombs, Havenhold, and then there's this game, Earth from Another Sun, which I wanted to put on here because it was on lists that I looked at, but from what I've seen in early research, looks like a blockchain NFT game, so probably best to write that one off, right? Oh, also, just wanted to briefly mention some of the in-development MMOs that we know of, but they're likely coming in 2026 or later. And with these ones, I'm talking about Perfect New World, Bellatores, Project Q from Lionheart Studios, which still doesn't have an official name, as well as Project LLL, which also isn't an official release name. Although at least for Project LLL, out of all those other games, we have seen a fair bit of gameplay for this one. It's like this open world looter shooter, which seems kind of cool, but in terms of concrete launch info, there's absolutely nothing. Like, we've got no expectations. So it's more likely than not that these games will not come out in 2025, but it is possible. Like, potentially in the coming months, we could get one or two of these that get release dates announcements for later in the year or middle way through the year. We'll just have to wait and see. But as of right now, don't expect any of those prior 4 games this year. And then there is the handful of anticipated MMOs that are just absolutely no way in hell coming out in 2025, and probably not 2026 either. Way off in the distance. I'm talking about ZeniMax Online Studios, the creators of ESO. We know that they have had a brand new MMO in development for something like 7 years now. Now, I do actually think there's a fair chance we could get a reveal of this one, if it's just a teaser at some point this year, which would be really, really nice. Sony has that Horizon MMO, if it wasn't recently canceled, as they have been nuking these in-development live service games left and right here lately. Then, of course, there's Riot's League of Legends themed MMO, although that is at least 5 years away, if not closer to 10. I mean, who knows? And then there's that Ghost MMO, but again, that is similarly quite a ways off. Okay, so there you have it. A look at all of the upcoming new MMOs planned and scheduled for 2025. As a recap, confirmed coming this year, barring any delays, will be Chrono Odyssey, Dune Awakening, Anvil Empires, and Fellowship. We should for sure be playing like launch versions of those games this year. And then there's going to be early playtest, which you can jump in and check out these games for Ashes of Creation, that is ongoing. Soulframe is also ongoing, although quite limited. There's Arcade Chronicles that's supposed to be getting tests later in the year, and Monsters and Memories. Got all of the expected content updates that will be coming for the big existing MMOs, and then we've got a few less than stellar looking titles coming this year, which, you know, as I ran through, I might check these out for curiosity's sake, but that's about it. And then once more, as has been the case in prior years, there's a good possibility that we'll have other MMOs launching beyond the ones that I've covered on the list, either because they're ones that we know of that get released sooner than expected, or some surprise games just come out of nowhere and launch all of a sudden, which we have some cases in 2024 and prior years. We could have something similar examples this year as well. Anyway, that does it for today's video. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Let me know what you're looking forward to in the MMO sphere in 2025. Certainly some games to play. There'll be some bad ones. There'll be some disappointments for sure, but got some new MMOs to play this year. All right, can't wait. Looking forward to it. Thanks again, guys. See you next time.
Oh.
This is it. How many Anolians do I have to kill, man? Yikes, sir.
Earlier this year, it was reported that World of Warcraft was no longer the most actively played MMO in the world, having been surpassed for the first time in its long 18-year history. The game, which accomplished this impressive feat, originally launched to critical disdain and a lowly Metacritic score of just 49 when it first released in 2010. And yet, its latest expansion has the highest user score of any game released in 2021, and it currently has over twice the number of active players of World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic combined. The tale of Final Fantasy XIV might be the greatest comeback a video game has ever made, and its rise over the last 12 months is a genuine piece of MMO history. It is the first time since its release in late 2004 that World of Warcraft has not sat atop the MMO world looking down at its lesser peers. It is the first time it's ever had to look up. But this video isn't about World of Warcraft, and unlike a lot of people who have been talking about Final Fantasy XIV this past year, I am not a WoW refugee, only now seeking asylum in the greener pastures of Eorzea. In fact, I'm pretty close to a Final Fantasy XIV veteran, as although I didn't play the largely unsuccessful and later abandoned 1.0 version of the game, I have been playing the Realm Reborn version on and off since not long after its release in 2013. In total, I have over 6,200 hours playtime, which is around 260 days of logged in game time, meaning Final Fantasy XIV is my most played game of all time, probably by a few thousand hours. I've also played nearly every mainline Final Fantasy game, including some of 14's predecessor, Final Fantasy XI, as well as many other big-name MMOs released in the last 15 years. Suffice it to say, this is a game which I have a lot of opinions about, but beyond that, it's also a game I believe is worth talking about, and a game of some significance within the industry. In a time when the entire MMO genre has seemed to be suffering a slow, agonizing death of new disappointments and old disillusionments, Final Fantasy XIV is one of the only overwhelmingly positive success stories. It might be the only MMO released since World of Warcraft which has been able to consistently grow its player base year on year, rather than just stem the flow of players leaving after an overinflated launch. And right now, its biggest problem is the kind other games can only dream of having, which is that there are actually too many players. Since the release of the latest expansion, Endwalker, every server has been at max capacity for most of the day, leading to queues of up to 5 to 6 hours just to log in during evenings and weekends in the first couple of weeks, and the recent popularity has become so much of a problem that Square Enix has had to suspend all sales of the game. Oh, and until recently, those queues of 5 to 6 hours could also give you errors, forcing you to have to re-queue multiple times. Enjoy. On the day Endwalker released, I was there at 9 AM when the servers came back online, but after queuing up once and then soon getting kicked from the game, I had to re-queue multiple times and didn't actually get to play until just before midnight, almost 13 hours later. That day I may have been unlucky, but I've still never seen a queue situation quite this bad in any game before, and this problem, while no longer quite so bad, is still ongoing and affecting everyone. And yet, despite that, Endwalker still has the highest Metacritic user score of the year.
Is it? No.
Hours and hours, day after day, of people not being able to play a game they are paying a monthly subscription for, and the player base is still pretty overwhelmingly happy. Which begs the question of how has this happened? How has Final Fantasy XIV become so beloved? How has this game done what no other MMO could? And what does this mean for the genre? And with over 6,000 hours of game time, I feel I am in a position to at least try to answer those questions. There is one final thing to talk about before we truly begin, and that is a little bit about the genre itself. There is no feasible way to tell the entire history of the MMO genre in a couple paragraphs, so I won't. But if you were to skip over almost everything and still wanting to understand what the hell's been going on with the genre for the past couple decades, then I think it's best to think of it like this. You can divide MMO history up into two parts, the old school era and the modern era, with one game sitting in the middle as a bridge between the two and as a landmark everyone recognizes. That game is World of Warcraft, and when it was released in 2004, it was noteworthy for being more accessible, less grindy, less punishing, and with a more engaging quest design than the MMOs of the past which preceded it.
Less
If
grindy?
we were to compare that 2004
Classic of grindy?
vanilla World of Warcraft to modern World of Warcraft or any other modern MMOs, those descriptions wouldn't make much sense anymore, because compared to most MMOs that came since, including the game that WoW has become, vanilla WoW was decidedly old school in its design. And that's why it's helpful to think of MMOs in two eras, with World of Warcraft being the changing point when the genre started taking major steps towards accessibility and player convenience in the way these games were fundamentally designed. Some examples include the introduction of Dungeon Finder, raids of multiple difficulties including looking for raid, the widespread use of plugins and ubiquity of DPS meters, cross-server grouping and sharding or mega servers, more focus on instanced PvP rather than open world PvP, and so on. Other changes came about not through the actions of developers, but just as a result of the evolution of the internet age, like the widespread use of guides for raid content, or wikis to tell you where quest objectives were, or optimally calculated DPS rotations to tell you exactly how best to play your class, or streamers existing. The main consequences of this were a rapid increase in accessibility and convenience, but as these increased, the importance of community decreased alongside them, as new game features and the internet replaced the need to talk to and interact with other players. For example, to find a group for a dungeon, you used to have to shout in chat to recruit and manually invite people, then all travel together to the dungeon while watching out for being attacked by members of the opposing faction. Then they added the dungeon finder, and all you do is click to queue up, wait for the queue to pop, and then click to teleport straight inside. Hopefully, you can see the difference between these two experiences. One is simple and convenient, the other is not. But it does encourage socializing, as not only do you have to talk to people to get anywhere, you also have an incentive to befriend those you meet to make the process of finding a group easier in the future. What you really need to understand here though, is that this kind of fundamental change wasn't limited to a few one-off examples. It was widespread and existential in nature. It was like the Industrial Revolution had come for the MMO genre, where the old ways of doing things were replaced by this new, more efficient machinery of the modern age, and you had to get with the times or be left behind. And while many people, myself included, still remember and might have a preference towards how things were in the past, it doesn't change the fact that MMOs changed, and World of Warcraft led the way. Then, along comes Final Fantasy XIV, which was originally released in 2010, and was nothing like World of Warcraft. Instead, it was a spiritual successor to Square's earlier MMO, the more old-school, yet also quite console-focused Final Fantasy XI. But this version of Final Fantasy XIV proved unsuccessful with critics and fans alike, mostly because of its outdated design features. So, a couple years later, it was shut down, only to be rebooted in 2013 as Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. Many details were kept, like the setting and races, but many things changed, as this time, instead of being inspired by Final Fantasy XI, the developers instead took inspiration from the king of modern MMOs, World of Warcraft. And that's not just conjecture on my part, there are quotes from reliable sources confirming as much. They make it sound like WoW became their holy bible in learning how to design a modern MMO. And so, the Final Fantasy XIV of today is a modern World of Warcraft inspired MMO through and through. But unlike World of Warcraft, which changed heavily along the way, this version of Final Fantasy XIV was built from the ground up with modernity in mind, and accessibility and convenience became a part of its DNA. This makes comparisons between these two games fairly sensible, as there are many ways the games are similar, but it's also worth remembering that Final Fantasy XIV is by no means the only game inspired by World of Warcraft. In fact, in the years which followed its initial ground-shattering success, there were several high-profile WoW clones, which at the time were sometimes ambitiously referred to as WoW killers, but none of them achieved their desired regicide, and the other MMOs which have went on to be successful over the last decade have tended to be those that are less inspired by World of Warcraft, like Guild Wars 2, The Elder Scrolls Online, Black Desert, and the still surprisingly relevant RuneScape.
And then another 3.
And by the way, that is basically every moderately sized MMO in existence right now.
Yeah.
This genre is not as crowded as it once was, and the days when MMOs were seen as the future of gaming and were being compared to hardcore drugs on national television for the threat they pose to the youth of today are long past. In fact, the last decade has not been kind to the MMO genre, with success stories being few and far between. There was once hope for a new wave of Kickstarter MMOs, but it's now almost 10 years later and most either still haven't released yet, or should just never have released in the first place. Generally, things are bleak for MMO fans, which makes Final Fantasy XIV all the more significant. It has succeeded where others have failed, grown at a time when the genre has seemed to be shrinking, and overtaken that which for a long time was seen as untouchable.
I'm so tired of this shit, man.
Why? What exactly has this game done right? What sets it apart from its less successful peers? Well, let me tell you exactly why, in 5 parts, spread out across 2 hours, and delivered alongside some healthy criticism of the game in its current state and other observations about what the game does well. Hey, I give you answers to questions people may or may not care about on this channel. I don't make those answers easy. So, let us begin. Every experienced MMO player knows that the early hours of these games are rarely the best, and Final Fantasy XIV is no exception. Still, compared to some games in the genre, Final Fantasy XIV is fairly easy to get into, although that might depend on where exactly you're trying to enter it from. Once you get past the minor annoyance of having to make a Square Enix account, you then create your player character in a character creation that is overall good, but has some clear room for improvement. 4 faces per race and gender isn't really enough, particularly when some of them look like this, and who decided beard options should be face specific? That's not how beards are meant to work. Still, for most things there are plenty of options, and it's easy to make good looking characters at least. And with that done, your adventure begins. From here your experience will vary greatly depending on whether you're familiar with MMOs or not. Really, you could categorize all Final Fantasy XIV players into 3 not mutually exclusive groups. You have MMO fans here to try out a new MMO, Final Fantasy fans here to try out a new Final Fantasy, and fans of games with good stories here because someone told them this game has a good story and probably then continually pressured them to give it a go until one day they finally relented, even if just to shut them up. And, for the most part, this is a game that has been designed to appeal to all 3 of these groups, but which you're in might heavily impact your initial impressions, so why not consider each in turn? For those only here for the story, you're in luck, both in regards to how much story there is and how soon it gets underway, with the player taking the role of a new adventurer freshly arrived in one of the 3 different city-states of Eorzea. From here the story goes on to place a large focus on world building, introducing you to the state of affairs within your initial surroundings, then the rest of Eorzea, before the primary focus settles on the beast tribes of the land and their tendency to summon powerful magic creatures known as primals, who they worship as gods and who the player tends to get tasked with taking care of. This is a big part of what you do in this game initially. You go around killing other people's summoned gods, which is not a bad way for an MMO story to create a near endless supply of raid bosses. Things are further complicated though by a new attack from the hostile Garlean Empire, who deem the presence of primals popping up in Eorzea as a threat, and by a mysterious group of robed figures known as Ascians, as well as many other things, one of which being that 5 years before A Realm Reborn begins, there was something called the Calamity, where a Garlean general brought down the moon, which was actually hiding an ancient Allagan prison containing the elder primal Bahamut within it, who then unleashed devastation on the land, almost destroying everything, including, maybe, you. This is what you see in the opening cinematic, and it's also the way Final Fantasy 1.0, the unsuccessful version of the game released in 2010, ended in late 2012. Yeah, the reboot of the game was an event written into the lore, and something legacy players actually got to play through over the course of several months. Oh, this is actually the 7th Calamity, and you can hear about the rest, and many of their accompanying civilizations, as you play through the game, alongside all sorts of other things. There are many ways you can describe the story of Final Fantasy XIV, and complicated might be one of the most obvious. There is a lot of lore and world building, and most of it is delivered by way of dialogue in the main story and side quests. This results in a very text-heavy, story-driven game, and it's hard to imagine many people will really enjoy the overall experience if they're not prepared to at least take the time needed to read through the main questline. And if you do read through this questline, it will eventually take you to the stars and beyond, in a journey of such extravagant scale, depth, and emotion that the only word to truly describe it is epic. But that's not quite what you get in the early game. Final Fantasy XIV's story is slow, its beginnings are humble, and compared to most other non-MMOs, its presentation can seem a little lacking. This is something which has improved over time, with each expansion receiving more voice acting and higher quality cutscenes, but even now there's still a heavy reliance on recycled animations, particularly with the player's own character, who is mostly limited to in-game emotes as a means of expressing themselves within the narrative. The Realm Reborn section of the game is even more behind the times though. Even the opening cutscene is only partly voice acted, and from then on, voice acting is infrequent, with even the relatively high effort climax of A Realm Reborn, the Praetorium, still only getting voice acting for the final battle with Gaius. As for the quality of the voice acting, it's not great, as while some characters are fine, many feel a bit amateur, and when you get to the game's first expansion, Heavensward, the entire English voice acting cast just gets replaced. From here, the quality drastically increases, but the sudden change is jarring, particularly for new players who go straight from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward without the several-month break in between past players experienced at the time. For any who have forgotten just how jarring this change is, here are a few examples to refresh your memory.
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
What?
We both know I can do no such thing. It isn't safe for you here alone.
If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
And in addition to the speed and manner in which it's told, the story in A Realm Reborn also isn't Final Fantasy XIV's strongest. The robed Ascians who play the role of shadowy puppet masters come across as hammy and uninteresting. The Garleans have some cool armor, but otherwise seem like your typical generic militaristic empire, and the main characters who support the player in your adventure, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, feel flat and underdeveloped. So, if you're only here for the story, A Realm Reborn doesn't show the game at its best, but it does provide an introduction to this world, and it's a world worthy of introducing. Say what you like about the base game, but you can't deny that its world has a certain free-spirited, high-fantasy, classic JRPG charm to it, particularly if you're a Final Fantasy fan, and here we come to the second type of player. If you are a fan of the series, 14 goes to great lengths to serve you with plentiful references that span the entire main series and start immediately, and for the most part they are done quite tastefully. There are some exceptions. For example, I have long hated the veteran reward outfits of classic Final Fantasy protagonists, and the fact that the Cloud outfit is from the movie, not the game, doesn't exactly help matters. If this was a single-player game, this wouldn't be a problem, as you could just ignore them, but I resent seeing these outfits around the world. It detracts from immersion and feels like a cheap and lazy way to implement fan service.
That's nice.
But most examples aren't like this. I still think Final Fantasy XIV occasionally tries too hard with its fan service, and there's a fine line between an enjoyable reference and something that just feels forced. To show what I mean, just look at the previous two 8-man raids, Eden and Omega. During the Omega raid, the entity that is Omega basically creates replications of powerful foes to test the player, and the foes it creates just happen to be 4 bosses from Final Fantasy V and then 4 from Final Fantasy VI. The problem with this is that it comes across as overly deliberate, and for anyone who isn't familiar with these games, these bosses seem disconnected and uninteresting in their own right. I mean, I remember Sabin suplexing the Phantom Train just like everyone else, but fighting a train as the first boss in Sigmascape is just weird for anyone who hasn't played the original game. Meanwhile, the next raid, Eden, is full of Final Fantasy VIII references, but they're handled more subtly, and the overarching story is designed to be enjoyable on its own. So in Eden, the references enhance something which would otherwise still work without them, whereas Deltascape and Sigmascape rely on familiarity with the source material for their appeal, and the former is better in my opinion. For the most part though, Final Fantasy fans are in for a treat with 14, and even though this side of Final Fantasy XIV isn't really what makes it good, and its original concepts and designs have always been on par with any of those taken from the rest of the series, there is something to seeing so many references from material many players will be familiar and fond of. In a way, this game can seem like a celebration of the entire Final Fantasy series, and even as someone who usually doesn't care much for fan service, I'd be lying if I didn't admit that as a big Final Fantasy VII fan, when Knights of the Round showed up in Heavensward, it was incredible. It was both so unexpected and yet fit the story so perfectly, and it remains one of my favourite moments in the entire game. However, even the biggest Final Fantasy fans, as well as anyone just here for the story, will eventually have to come to terms with the fact that Final Fantasy or not, this is still an MMO. If you've never played an MMO before, it's a genre that can be a bit intimidating. For starters, the amount of systems and UI elements players soon get introduced to might seem overwhelming, but compared to some games in the genre, the default UI doesn't look too bad here, and while the onslaught of tutorial pop-ups is initially rather off-putting, at least there is lots of information in-game to teach new players, including what to do in group settings. Players will also need to get used to combat, which might not be what most are familiar with. Final Fantasy XIV has tab targeting combat, which is something with a long pedigree of MMO tradition, which basically means most people these days might consider it outdated. At a basic level, it works by manually targeting enemies and then using abilities that are assigned to your hotbar. The higher level your character gets, the more abilities they accumulate, leading to complicated rotations of combos, reactive skills, offensive and defensive cooldowns, and so on. Originally, tab target combat became the system of choice for MMOs due to netcode limitations for early games in the genre, but these days its main advantages are accessibility and, eventually, depth. The downside is that it's not very dynamic or impactful, as the player plays little role in aiming or executing their attacks, because as long as your foe is targeted and you happen to be in range, everything is just a single button press. In some ways, it can feel a little like you're giving orders to a character rather than being the one actually controlling them yourself,
almost like
as the mechanical
5K.
execution for every ability is the same, and I imagine the younger generations have a strong preference for true action combat systems, as they feel more exciting. Still, while it might not be as engaging as some of its alternatives, it is easy to pick up, and neither JRPGs nor Final Fantasy games are exactly known for their great early game gameplay anyway. The other thing new players will need to get used to is that as this is an MMO, it means at some point you will need to play with other people. I know, other people? How disgusting. Who would want to play with them? Well, don't worry, my antisocial friend. Final Fantasy XIV is one of the most solo-friendly MMOs you'll ever find. You can even do most group content with NPCs instead of players, and gone are the days of actually needing to talk to people to get anywhere in MMOs anyway. You do have to group up with people to complete dungeons and trials sometimes, and you do need to complete many dungeons and trials as part of the story, but the process is effortless thanks to an easy-to-use automatic group finder. The skill requirements are always rather low to avoid excluding anyone, and the people you will meet are probably pretty quiet. It's rare to see more than the odd hello and thanks for the group in most group settings, and there's certainly no need to socialise.
I need to buy this. So
just ignore the people you see around the main square of Limsa Laminsa.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
And if you do find yourself talking to another person, you'll probably find them reasonably helpful, which is partly a result of the Sprout icon all new players get branded with. This might sound more like a curse than a blessing, particularly if you have any preconceived notions about MMO player elitism, or you just really hate small plants. But the reality is, people tend to be very forgiving and understanding of new players, and with a Sprout icon above your head, you don't even need to say anything for everyone to realise this is what you are. And there are other ways this game incentivizes positive interactions with others as well, like the commendation system used to reward players in group settings, or the first time completion bonus, ensuring new players in most groups are usually more of a boon than burden. So, for new players who lack MMO experience, Final Fantasy XIV offers something that is, relatively speaking, very easy to get into, and waste no time showing off its Final Fantasy theming and throwing you into its long and, these days, highly acclaimed story. The generous free trial also allows players to try all of the base game and first expansion without spending any money, and as monthly subscriptions are generally considered rather off-putting to non-MMO players, this also probably helps convince new people to give the game a chance. That's not to say that MMOs, Final Fantasy or otherwise, are a type of game that will be for everyone, and aspects like the tab targeting combat, the UI design, the infrequent voice acting, and so on might still turn new players away, but Final Fantasy XIV has clearly been designed to ease new players into the experience, and the strong branding the Final Fantasy name gives it, and the lack of MMO competition these days, have likely helped ensure that there is a constant influx of new players willing to try the game out for themselves. This is the first, albeit least interesting reason for why I think this game has been so successful. It is an accessible, relatively polished and new player-friendly MMO with a strong reputation in a time when competition is fairly scarce. And while this doesn't provide the most exciting way to kick our list of reasons off, sometimes life isn't always about the most exciting ways. that's just how it is. There is still one last group of players worth considering here though, and that is those who are already experienced with MMOs. This group won't have a unified set of expectations, but most will still be judging the game on how it compares to other MMOs. So, how does the early Final Fantasy XIV experience compare to its peers? Well, firstly, as already mentioned, it is more story focused. This is particularly true now the rate of experience point gain has been increased, meaning you can level almost the entire way by just following the main story quest. But even before this, Final Fantasy XIV was always very story heavy by MMO standards. This also impacts the leveling experience, as there's less focus on doing tasks within the game world, but MMOs don't always have the best reputation when it comes to giving players fun tasks to do within their worlds. As for the world itself, it does look good, particularly for a game released in 2013, but the main downside to this is frequent loading screens separating areas. This game was originally designed to run on the PlayStation 3's very limited amount of RAM, and while PS3 support has luckily been abandoned since Stormblood, certain scars still show, like the way that the 3 original cities are each split into 2 distinct areas. As for new zones, while they might have continued the trend of looking good, and have grown larger in size, in other ways even less care has been placed on world design. In the Realm Reborn zones there is a lot of variety to enemies, with both non-hostile foes and the occasional higher level enemy, as well as more consideration placed on enemy layout, or making sure enemies feel like a part of an actual ecosystem. In later zones however, all enemies feel overly similar in strength and behaviour, and their layout seems very evenly spaced, with little consideration given to realism. And this lack of attention to detail might be a little disappointing for anyone coming from an MMO which places more focus on the world itself. As for the combat, tab targeting will likely be nothing new, but something you will hear a lot, particularly from World of Warcraft players, are concerns over the global cooldown, or GCD. This is the time between each use of a normal ability. The standard GCD in Final Fantasy XIV is 2.5 seconds, which is slower than WoW's 1.5, and for years this has been a widely referenced data point when making comparisons between the two games, with the 2.5 GCD of Final Fantasy being used as proof that the combat is slow and therefore bad. And at low levels, when your character only has access to a small portion of their overall skill set, the difference in speed is very noticeable. However, by max level, the difference in combat speed is less apparent, and the 2.5 second GCD of Final Fantasy can be quite misleading. Firstly, it can be lowered by the stat's skill speed, as well as other class-specific buffs. For example, on Monk, one of the faster melee classes, I currently have a base GCD of 1.87 seconds, which isn't really that far off the 1.5 of WoW. Secondly, Final Fantasy features many instant abilities, which are not on the global cooldown and can instead be interwoven between 2 GCDs, making combat feel faster than the GCD implies. For example, here is the current opener for Dragoon, one of the melee classes with the slowest GCD. In the image, the GCDs are on the bottom row, and as you can see, not only are there lots of additional off-GCD abilities, but you also need to sometimes press 2 off-GCD abilities between each GCD. So the difference in combat speed is smaller than the GCD makes it seem, and comparisons between actions per minute for each game shows that they are quite similar. WoW is still overall slightly faster, but Final Fantasy also tends to have slightly longer rotations to make up for this. There is still a slightly different feel to combat though, with WoW's rotations seeming more frenetic thanks in large part to the heavy reliance on procs or reactive abilities, whereas Final Fantasy's rotations feel more methodical due to their more static and deterministic nature, but in terms of both speed, complexity and overall skill required to perform, I have always found the two games not really that dissimilar. But Final Fantasy can feel slow at the start, particularly if you have spent lots of hours playing an MMO with a faster GCD. A bigger and yet less talked about combat difference between these two games is when abilities actually trigger. Final Fantasy XIV features many high-quality combat animations, which are very pleasing on the eye, although they can also be overly flashy in group encounters. Because of this, there is an option in the settings to reduce other players' battle effects, which I highly recommend you turn down, as while 4-man content might look okay, 8-man content becomes messy, and 24-man content or highly populated open world events like Fates or Hunts feature so many particle effects and flashing lights that it can feel like a war crime is being committed against your eyes each time you have the pleasure of grouping up. Still, while Final Fantasy XIV's flashy combat animations are usually a positive, these animations aren't always that responsive. If you press an ability in WoW, it feels like it happens instantly, with the damage number and sound effect triggering straight away. But if you press an ability in Final Fantasy, it often feels like there is a small delay to account for the animation, and even instant effects can feel like they take time to trigger. Something you can easily notice on abilities which lock you in place for their duration, like Dragoon's Jump. There's also possible differences in netcode and recognition of abilities server-side. This is hard to compare between games, and I've seen a lot of contradictory information about this from players over the years, but any experienced Final Fantasy XIV player can surely remember times when you use your instant "oh shit" ability, like Benediction, Hallowed Ground, Homegang, or Living Dead, only for it to go on cooldown without actually triggering in time. This is annoying and potentially very costly, and that kind of thing doesn't seem to happen in WoW because WoW's combat is very responsive. It is one of the best things about it. Finally, there's also a difference in enemy ability timings that many new players will find strange until they're used to it, which is that these abilities trigger instantly based on when the enemy finishes their cast. However, this is also when the animation for these abilities starts, and animations always take some time to play out, meaning the animations are somewhat delayed from when the attack effect actually happens. What this essentially means is that if you are just inside an enemy AoE when the cast ends, then you'll always be hit by that AoE, even if you move out of it by the time you actually see the animation. And the reverse is also true, meaning as long as you are outside the AoE when the cast ends, you can move back into the AoE area straight away without being hit as the animation plays. This is at least a fair and easy to understand way for enemy abilities to work, but it's not intuitive for new players, and it can look and feel very unnatural. There are plenty of other differences between Final Fantasy XIV and other MMOs too, in aesthetics and content, in the class system and character building, in party size and etiquette, and so on. Some of these differences I'll come back to, but I think it's the two previously mentioned that are the most notable for MMO fans, which are that Final Fantasy XIV's combat starts slow and can take time to get used to, and that this is a very story-focused game, with more emphasis placed on storytelling than other potentially important aspects like world design. And so, for all three different types of potential new player, we can see that there's always one thing tying everyone's different experiences together, one thing you can't escape in this game, no matter who you are or what you enjoy, and that is the importance of the main story. This is an MMO, maybe the only MMO, where story truly takes precedence over everything else, and so I guess it's only fair to talk more about that story before anything else. MMOs are unique because unlike other games, in MMOs you are not the main character. Instead, you're just one of many players who have to work together in this collective world, all sharing the spotlight. But someone might have forgotten to tell that to Final Fantasy XIV. Because here, you are not just the main character. You are the most main character who has ever main charactered a video game. And that's not an exaggeration. You are the Warrior of Light, hero of Eorzea, blessed of Hydaelyn, ender of the Dragonsong War, liberator of Alamigo and the Eastern Front, and vanquisher of countless Primals, Garleans, Ascians, and anything else stupid enough to get in your way. You are beloved, respected, worshipped, and praised by all, and you kind of deserve it. Here, everyone is your simp. If you look up the word hero in an Eorzean dictionary, you will find a small picture of yourself. And every NPC you've never talked to dreams of the day they get to share a cutscene, just one, not even voice-acted cutscene, with you, the Warrior of Light. And as for all these other people you see running around, dancing in the main square of Limsa, sitting in the housing districts crafting potions, camping out rare spawning fates for just 15 more minutes. Who are they? Who cares? Compared to you, the Warrior of Light, they're nothing. Just extras lucky enough to make a cameo in your story, who are only really there to stop the world feeling empty and keep you company as you wait around for the next time you're needed to save the day. There is a part of me that believes MMOs should always play to their strengths, and that includes in how they tell their stories. MMOs are unique because of the other people you share the world with, and it therefore stands to reason that the best MMO stories should incorporate this aspect into their narrative to tell a story only games of this genre can. Most modern MMOs don't do this, however, maybe because creating a narrative without a defined main character for events to revolve around is challenging, and Final Fantasy XIV proves it's not really necessary either. An MMO can work with a single player style story, and while that might be a little disappointing from a theoretical standpoint, it's hard to argue with results. There are some major caveats to any praise given to this game's narrative, however, the first of which has already been mentioned. When A Realm Reborn first released, reviews actually tended to be very positive about its story, but compared to each expansion released since, the difference in quality feels clear, in storytelling, writing, and originality. But A Realm Reborn does lay an important foundation, which each subsequent expansion has built upon. The first, Heavensward, makes for the most noticeable jump in quality. Where A Realm Reborn's primary focus is on world building, and its action is split between various primal-obsessed beast tribes, ongoing Eorzean politics, and the latest Garlean invasion, Heavensward is instead more focused, telling the story of the isolationist city-state Ishgard and its 1,000-year conflict, the Dragon's Song War. You begin by leaving the base game behind, literally and metaphorically, as you're forced to take refuge in Ishgard, before setting off on a journey through the surrounding lands to discover the truth of the long war's history, while accompanied by a small group of relevant characters who each provide a different perspective on events. In this way, Heavensward feels like a classic JRPG tale of a band of adventurers coming together to travel through fantastical lands to try to eventually save the day.
I just want a freaking...
And whereas A Realm Reborn featured many characters, none of which received any real development, Heavensward is where that starts to change. This is most notable with Alphinaud, who is almost unbearable in A Realm Reborn. If you haven't played through this section in a while, you may have forgotten this, but from the low quality voice acting, to his know-it-all personality, to his young age and Mary Sue-like status, he really comes across as annoying and unlikable. And it almost feels like the writers realised this, because between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, some major things go wrong for him, leaving him greatly humbled. In Heavensward, we then see him have moments of self-reflection through which he has a chance to grow and mature, and suddenly his self-importance and idealism is tempered against his newfound sense of perspective, and he actually becomes quite likeable. Heavensward is also where these supporting characters first start to feel like your friends. There's a moment early on I've always liked where Tartaro and Alphinaud are accused of heresy and demand a trial by combat. Except Tartaro has no combat experience, so she calls on you to be her champion, and it feels good to stand up for someone who you know has been wrongly accused. Games always act like everyone is best friends with the main character, but it's moments like this which actually allow you to feel that friendship, and it makes sense that the struggle the main cast of Heavensward go through would ultimately bring them together. Most of these positive trends continue with each later expansion. Stormblood is the black sheep of the post-Realm Reborn family, but its story is still a lot stronger than the base game. It continues the overarching plot of the Garlean Empire, as the player seeks to liberate the city-states of Alamigo and Doma from Garlean control. The way the narrative is split between these two distinct and far apart fronts leaves the story feeling slightly fractured. Its depictions of war never truly manage to live up to the grand scale an event like this should have, and Stormblood's attempt to focus on a single important character, Lys, feels like a less successful repeat attempt of what Heavensward did with Alphinaud. But in other ways, the story has plenty of fun moments, and its relatively simple and action-driven nature makes for a nice change of pace from the frequently exposition-heavy and sometimes convoluted story elements seen in so much of the rest of the game. It might be the weakest overall expansion in terms of narrative, but it's had some strong competition. speaking of which, the next expansion, the fan favourite Shadowbringers, has the player journey to an entirely new dimension which is being drowned by light. This forces the main character to take up the role of Warrior of Darkness in a subversion that feels instantly engaging and also gives Shadowbringers a really strong aesthetic identity that comes across as wholly distinct from anything else in the Final Fantasy series. Initially, I was turned off by Shadowbringers' seemingly unnecessary isekai-like premise of being teleported to another world, but by the time the journey is coming to its close, it's almost impossible not to be won over by certain aspects of the tale it tells. Still, the single greatest achievement of Shadowbringers is how it took the worst part of Final Fantasy XIV's story, the ever-present, over-the-top and always annoying shadowy robed Ascians, and fleshes out their backstory to humanize the group and give them clear and understandable motivations, which instantly makes every part of Final Fantasy XIV's greater narrative better as a result. Finally, there is Endwalker, which provides an apocalyptic finale to the entire overarching story the rest of the game has been telling, and it is stunning in its grandeur, ambition, and sheer unexpectedness. As it's still relatively close to release and the events of Endwalker carry such significance, I'll avoid talking about them in detail to avoid spoilers, but I will say that the trailer for Endwalker shows the player's character going to the moon, a feat with some tradition in the Final Fantasy series, but while you might expect something like this to be the finale of Endwalker, it is not. It isn't even close. You are going to places and defeating enemies that you would expect to be a normal game's final boss before you even make it to the expansion's halfway point, and then it just keeps going to more places and greater things that no one would have predicted. And when the ending finally does come, it is truly special. That's not to say that everything about this story necessarily works, but at the same time I can think of few things in gaming quite like it. There are problems with Final Fantasy XIV's story and the way the game chooses to tell it, but I do think it needs to be stressed that while this story does have its lows, its highs are also some of the highest you will ever see in a video game, and it provides a journey like few others. Still, about those problems. You know, call me old-fashioned here, but one thing I do value in a video game is feeling like I am actually playing it. And there are long stretches in Final Fantasy XIV where that feeling is lost, because while the narrative quality might have increased over time, interactivity has decreased, and it wasn't that great to begin with. So much of this game is spent watching cutscenes or reading dialogue, and outside of the occasional dungeon, trial or scripted single-player set piece, there just isn't any meaningful gameplay. And no, going to an ominously glowing circle to kill a couple enemies that spawn in is not meaningful gameplay, but often you don't even get that. Every quest just contains so much writing, which is fine when the events the writing is covering feel important enough to justify this, but even when the main story slows down and sends you on relatively unimportant errands for a while, the density of dialogue just continues. In the end, this can be exhausting, even if you enjoy the story, and throughout the last two expansions I found myself always longing to get to the next dungeon or trial, just to get a brief moment of respite where I could feel like I was actually playing the game again. The irony is that while A Realm Reborn has the weakest story by far, in other ways it also had the best questing experience, as you were regularly sent out into the world to fulfill some objective which had afforded the player small breaks from the constant barrage of text boxes. But Heaven's Ward started the trend of more story and less gameplay, and then Shadowbringers ramped this up several degrees further to the point where the gameplay is barely there anymore, and then Endwalker goes even further. And the few new attempts at gameplay-focused quests, like the sections where you target something with a crosshair or Endwalker's new trend of following missions, have largely been unsuccessful. Killing enemies and finding objectives in the game world isn't great, but it's better than this, and at least it can be used to highlight interesting areas and make players feel like they are actually interacting with the world. In this regard, I've come to really appreciate the dialogue choices that have become more frequent as the game has went on, as they at least make dialogue feel slightly more interactive, and despite not changing anything major, some are still used to really great effect, with one in particular at the end of Endwalker being a great example of how a small touch of player agency can add so much meaning to a particular scene, but these choices still aren't enough. Ultimately, a good story is always better when it's supported by good gameplay, which Final Fantasy XIV's main quest often fails at, and for some players in particular, this lack of gameplay might really detract from their enjoyment. The second major problem I think needs to be at least acknowledged is that the story sure can be a bit convoluted. There is now Aether, Dynamis, the Echo, the Blessing of Light, Summoning, Teleportation, Tempering, Sundering, Reincarnation, Time Travel, Memory Transferring, Alternate Dimensions, and on and on. These elements aren't just lazily thrown in for a cheap twist or overly convenient plot resolution. Usually, I'll always resent link pearls, but in some ways this can actually make these things even worse, as every little element is accompanied by scene after scene of exposition to try to explain it all, which can bring the story's pacing to a crawl. There's also a risk that with so many different elements involved, the writers will end up building a house of cards which will one day grow so tall that it collapses in on itself as different elements start to contradict each other, and there are times things already look a little shaky. But I think for now, most are willing to forgive this aspect to enjoy the story's better qualities.
That's crazy.
And one could have other issues with the story
That's
as well,
crazy, man.
like the overuse of certain narrative tropes, namely the fake character deaths and succeeding through the power of friendship. But how players will respond to these will be up to the individual. For the majority of the current player base, these flaws are worth overlooking to enjoy the narrative's positive qualities, and of those there is no shortage. There is something unique about Final Fantasy XIV's story in its vastness of scale and scope, and the way it has grown year after year, patch after patch, expansion after expansion. It is a true journey of epic proportions, where we witness the story of an entire continent that is interwoven with a large cast of recurring characters and an increasingly well-developed sense of history. The main story alone takes hundreds of hours of game time to complete, and it's worth pointing out that Final Fantasy XIV's story isn't limited to the main quest. There are in-depth storylines for every class, including crafters, every 24-man and 8-man raid, every optional trial, every new batch of relic weapons, and so on. Even if the quality does vary, the sheer amount of story content in Final Fantasy XIV is almost unrivaled, and if you're someone who loves this game, or its world or characters, the never-ending hours of story content is something you just can't get in many other games. And having witnessed this story grow since A Realm Reborn's release, and seen the player base's response to it, I've often wondered whether story might actually be more important to an MMO than people usually admit. This is a genre where people spend weeks, months, even years with these games, and their worlds, and so why wouldn't we want our time and experience to be given more meaning through narrative? To be invested in the story of a game has always made other parts of the experience better, and why should MMOs be any different? For years, people have read static, paragraph-long text dumps as the primary means of delivering story in MMOs, and no one would think this is acceptable in any other game. The same is true for tedious quest objectives that ask us to kill a few too many boars, or gather more sporadically dropping items than should realistically be needed. And the glacial pacing and viscous cutscene density of Final Fantasy XIV might just be another example of this. We put up with the bad because we want to care about this world, and its characters, and our character. We want our experience to have meaning because it isn't an experience like that of a normal game, something we pick up on a whim one day and are finished with by the end of a weekend. It is instead something that becomes a part of our lives, a journey measured in years, something we watch grow alongside our own growth, and a good story can only enhance every other part of the experience. I've seen several people declare Final Fantasy XIV's story to be the greatest ever told in a game, and I don't agree with that opinion, but I can understand why so many hold it. There is something special about this game's story, and if you haven't experienced it for yourself, you might not be able to understand this. In some ways, you just had to be there. And so, we have arrived at the second reason for why Final Fantasy XIV has become the biggest MMO in the world. Because it successfully utilised its story to create something that thousands of players have been able to fall in love with, which has grown and expanded as times went on. Whether that is unique is up for debate. Other MMOs also have stories, and other MMOs might even have good stories. But one thing's for sure is that no other MMO has ever been this committed to telling its story. In Final Fantasy XIV, story really is king, and nearly all other aspects of game design have been made to kneel before it. For example, dungeons aren't just cool locations endgame groups of adventurers head to search for worthy foes and long-lost treasures. Since Heavensward, almost every dungeon is a moment in the main storyline. They are the game's main form of cinematic set piece. They exist for the story. The same is true for most trials, which are the most epic raid boss fights in this game and are usually there to accompany the most epic story moments. The same is true for the world design, as where other MMOs might decide on which areas of the world to add next and then write a story to justify their inclusion, in Final Fantasy XIV, the story is what informs the world, and it is what decides where we go and when. And the same is true for the multiplayer aspects of the game, which are asked to fit into a story rarely willing to compromise or give them all that much real consideration. In Final Fantasy XIV, story is king, and I'm not sure most of the fanbase would have it any other way. And as broadly accessible as this game has been made to be with countless quality of life updates and casual and solo friendly design, the one thing that doesn't apply to is the story. It is the one part of the game that doesn't seem interested in holding the player's hand. In fact, almost no effort is made to ensure the player is keeping up. This is a story designed for those who read everything, and if that's not you, then tough. You will do it the Final Fantasy XIV way or suffer the consequences of always being confused how this thing works, or who that guy was, or what the last cutscene was actually on about. Still, there is one final thing that needs to be said about Final Fantasy XIV's story, which is that outside of spending real money in the out-of-game online store, the story can't actually be skipped, even the base game. By comparison, every World of Warcraft expansion since Warlords of Draenor has come with a free level boost potion to take you instantly to the latest content, and this has become the norm for MMOs in the past decade, where no one is left behind and getting to max level is always made as easy as possible. But not in Final Fantasy XIV, as while the speed you gain experience points has been increased, a cutscene is still just as long no matter the player's level. And so, if you want to get to the latest expansion or participate in endgame, you will have to play through hours and hours of non-stop story, as you journey through all of the base game, every expansion, and every single post-expansion patch. It is a massive undertaking, and this might be a problem for new players, particularly because the base game just isn't that good anymore. What is the biggest mistake World of Warcraft ever made? I'm sure there are lots of varied answers to that question, and I'm not going to try to convince you mine is the objectively correct one, but I do want to share it with you anyway. Because, in my opinion, the greatest mistake WoW ever made was how each expansion was designed to invalidate older content. It has been 18 years since World of Warcraft first released, and there is 18 years worth of content in that game, at least some of which is very good, but almost none of it is relevant to the game as it is today. I guess no one knew at the time that WoW would still be going fairly strong 18 years later, and you can't...
What's that? What are you listening? I'm listening to a review. Review of FF14 MMORPG. Because I've never played it.
Can't blame anyone involved for not thinking of an 18-year plan when the Burning Crusade first entered development, but with the always helpful benefit of hindsight, you cannot convince me that the short-term oriented, only one expansion matters at a time design of that game was the right one. World of Warcraft has had plenty of good content over the years, which should never have been treated as simply disposable. In this regard, Final Fantasy...
Who's the guy talking? His YouTube channel is Never Knows Best.
C14 has done something very clever, whether intentional or not, because while World of Warcraft is, at its core, an endgame, meaning PvP and raiding, oriented game, Final Fantasy XIV isn't. Its greatest focus is, and always has been, as was just discussed, the story, and with each expansion released, that story has only grown. It has been expanded bit by bit into something greater than what came before, and so the release of a new expansion isn't to the detriment of the rest of the game. And so, for those who enjoy the story, which is the majority of the player base, Final Fantasy XIV has become better and better, and will likely continue to do so in the future. This is the third of my reasons for this game's success, and this doesn't just apply to the story either. A big part of Final Fantasy XIV's group content is roulettes. These are dungeons and easier difficulty raids that are divided into different categories, which the player can then queue for to play through one at random for a bonus reward. If you want to level a different class or gather endgame currencies, roulettes are one of the best ways to do so, both due to how enjoyable they can be thanks to their large and ever-expanding amount of variety, as well as how rewarding they can be thanks to the daily bonus. If there is a particular type of group content you don't want to do, you can always ignore that particular roulette, and so overall this content makes for a nice, relaxed endgame activity that you can also do alongside friends. But even more importantly, this also ensures new players doing old group content for the first time will still have people to complete it with, while also keeping older group content relevant no matter the expansion. This is clever game design that benefits the whole player base, and Final Fantasy XIV is ahead of many of its peers in this regard, as group content is not just forgotten or doomed to irrelevancy the moment it falls out of the current expansion spotlight. However, for both story and group content, it's hard to deny that A Realm Reborn, which is the base game and therefore the first thing new players will experience, is letting the team down a bit in both its story, group content, and overall leveling experience. The story's problems aren't that drastic, and it's worth remembering that it did receive a positive reception in most reviews when A Realm Reborn first released. Really, it just feels a little too generic, its characters too one-dimensional, and its pacing too slow. This is made worse by the fact that many new players, lured in by the promise of a good story, will specifically be looking forward to playing through the later expansions, as this is when they hear it actually gets good, while MMO veterans are probably just looking forward to reaching endgame, as that's usually an MMO player's main objective while leveling. In this way, A Realm Reborn's average story becomes a barrier to players that gets in the way of better things still to come, which might make it seem even worse. As for A Realm Reborn's group content, its main problems have to do with scaling and difficulty, more so than the quality of the content itself. Over time, there are certain things Square Enix has improved at, such as designing unique and interesting boss mechanics, but in some ways, A Realm Reborn's group content still stands out as being some of the most immersive and non-linear in the entire game, and the overall quality isn't that bad, particularly as the simpler mechanics make sense as a way to ease potential newcomers into the MMO experience. However, the difficulty of this content in the current state of the game is incredibly lacking. With each expansion, old content has been made easier due to a range of factors, such as changes to skills and the impact of scaling down higher level players. The end result of this is that every fight in A Realm Reborn is far easier than it was on release, to the point where they can feel like parodies of their former selves, and A Realm Reborn wasn't a particularly difficult game to begin with. From a gameplay perspective, this makes this content boring for most players, particularly those who have played other MMOs before, but it also diminishes many story moments. I don't want to spend too long showing examples, but I do want to illustrate how bad the issue is, as I don't think many players realise just how drastic the difference is these days. So let's look at two fights, one early into A Realm Reborn and one towards the end. The first is Ifrit, the earliest primal the player takes on and one of the most recognisable Final Fantasy icons. It starts with a still really cool cutscene, and at this early point in the game, this is by far the most interesting thing to have happened yet in the story. Then you get into the fight, and it's over in 1 minute and 20 seconds. During this, Ifrit doesn't get a chance to use his main AoE attack, Radiant Plume, because the fight ends too quickly, and this was in a group with 3 low-level sprouts, by the way, so this isn't even the effect of high-level players. By comparison, I don't know exactly how long the fight took on release as I can't find a full video of it, but I did find a video guide where they had over 1.5 bars of limit break when the nail spawns, whereas today you have less than 1/4 of a bar. And the fact that there used to be video guides created for this fight, I think, speaks for itself. Still, Ifrit normal mode was never an interesting fight, and this encounter is very low level. So let's look at something else. How about the final boss fight of A Realm Reborn's main story, Ultima Weapon? This fight now lasts 55 seconds. there is still healing to do and AoEs to dodge, because all DPS players just ignore the actual mechanics to rush the boss down instead. One thing you don't see anymore, however, is the boss's final attack, Ultima. The story behind this enemy is that it's an ancient super weapon designed to cast the ultimate magic, which is the spell Ultima, and that's why it's so important you defeat it here. And this used to be what happens in the final phase of this fight as a climactic DPS check. The boss trying to cast this spell is basically part of the story, and there are several lines of dialogue to go with this, but now the boss dies so quickly it doesn't even enter into this final hit point percentage based phase. Even worse than this though, is that as this fight now lasts less than a minute, it means you only get 1 minute into the boss's theme song, which means you don't get to the best part. This is what it should sound like. This is what players are missing out on. Wait for it. This piece of music might be the single best thing in A Realm Reborn, and they've fucking ruined it. This part doesn't even come close to playing, by the way. You'd have to fight Ultima Weapon 3 times as it is right now just to reach it.
Damn.
So, in terms of story, music, and gameplay, this fight has been destroyed. In video footage, I found this fight used to take 5 minutes and 30 seconds, by the way, and you could make similar comparisons for almost all older content. I feel I need to repeat my earlier point that this content was never particularly challenging, and it was already at a good difficulty level for new players. This content did not need, nor could it afford, this reduction of difficulty, and this isn't just a Realm Reborn problem either. It affects all older content to some degree, including other important story moments like the final boss of Heavensward or Stormblood. I'm sure some max level players are listening to this right now thinking it's a good thing everything is so easy, because it means quicker roulettes, but roulettes could be changed to give more XP or tombstones if the time they take is an issue, and the quality of the content should always be the priority. This doesn't help new players either, as the complete lack of challenge just removes all incentive to actually learn to play your class or take boss mechanics seriously, while ensuring that when challenging content does finally appear, the spike in difficulty might be too sudden for people. It is an asset that older content is designed to stay relevant, but it can't be neglected in this way, and that's what's happened here. The lack of difficulty isn't a deliberate change, it is an unintended consequence of many other changes made as the game has evolved, but new players and the content itself deserve better. This isn't the only problem with low-level gameplay, however, as this content is also hurt by the lack of player abilities. Due to the increased rate players gain XP, this isn't much of a problem for new players, at least for the earlier levels, as new abilities are unlocked frequently. However, by level 50, every class is left feeling rather basic. This makes things less interesting for new players, but the real problem is for max level players doing level scaled content, as they lose so many abilities when scaled down that every class feels bad to play. The reality is, classes have evolved over time with each new expansion, but at the same time every class was basically better to play at level 50 in A Realm Reborn than it is now in Endwalker when players are scaled down to level 50.
Finally, dude.
For a quick comparison using Dragoon, in A Realm Reborn you also had the following skills: Heavy Thrust, Internal Release, Lobotomize, Leg Sweep, Impulse Drive, Power Surge, Ring of Thorns, and maybe also Fracture, if you were a Fracture using kind of guy. That's at least 7 less DPS related skills, in addition to the more advanced base rotation and the much more important positionals. And what have they got in return? True North and Arm's Length, skills which exist to allow you to do less. Dragoon wasn't particularly difficult or interesting to play in A Realm Reborn, but it was a lot better than it is now when scaled to 50, and this becomes even more apparent when you compare how classes were in Heavensward to how they are at the moment when scaled to 60, or in Stormblood to how they are now scaled to 70. The reason this has happened is because each expansion has added new skills for every class, but in order to prevent overall skill bloat, each expansion since Stormblood has also removed some skills. And while players may each have their own favourite ability that has been axed that we miss dearly to this day, generally the way the developers have went about this skill compression has been fairly intelligent, with those targeted often being unimportant and with many skills simply being combined. However, this has still left lower levels feeling pretty empty, particularly for max level players who have grown used to having access to their full range of abilities. The simplest solution to this would be to just give players more skills earlier, so that by level 50 each class has most of their core spells and abilities. Basically, change it so that the skills each class has right now at level 60 are what they have at level 50, and then tweak the remaining skills currently gained from 60 to 80 to be gained earlier. This would mean players would unlock fewer skills as they level from 50 to 80, but so what? The small loss in sense of progression that comes from this would be more than made up for by the improvement to gameplay gained by giving players more abilities. And this would also make level scaled content much more enjoyable for max level players, as scaled down classes wouldn't feel quite so gutted. It's a win-win solution, and while this would mean low level content is made even easier, that just means it's finally time to stop neglecting this content in the first place and have a major reevaluation of the current difficulty level. And finally, we come to the leveling experience. Originally, leveling to 50 was quite slow, and players had to engage with a wide range of content to not run out of sources of XP, including optional dungeons, the hunting log, fates, guild tests, and levy quests. Since then, the rate of XP gain for players has been greatly increased, so now you can level almost the entire way to max by just following the main questline. Increasing the rate of XP gain is logical as this game has plenty of content, so it doesn't need to be padded. However, this means there's no need to engage with other content anymore.
Yes!
If I were to ignore the quality of the story, the best leveling experience I've had in Final Fantasy XIV was leveling to 50 for the first time.
3K.
This was because there was more variety to what I was doing than just reading dialogue and watching cutscenes, and because there was a much greater sense of interacting with the world around me. In particular, I have fond memories of completing the hunting log for the first time, because it tasks you with going out into the world and hunting down specific enemies. The log does provide a general location, but you still have to search this broader location yourself, which leads you to paying attention to the world around you, going to places you've probably never been, and seeing sights you may never actually see otherwise. It felt a bit like you were actually off exploring the world, and that sense of exploration is something that is very rarely felt in Final Fantasy XIV otherwise. You can still complete the hunting log of course, but I wonder how many new players actually do, as there's no real XP incentive to it anymore. In preparation for this video, I created a new character and went through the lower levels again, and in many ways the experience isn't bad. As you level fast, you gain new skills quickly, the Realm Reborn zones still look great, and the main questline isn't quite as slow paced as it becomes in later expansions. However, one thing I did find is that I was very quickly over-leveled, even though I was mostly sticking to the main quest. This became particularly noticeable after the main quest sends you to the first 3 dungeons, Sestasha, Tamtara Deepcroft and the Copperbell Mines, after which I found myself 10 whole levels ahead of the main questline, and that 10 level gap continued into the future. Being so over-leveled so quickly doesn't feel very good, as there's no longer any sense of reward to gaining XP, and it almost feels like you're being rushed through the world without the chance to engage with the things around you, like fates or side quests that you might at least want to check out. Still, leveling to 50 and following the 2.0 main questline isn't the real problem right now, as, at least for this section, there's still a good sense of progression, it doesn't take too long, you never run out of things to do, and you're always seeing new parts of the world. The problems really begin in the post-Realm Reborn, pre-Heavensward section from patch 2.1 onwards. Originally, there were major patches released every few months, and each came with new content, including new main story quests. In total, there was 103 of these quests, and playing through some of them every few months after each major patch wasn't that bad. But playing through all of them in one go after you've already completed the Realm Reborn questline and reached level 50 is a tedious slog. To remedy this, the developers reworked the entire Realm Reborn main questline to try to shorten it in patch 5.3. This removed a grand total of 45 quests, while shortening some of those left, with the post-Realm Reborn section being decreased from 103 to 80. This wasn't a bad effort to try to fix what by that point had become a well-known problem of the base game, but it still isn't enough. Cutting content is difficult as some quests can't simply be removed without other quests making less sense, but after playing through most of the 2.x main questline, I still felt there was room for further streamlining. For example, in the patch 2.1 questline, you could remove the pointless trip to Mordona and instead go straight into the Moogle King quest. In patch 2.2, you could remove the first two quests that focus on the missing crystals and instead go straight to Udar to meet Yugiri. Then remove the entire return visit to the Walking Sands where you look for hiding children and help out with the coach. Then when you move on to the Leviathan questline, there's a couple more steps that could be removed, and so on. You get the idea. I won't go through every patch. The point is, there is still room for shortening these sections. It just might require some minor text rewrites to allow the rest of the story to still make sense. However, if you really want to streamline the Realm Reborn main quest, the real space where fat is begging to be trimmed is in the 2.0 questline, which is for level 1 to 50 content, where you are still frequently sent on unimportant tasks that serve little purpose beyond giving the player busy work. These negatively impact the story by slowing its pace, and at this point, the best solution to the Realm Reborn problem might be to further reduce the main questline, particularly the 2.0 content, and then change the original main questline to take the player to level 45, with the 2.1 to 2.5 content being adjusted to take the player from 45 to 50. The 2.0 main questline already only has 5 quests higher than level 46, so this wouldn't require many changes to enemy levels outside of perhaps an adjustment to the 2 8-man main scenario instances, and it would give new players a much smoother and more natural leveling experience where they won't have to feel like they're always over-leveled early on, or that they are stuck in the endless level 50 post 2.0 slog that currently feels like it exists only to cockblock unexpected new players from reaching Heavensward, where everyone says the game actually gets good. Still, there is an overarching point I'm trying to make here, which is that a Realm Reborn can, and probably should, be improved. Fix the difficulty of group content, give players more skills sooner, and streamline the main questline. If I really had my way, I'd also include redoing the entire English voice acting for this section. The current voice acting is not good, and the actors all change at the start of Heavensward anyway, so just pay the cost and redo all of it. Because no matter what the future has in store for Final Fantasy XIV, the story will always be relevant, and there will always be new players stepping foot into Eorzea and judging the game based on their impression of a Realm Reborn. So make it better. Fix the Realm Reborn problem by simply improving it. Of course, there is another solution to the Realm Reborn problem, which is to make it skippable, either in its entirety or just the main story. But I think this is the wrong solution for several reasons. Firstly, Heavensward's story is good, but it begins in a Realm Reborn. Basically, patch 2.4 and onwards is focused entirely on Ishgard and the current state of Eorzean politics, and people who skip this would be at a complete loss as to what's going on at the start of Heavensward. This problem would then continue into the future, as there are countless references, callbacks, and direct continuations of plot elements raised in A Realm Reborn throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV's narrative. And this story can be confusing enough as it is, without players just skipping a big chunk of it in the first place. Secondly, A Realm Reborn does have some good qualities, and that includes the story. It is the only part of this grand narrative where the stakes are relatively low, and your character is not yet a famous hero. In many ways, it's your origin story, and it represents an integral part of your character's journey and growth. It also features a lot of lore and world building that, even if not strictly necessary, still enhances the rest of the experience. And so, A Realm Reborn lays an important foundation that each later expansion then builds on, and even if it doesn't do the best job at laying that foundation, that doesn't mean it's not needed. So, don't make the mistake of other MMOs. Don't prioritise the short term over the long. Don't throw away valuable content in an attempt to let new players catch up faster. A Realm Reborn does have its problems, but it's not beyond saving, and in the long term, such efforts might be worth it. And it's not like the problem of too many main story quests would just go away after A Realm Reborn anyway.
Got what I wanted.
Each expansion asks the player to take their time reading and watching the story, and then the stretch of post-expansion story quests slows leveling down even more. And that experience understandably won't be for everyone, but that experience is a large part of Final Fantasy XIV. with the benefit of hindsight, I do think the post-expansion story quests, those introduced after every expansion in patches 0.1 to 0.5, should have been designed to be much shorter, with more of the story they feature being told in optional supporting questlines, in order to allow players who come later to have a better catching up experience. Going through these patch questlines one at a time when they come out is very different from playing through all of them together at a time when you're just looking forward to the next expansion already. Still, it's too late for that now, and Final Fantasy XIV is the game it is. There is always a limit to how much of an experience can be changed to appeal to people who might have problems with it, and if you go too far, you risk changing the core appeal of the game itself, something other MMOs might have encountered in their hopeless quest to make their games appeal to everyone. Still, if you do get past the many hours of story content, there is one last side to Final Fantasy XIV that feels worth discussing. If there's one MMO-related saying I have always hated, it's that endgame is whatever you want it to be. This is something repeated by MMO players, journalists, developers, marketing teams, and just about anyone else who ever says those three little letters, and it's not actually helpful. I mean, sure, in theory, you can do whatever the hell you want in an MMO, just like in any other game or any other aspect of life. We all have free will and the potential to entertain ourselves in unexpected ways, but so what? All you're saying is that different things are theoretically possible in your game, but different theoretical possibilities are a universal facet of life, and all you're really doing by parroting this statement is avoiding a very reasonable and probably earnestly asked question. So next time someone asks what the endgame is like, or what is there to do at endgame, just tell them. It's not some impossible to answer conundrum. What are the main things players do when they reach max level, and what are the main types of content being added to the game to support this? So, what is the endgame like in Final Fantasy XIV? Well, that's the great thing about this game. The endgame is whatever you want it to be. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Let me actually answer that question for once. If we consider that the main story and initial experience leveling is the not endgame part of the experience, then endgame is the various activities one might do after finishing the story. There is of course all sorts of different potential activities this can include, and this game does have a lot of content, but I think we can nevertheless still categorize them into three broad groups without being too reductive. These are leveling other classes or alts, acquiring collectible items including but not limited to outfits, minions, mounts, cards, songs and housing items, and finally there is also the classic endgame activity, improving your character's gear. So let's deal with each of these one at a time. Almost everyone who plays Final Fantasy XIV will spend at least some time leveling other classes. In the past there used to be a strong gameplay incentive to do this due to the cross-class skill system, which allowed players to use certain skills from one class on others, but this has now long since been removed, meaning there's no longer any actual reason you need to level any other class in this game. And yet, everyone still does anyway, and that's probably because in Final Fantasy XIV, unlike most MMOs, you can level all classes on a single character, and changing class is as simple as one quick button press. This removes much of the barrier of entry to leveling alts, as you no longer have to create a whole new character and go through the various busy work that comes with it, like rearranging your UI, repopulating your friends list, re-unlocking travel locations or redoing story quests, and many other inconveniences. Also, leveling other classes in Final Fantasy XIV is quick and easy, as you get boosted XP if you already have one class higher level, and without so many story-related cutscenes in your way, the leveling speed feels fast. In fact, I know many people who level every single class in the game to max each expansion, which still seems excessive to me, but in this game it's relatively common. And with little reason not to level other classes, you might soon find that playing other jobs and roles can be quite fun. Final Fantasy XIV does have a bit of a problem with classes of a similar role feeling overly homogenized. This is something that's increased over time as more classes have been introduced, and more changes have been made to ensure all classes feel balanced. And to its credit, Final Fantasy XIV does have very strong class balance, and you can play whatever class you want in raids without seriously disadvantaging the average group. and don't listen to anyone who tries to tell you otherwise. If you think the difference in class strength in this game is bad, all you're really revealing is that you've no experience with other MMOs. And I remember when Stormblood first released, and every monk was crying about how hopelessly weak they are compared to the newly released Samurai, and how no one would ever use monk again. And then the raid came out and the world first group used a monk instead of a samurai, because hey, what do you know, I guess the difference was actually pretty small, you bunch of absolute babies. However, the downside to this higher degree of balance is homogenization and weak class identity. But even when what a class does feels very similar to what another class of the same role might do, the way each class does what it does is at least always quite varied, and there is something satisfying to learning a new set of skills and feeling the different pieces come together at max level. And playing multiple classes adds a lot to the gameplay variety by keeping group content fresh while giving you more flexibility when playing with friends, and it can even give you a greater understanding of the game or your specific role in groups by providing you with a greater sense of perspective. As for how you level other classes in this game, well, the main ways are repeated runs of level appropriate dungeons, the already previously mentioned daily roulettes, completing side quests including repeatable reputation based beast tribe quests, completing fates, which are short, simple, scalable open world mini events, and completing other unique group content such as Palace of the Dead or Bosnia. This provides a good amount of variety, although many people will find themselves preferring just one or two methods and mostly sticking with them. Still, it's always good to have different options, and while none of this content excels at providing truly memorable or unique experiences, it is fun enough to do as a side activity, particularly if you want some more relaxed gameplay, and if it does start to get boring, there's no reason why you need to keep at it. Leveling other classes is as optional as an activity can be. Second on our list of core endgame activities is acquiring collectibles, and there are a lot of things to collect in this game. How you collect them varies, but a lot of things can be bought, and costs tend to add up. Want a house? That's a lot of money. Or luck, the housing system isn't great in that regard. Want your house to look good? That's a lot of money. Want the latest revealing outfit to glamour your virtual waifu in? That's probably a lot of money. Is it? I don't actually know. I've never felt the need to dress my character in the latest sexualized outfit, for reasons you can probably tell. Because my character already looks perfect just the way he is. Want every minion, mount, card, song, and other miscellaneous collectible? Then what is wrong with you? You know you'll never have everything. Get some priorities in your goddamn life, and also get some gil, because that stuff is a lot of money. Money really isn't that important in Final Fantasy XIV, and the costs required to raid in consumables and repairs isn't very high, but optional things can be very expensive. This also connects to crafting and gathering, which can be a way to make money or just create your heart's desires, and sets itself apart from other MMOs in the way its focus is on self-sufficiency and how it involves genuinely complex rotations, which some people really enjoy. You might also need to run old group content or do other time-consuming endeavours to get items you're trying to collect. How much enjoyment people get from collecting this stuff is something I can't really say. I do know people sometimes take their glamours very seriously, but I don't. And don't get me wrong, I have been known to make some very fashionable outfits in my time, but mostly I just don't care. Actually, I usually just leave all my characters unglamoured in MMOs, as I kind of like just seeing their real gear, and I miss the days when that was the norm. I also don't care about mounts or minions or anything like that really, and while I did once have a house just to own one, I also never bothered to decorate it and ended up losing it through inactivity without even realising, so it's probably fair to say none of this stuff is for me and I am the wrong person to talk about it. I can say the glamour system surely isn't as good as the equivalent in World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 if you want an easy to use tool to play around creating different outfits with, and that the housing system, while fun for many landowners, is some kind of Kafkaesque nightmare for new prospective buyers. But really, how much enjoyment any or all collectibles provides in Final Fantasy XIV, and how this might compare to other MMOs, is a mystery to me. I still think it's worth acknowledging that this stuff exists, and to some it is important, But mostly I think it's worth acknowledging that you can very easily ignore this stuff if you, like me, have a character that already looks so perfect, you don't need to waste time chasing material desires. Moving on, we get to a topic I am more qualified to talk about, gearing up,
got it.
which happens for a few different ways, but I will foolishly attempt to explain. Final Fantasy XIV uses an item level system, which if you're not familiar with the term, is basically a numerical representation of a piece of equipment's overall strength. Generally, the higher the item level, the better, and Final Fantasy XIV's substats and itemization is actually incredibly simplified, so item level is the only big thing you need to focus on. A character who has just reached max level can find some equipment upgrades through max level dungeons, of which there are 3 at the start of an expansion, with 1 more being added each patch. Currently, this dungeon loot would give you item level 560 accessories, and you get some item level 560 armor through the story, so getting to an overall item level of 560 is very quick and easy. From here, you can upgrade to item level 570 gear through a form of currency called tombstones. These are given to you for completing max level dungeons as well as doing roulette or any other max level group content, meaning this gear is also very easy to get, but it takes several dungeons worth of tombstones for a single item, so this isn't really quick. But if you want to just farm away at this, you can, and if you don't, you'll still naturally accumulate tombstones from most group content, so really item level 570 is just a matter of time. Next, we get to item level 580, and it's here where the experience gets a bit more interesting. There are currently 2 extreme 8-man trials, and 1 4-boss 8-man raid, which comes in a normal and savage difficulty. Normal is designed to be done by normal groups, meaning you can queue up for this content to run through it with a group of strangers, and you should be fine. You may see some wipes, but everyone should be able to regularly complete this content with a little bit of persistence. This rewards item level 580 items, although you can only get a few pieces per week. Meanwhile, the extreme trials give item level 580 weapons and accessories, and these are also the first really challenging fights you'll encounter. You won't be able to just queue up and power through these fights without knowing how to play your class and perform the boss mechanics for an encounter, but these are still very doable if you're willing to take the time to learn the fight and find a group of players through Party Finder. And with that, you potentially have a full set of item level 580 gear. Good job, I knew you could do it if you tried. Then we get to item level 590, which comes from a special type of tombstone currency which you can only get a certain amount of per week. Just like the normal tombstones, this is given to you for most max level content, making it very easy to get, but as there is a weekly cap, it will take quite a few weeks to get a full set of item level 590 gear this way. Still, this gear is accessible for all, even if you don't want to step foot in any raid. Finally, we come to item level 600, the final tier of gear, which comes from the Savage raid. This raid will be quite challenging, and if you want to clear all of it, you'll probably need to find a raid group to play with weekly, rather than relying on strangers. To get a full set of item level 600 gear, it will take several weeks of clearing the raid, but there are tokens from bosses you can trade for specific pieces, in addition to the normal loot drops for killing a boss, so it really won't take too long to get everything, provided you keep clearing the raid. And that is basically it, until the next big patch is released, which is always designed as a catch-up patch. In this there will be a new dungeon, a new extreme trial, and a new 24-man raid that is much easier than the Savage 8-man content, and so can be completed with strangers by queuing up. These all give gear below item level 600, but which can help you to clear the previous Savage raid easier. At this point you'll also get access to items used to upgrade the item level 590 weekly tombstone gear to 600 as well, and so even people who don't want to raid can still get the highest item level gear in time. Then when the next big patch comes along, there is a new 4 to 5 boss Savage raid released alongside the usual new dungeon and trial, and the cycle effectively repeats. And that's basically it. I have simplified a few bits like ignoring the relic weapon and crafted items, but this is most of it. The key point is that you don't need to raid. All this affects is how fast you gear up, and once the new Savage raid is released, gear is mostly reset anyway, meaning at every new raid it's easy to catch up with everyone else and be on equal footing. Also, nothing takes an overly long time to get, and luck plays a small role thanks to bosses dropping tokens. This means that loot isn't very exciting as it's all rather standardized and predictable, but this system does work well at meeting the game's objectives. It's easy to understand by MMO standards, it's accessible to all types of players including both more casual players and returning players. There's little frustration involved from needing to farm or having bad luck, and there is still a gradual sense of gear progression so players can feel like they have something to work towards over a longer period of time. This fairly toned down gear treadmill becomes the objective of most max level group content, and so we could group all this content together as the final category of endgame. So, how is the actual quality of this content? Well, here it makes sense to break things down again, so let's start with the dungeons, or 4-man group content. First things first, there are no hard dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV. There used to be, I guess. Aurum Vale, the final levelling dungeon in A Realm Reborn, was quite tough back in the day. Not so much in terms of mechanical complexity, but everything did pack a punch, and wipes used to be very common. Still, these days there are no hard dungeons, and everything is designed at a rather standard level of difficulty, which new players will probably find enjoyable, and more experienced players will find a little easy. This isn't the end of the world, as dungeons don't have to be hard, particularly those designed for leveling players, and dungeon bosses in Final Fantasy XIV still have interesting mechanics, making them fairly entertaining to do. Generally, it's not that these fights are actually mechanically easy, it's just that their mechanics aren't very punishing. Usually, if you make a mistake, you take some damage and get a vulnerability debuff. If you keep making mistakes, these vulnerability debuffs quickly stack up, and you'll die, but you do get quite a few chances, and the opportunity to learn from your mistakes. This system works well as it means total group-wide failure is very rare, but that individuals still need to pay attention to perform the mechanics. That said, I do think it's a missed opportunity to not have any truly challenging dungeons in the game, as dungeons have a different feel and a different group size to the 8-man content, and I think many players might enjoy the occasional challenging dungeon. Over time, Final Fantasy XIV has developed a bit of a problem with how predictable its endgame group content is. Every 2-patch cycle is basically the same, with a couple dungeons, a couple trials, one 8-man raid and one 24-man raid, and the difficulty and structure of each type of content can also feel very similar. The longer you've played this game, the worse this problem can become, but what it basically means is that endgame lacks surprises and excitement, as you always know what's coming in the future, and nothing feels completely new. The developers have clearly found a progression system and content structure which works, and don't want to risk tampering with it too much, but challenging 4-man dungeons are the perfect example of a type of content that it makes sense to at least try out, even if it's not strictly needed, just to give more experienced players something that feels new to do at endgame. As for the design of dungeons, the visuals, and often the soundtracks, are very high quality, and are probably some of the best you'll find in an MMO, but dungeons still have a big problem in my opinion, which is that if you ignore the visuals, soundtrack, and boss mechanics, every dungeon since A Realm Reborn is basically the same dungeon. If you're not sure what I mean by that, consider this. Every dungeon has 3 bosses, no more, no less. Every dungeon has a few groups of trash mobs between each boss, which are arranged in a way so that you can always do 2 decent sized pools. But every trash pool is also the same, as all of them you just AoE everything, with no need to worry about DPS order or crowd control or anything like that. Every dungeon is also the exact same shape, which is just a straight line, even if they sometimes try to pretend otherwise. Every dungeon also has the same simple loot, every dungeon gives the same amount of currency relative to when it's released, every dungeon takes roughly the same amount of time to complete, every dungeon is in some ways the exact same dungeon. If you've never played a game where this isn't the case, maybe you can't truly understand what I mean by this, but hopefully you can at least see where I'm coming from. The Final Fantasy XIV patented dungeon works, but the way it's repeated patch after patch, expansion after expansion, is boring, and it also harms immersion. Dungeons don't feel like real places we're exploring, they're not an adventure, there are no surprises, and for me, there will never be a great dungeon experience in this game. That's not a deal breaker by any means, the dungeons are consistently fun, with none since the very low levels that ever feel truly bad. And there is much more to this game than dungeons. But there have been a grand total of 69 new dungeons released since 2.0, and it is a great shame in my opinion that Square Enix never felt the need to actually experiment a little with them and try to create something outside this one standard template. Final Fantasy XIV's dungeons are okay, but they could be much more. Next, we have the 24-man raids, and these are basically bigger dungeons, but better in every way. So, they're a bit harder, a bit less formulaic, a bit more rewarding, a bit more creative mechanically, and quite a lot more visually impressive. These raids provide some of the best looking content in the game, and unlike the next piece of content, they actually feel like real locations, with fights that are interconnected to give more of a set-piece feel to the overall encounter. The only problem with 24-man raids is that they are infrequent and unimportant. They exist to help players catch up, but if you already raid, you probably don't need to do any catching up, and just like with the dungeons, it likewise seems a shame that we've never had a truly challenging 24-man piece of content. I don't think the core progression of Final Fantasy XIV should move away from its 8-man focus, as this is what the raid scene in this game has come to be all about, and introducing 24-man progression into this would cause problems for existing groups. But I do think an occasional, optional, harder 24-man fight, say of a similar difficulty to an extreme trial, could enhance Final Fantasy XIV's endgame by, once more, giving players something which truly feels new and exciting. Finally though, we come to the 8-man raids and trials, and here is where Final Fantasy XIV's endgame shines brightest. This content isn't without its flaws, but overall Final Fantasy XIV's Savage Raids and Extreme Trials are some of the most fun group content I have ever done in an MMO. The raiding experience in this game is still quite different to that of World of Warcraft or other games which took inspiration from WoW, however. For starters, the group size of 8 is far smaller than the 20-man groups of other games, and this alone has a big impact, as in Final Fantasy XIV, the raid scene is built of static groups. This means every raid night the same 8 people turn up and play together, whereas in 20-man raiding there should always be more than 20 people in your overall raid team and positions won't be fixed. Which of these you prefer will mostly come down to preference and circumstances. For example, in Final Fantasy, you never experience the disappointment of turning up to a raid only to find out that there are too many people and it's your turn to sit out this week. But it also means if one person can't make it to a raid, it will be a bit of a problem, and anyone with an unreliable work schedule is at a big disadvantage. A static team of less people also means more opportunities to get to know those you raid with, and it provides a more cozy and intimate raiding environment. But it also means less meeting new people, and it's overall a bit less exciting. When it comes to the actual raid content, an 8-man fight can be designed so that every single person is fully involved. Everyone can have a defined role, everyone has to consistently perform mechanics, and you can't afford any dead weight. In an average 20-man group, you'll be lucky if there's no dead weight, and I killed plenty of heroic and even some mythic fights in WoW during progression without even having a full group. Sometimes you just don't have enough people online, and that doesn't have to stop you. But in Final Fantasy, it does. Everyone matters. And because they matter, the difficulty is made to feel more constant. From the start of a fight to the end, you always have things to do, and you always need to be paying attention. There are also differences between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft beyond group size. Final Fantasy has less raid bosses per tier, but it also has longer encounter durations. Final Fantasy has more diverse mechanics in my opinion, but WoW often has more thematically logical mechanics. Final Fantasy has a smaller focus on loot, both in terms of how much it helps during progression and in how exciting it is to acquire, but it also has less loot-based RNG. Final Fantasy has more relaxed consumable requirements, less downtime between wipes, and no need to grind other items or currencies outside of raids to keep up with progression. Meanwhile, WoW has more fights at the highest difficulty, i.e. Mythic, whereas Final Fantasy is designed to ensure the hardest encounters, the ultimate fights, while fewer do at least stay relevant forever as a result of their unique rewards and the minimum item level system. Really, there are lots of differences, and you could go into this subject in much greater detail, if you really wanted. One of the most important and underappreciated differences is that in Final Fantasy you don't need any plugins to raid. Most people use a DPS meter, some use more than that, but you don't need any plugins, whereas in WoW, plugins play a huge role in the raid scene, and there is an expectation in most groups for players to have them. This is a big positive towards Final Fantasy in my opinion, as it makes raiding a bit simpler, a bit fairer, and there's no loss in satisfaction from an add-on playing a big part of the game for you. One of the hardest to explain differences is between how encounter design and mechanics feel in each game. Final Fantasy tends to feel much cleaner to me, whereas WoW always seemed somewhat more chaotic. it's a bit like the difference in DPS rotations, where Final Fantasy feels more methodical and WoW feels more frenetic. In Final Fantasy, fights really do feel like a precise dance that you're being asked to learn piece by piece, and all you have to do is take it one step at a time and execute things like you've practiced, and eventually you'll triumph. Meanwhile, in WoW, fights are less scripted and feel more like actual fights. They can be messy, a lot of things can happen at once, and there can be more variation between pools, and again, which you prefer will come down to preference. When it comes to what WoW does better than Final Fantasy, there is one thing that stands far above all others though, and that's how it creates raids which feel like real locations. In Final Fantasy, each raid boss is its own instance. You just teleport in and start when ready. There is no trash, no exploration, and no larger area to move through as you progress through the raid. What's more, every raid arena feels rather artificial. They can look quite impressive, but most are just floating circles or squares with some kind of weird elemental effect in the background, and after a while, this soon feels rather noticeable. These arenas really do feel like raid arenas created for a video game, rather than places that might actually exist within the game's world. This can be quite immersion breaking, and it makes the whole raid feel less alive and special, and while raiders might seem like the type of players who only care about the gameplay and rewards and don't need anything else, I'm not sure that's actually true. Maybe people don't technically need trash mobs or diverse boss arenas, but that doesn't mean these factors don't enhance the experience. Just take something like Ice-Crowned Citadel. Final Fantasy XIV may have villains as memorable as Arthas, and it certainly has some better designed encounters than the Lich King, but there is no Ice-Crowned Citadel in Final Fantasy XIV. There's nothing that even comes close.
Finally got what
A
I
raid
want.
can be more than just a series of boss fights. It can be an actual place which holds meaning within the game's world and gives meaning to the player's actions within it. And considering how important raids are in terms of the time players spend with them and the memories they bestow, it is very disappointing to me that Final Fantasy XIV's raids really are just raids.
Yep, they're just raids.
Despite that, if I were to choose which game I preferred raiding in between Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, I would always choose Final Fantasy XIV. This has long seemed a bit paradoxical in my mind, because on paper, if I were to write down all the differences between raiding in these two games and choose which one sounds better, I would always choose World of Warcraft. I mean, for things like 20-man vs 8, it's no contest, 20 wins all day. And yet, I'm not judging these two experiences on paper. I'm speaking from experience, and in practice, I enjoyed Final Fantasy quite a lot more. You might think this is a reflection of how much I enjoyed the rest of the game, or a result of the people I played with, but I don't think it is. I think I enjoyed raiding in Final Fantasy more because it was more consistently enjoyable. WoW provides more excitement, it has higher highs, and there are ways it clearly does raiding better, but also sometimes in WoW I was bored during progression, or felt like I didn't really matter. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, I found that encounters were always well designed and consistently challenging, and that just ended up being a better fit for me personally. And that's what I think it ultimately comes down to. Each game does different things well, and which someone will prefer will come down to personal preference. But honestly, that itself says a lot, and that's why I've focused so much on World of Warcraft in this section. Because there is no higher praise for an MMO than to be able to go toe-to-toe with World of Warcraft's raiding and walk away with it seeming like a fair contest. WoW was the undisputed raiding champion for years and years, and it's one of the main things that game has always focused on, and whether or not Final Fantasy XIV is actually better, it is at least capable of giving it some real competition, and there have not been many games ever able to do that. And so that, I guess, is Final Fantasy XIV's endgame. I mean, there is PvP, but it's not very good, and most people pretend it doesn't even exist. There is ERP, but I don't know if it's any good, and I like to pretend it doesn't exist. There is the Golden Saucer, which has several minigames, but these aren't particularly well developed on their own, so they mostly fall under collectibles, and so on. Endgame is whatever you want it to be, as everyone says, but in general, Endgame is leveling ults, attaining various collectible type items, and gearing up through dungeons and raids. And I'd say overall it's pretty good. Is there enough endgame activities in Final Fantasy XIV? Yes. Is there enough endgame activities for you personally? I don't know. Who are you? Honestly though, when it comes to MMO players in general, it doesn't matter what there is to do at endgame or how much content there might be. It is not enough because it is never enough. There will always be players out there who want more, those who would play every hour of every day of the year, devouring any and all content you put in front of them. And these people will never be satisfied, not in the long term anyway, and a game shouldn't be designed to cater for them. I'm sorry if this is you, and I hope you know that I don't judge you for your life choices. You have no idea how much I respect certain overly time-consuming MMO achievements, but regardless, it's still true that no endgame can last forever, and they probably shouldn't try to. And Final Fantasy XIV's certainly doesn't. It is very easy to walk away from this game and come back to it whenever the hell you feel like it. You don't have to worry about not being able to catch up. Most important content stays relevant, and the game steers away from overly demanding grinds or RNG-dependent progression systems. Game director and accidental cult leader Yoshi P has famously said that if a player runs out of things to do, then they should just take a break, play some other games, and come back later when they feel like it. And as someone who has stopped playing this game multiple times, I appreciate that. Forcing players into overly long grinds may keep them subscribed a little longer, but it doesn't keep them happy. And perhaps in this, more so than anything else, Final Fantasy XIV gets endgame right. You're never pressured to do things you don't want to do in this game, just to gain an advantage somewhere else. Its endgame is inclusive, for players of different types, with different amounts of time, and different tastes and content. And that is reason number 4. Still, none of these reasons mentioned so far are what I think is actually the most important for why Final Fantasy XIV has become so successful, and why it has done what other MMOs haven't. For that, we're going to have to talk about something everyone knows is important, but nobody seems to ever mention. When I returned to this game recently, I wasn't really feeling it. I'd been away for just over 2 years, which was enough time to lose some of my interest in the story, and it's always a little weird returning to an MMO because of how complicated their systems are, and because of how much there is to do in them, meaning you always feel a little lost initially. It's a bit like returning to work after a long period of absence, when nothing comes naturally anymore, and you miss your past familiarity that you once took for granted. Things quickly changed for me, however, when I was reminded of how good some of the boss themes are in this game, and then went on a several-hour-long YouTube binge of many pieces of old boss music. If a game is out there with better boss music than Final Fantasy XIV, then I don't know it. Probably because it doesn't actually exist. And this isn't just my opinion. I'm stating this as a fact. If anyone disputes this, feel free to head down to the comments and show me evidence to the contrary. And I mean that, bring your best, we can have a boss battle theme showdown. I'd even offer to stream it here on YouTube, but it seems I'm not actually allowed, because apparently murder is against the YouTube terms of service. Really though, Final Fantasy XIV has some of the greatest boss music you will ever hear. It does epic like few others. Here is an example from one of my favourite fights, Forden Extreme. It starts like this, just to set the stage a little. Then it builds with time. Then you get a little taste of the good stuff, but not too much. We've got a whole fight to get through here, remember? Just needs to be enough to make sure you're feeling it. And then it changes completely, with this more calming intermission for the ads phase, where it almost sounds like a separate song. But then this starts to build and build and build as you move towards the end of this phase and prepare for the boss's biggest attack. And then, after you survive that attack and move into the last phase, this starts playing as the final showdown begins. And could you ask for any better music to wipe to? And there are many themes this epic. What about Shinryu? What about Ultima? But okay, music is subjective and maybe you have bad taste and can't appreciate an epic boss theme when you hear it. But don't worry, that's not all this game has. In fact, there is a staggering amount of diversity to the different music you'll hear in different boss encounters. Want some J-pop? We got you. Feeling a little edgy today and want something a bit heavier? No worries. Want something just unlike anything you've heard before? Well, we have that too. Or maybe you don't really care about genre and just want something catchy. Well, if you insist. You can tell how confident the developers are in their boss music when they make dancing to it a part of the mechanics. And the thing is, there are so many different examples I could choose here. I could drag this section on, and thanks to how good the music is, everyone watching probably won't even mind. I won't do that though, but I do at least want to mention how the music can also be a part of the story. For example, when the story is sad, you might get these quieter piano moments. Or when the fight is a good-spirited competition between great warriors, the music then reflects that. Or how about those times when the music from the trailer comes back just at the climax of the story, just before the final showdown, and then suddenly you realise that the trailer music that you've probably already played the hell out of, because you're the kind of loser who listens to video game music in your free time, don't try to deny that by the way, I know what kind of people watch my videos, then you realise that this trailer music that you already like wasn't just there to sound cool during some fancy CG cinematic used to promote the game. No, all this time, it actually existed just to describe this moment, and every line makes perfect sense now that you know the context. It was all for this instant, for this boss fight, and how the fuck can you not be hyped after something like that?
Fucking Magnum, bro.
Does life get better than this? You have your great story, your great boss fight, your great music, and I haven't even used any example from Endwalker, which arguably does crazy boss music setups even better, or mentioned any of the many remixes from other Final Fantasy games, or even the non-Final Fantasy stuff like the Final Fantasy infused mashups from Nier. What I'm saying is that this is not just a matter of opinion. In its widely varied and continuously rich totality, Final Fantasy XIV's boss themes are as good as it gets. All of this comes from sound director Masayoshi Soken, by the way, and you should make a note of that name, for it is one that deserves to be remembered for a long time to come. Still, if you haven't played this game, you probably can't understand how great this music is.
Too valuable, man.
I mean, sure, you can hear these themes as pieces of music and maybe think they sound pretty good, but that's not actually why they're so special. What really makes them are the memories we associate with them. All I need to do is go to YouTube and start listening to any of these themes for a flood of happy memories to come rushing over me. Players spend time with these boss themes, potentially hours and hours, and those are hours they won't just spend alone, but with friends, working towards a challenging objective together, having a good time, enjoying the music, enjoying the gameplay, enjoying the company, creating memories. And memories are a huge part of MMOs, and I don't think anyone ever acknowledges to what extent they shape our experience with them. Everyone who is a fan of MMOs has a vault of happy memories locked away in their minds that they can't help but return to at times. We all remember the first MMO we lost ourselves within, or that one guild that was just so much more fun than any other we've been a part of, or that raid kill we never thought we'd finally manage to nail down, or that time we did something crazy in PvP that no one would believe actually happened if someone wasn't there to witness it with you. But what happens when things change? Try to play almost any MMO you used to like, and the experience will be different to what you remember.
Damn.
You are returning to a childhood home to find that life has moved on without you, and this isn't the place you grew up in anymore. And it's sad, because of the memories, because you remember what was lost, because the game you care about is gone, and everything you do in that game now is a reminder of that. Empty servers, offline friends, vacant cities, and forgotten guilds. But it's not just the people, it's the games themselves, with their new conveniences and missing features, and links to an in-game store that didn't even used to exist, and the old raid content no one does anymore, that used to mean everything, and now means nothing. And, even if by some strange miracle you aren't struck by that melancholic nostalgia, everyone else sure will be. You cannot play World of Warcraft without hearing people talk about how things used to be, about the good old days and what a travesty the game is now by comparison, and you will hear this again and again and again, and it's not a recent thing either. This is by no means unique to whatever the latest disappointment of an expansion was. World of Warcraft has been trapped by its own past since as long as I can remember, since before I even first played the game, and that is already over 10 years ago. But Final Fantasy XIV is the rare example of an MMO which isn't. Ever since the release of A Realm Reborn, this game has stayed true to its vision. The things this game used to be good at, its presentation, its story, its Final Fantasy themed fan service, its accessibility and new player friendliness, its inclusive endgame and its challenging group content, the game is just as good at today, if not better. And the things this game used to be bad at, the open world content, having immersive dungeons and raids, the gameplay and pacing of the main story, everything PvP related, etc., well, they are still pretty bad today, but that's okay. No game is good at everything. What's important for an MMO is to find your own audience, and then stick with them. Cater to the people who actually like your game, and if you stand by them, you might just find they'll stand by you too, even when there are bumps along the way. And this game, as it is right now, proves that. World of Warcraft never had it easy. It was always torn between two different eras, of old MMO design and new, group finder or shouting for a party in chat, server communities or cross-server grouping and sharding, finding things out by talking to other people versus looking everything up online, content that asks you to dedicate hours to it versus content designed for people with jobs and families, and countless other examples. But Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO designed for a modern player base through and through, for better or worse. And if this game was for you when it came out, then it probably still is today, and tomorrow, and every day after that, and if it's not, it's probably you that has changed since, not it. The Final Fantasy XIV player base doesn't have that baggage that other MMO players seem to be defined by. They haven't been scarred by their own game, they don't obsess over that which was lost. And so, instead of that non-stop looking back to the past, in Final Fantasy, players actually look to the future. Where will the story go next? What are the next classes that will be added? Who's going to be the next Scion? Innocent questions, earnestly asked, with not a care given to what might be lost along the way. The future is bright here. The best always seems to be yet to come, and people are happy. They love their game, they love their game's director, and they have pride in the community. And maybe they can go a little too far in these regards, but that's okay, you can hardly blame them. It is a rare thing for an MMO player base to actually be content, and that positivity can be infectious. You will feel it within the game today, and God, what a sight that is to see in a genre as marked by disappointment as this one. Final Fantasy XIV is a game that is remarkable, not because of its lack of flaws, but because of its great success despite them. It is a game that truly did things its own way, and still does. And it is proof that the MMO genre is not dead yet, and won't be anytime soon. Most of all though, it is a game built on happy memories that are not just relics of the past. Final Fantasy XIV is a childhood home you can actually return to. And it's not over yet.
Is it here? Yeah, that's one.
Thank you for watching my video.
Too expensive. Where's Frankrite? Shit. There was two of them. Where's this? I'm gonna buy it. Yeah, 550. It's a dead server. God damn. Damn, so expensive. Damn. For 6 shoes. Man, that took me almost 3.5.
Pirate Software, Maldivia's Fig Tree, one of the largest egos on the internet, and that is impressive. Also, a Nepo baby. But did you know he worked 7 years at Blizzard for pretty much minimum pay? But don't worry. You see, even though his dad was one of the original people who founded Blizzard, one of the first employees there, he's not a Nepo baby. No one just figured out that they have the same surname some magically how. Don't think about it too much. Anyway, what is our favorite Nepo baby loser up to today? Well, he's playing the victim, because we have a beautiful one right here, right there, boys, okay? A situation has occurred, one might say, and Pirate Software Tor is taking full advantage of this chance to get a little bit of that spotlight on himself. Because let me tell you something, after all of this stuff happened, it's not looking good for our boy Pirate Software. Look at his YouTube channel. His views for videos especially have absolutely collapsed. He is currently getting, if lucky, 100k views on a typical video of his, which is insane considering not too long ago, a minimum of 300 views was the worst that he did. This is insane. And his shorts, his bread and butter, by the way, well, they're getting roughly 500k views, and you probably think that's a lot. It is a lot, technically, but, I mean, not too long ago, he was getting 1 million minimum views, and sometimes even 2 to 3 million views maximum. And all of that is gone. Look at this. This is specifically the section before he got exposed for being one of the most horrible lying human pieces of filth out there, okay? But now he continues to entertain us. The milk must flow. The locale is plentiful, and well, it's producing, boys. Let me tell you just that, okay? And again, this one is a great one. So, hey, Matty Pocket TV, you do realize that it's super easy to follow up on threats like this with law enforcement, right? Especially when you tie your Twitter and Twitch to one another, and he's adding Twitch here because this is what Pirate Software does. He tries to be the hall monitor that he never was as a child because he was never loved, probably. And now he tries to get everyone just deplatformed, removed by just, you know, constantly complaining until he and his insane followers, and his followers, like, if you're a Pirate Software fan, I have a question. How low does that IQ go, boy? Okay? To Twitch and to anyone. Since you partnered your payment, since you partnered your payment information and identity are on file with the platform. So, first of all, unless he, so first of all, this is insane. This is just gaslighting. This whole thing is a lie. This whole thing is just to make it out to him to be a victim and get garnish attention. Because this is the tweeted question, okay? Just a friendly reminder, you're a fig. And I hope to see you at events soon. Stay out of hardcore World of Warcraft, dumbass B. Zero accountability, pussy. True! Big true. And obviously, Pirate Software and his low IQ stupid supporters are currently spazzing out and saying, "This is a threat! This is a threat! Oh my god! He threatened him just now! He did! He threatened him! This is clearly a threat!" Listen. If this is a threat, I want you to follow my instructions perfectly, okay? Because I have a solution for this, okay? Don't worry, Papa Quasar's got you covered, okay? I want you to lock the doors, lock the windows, fill the bathtub with water, and let it pour over. And then I want you to go to a room, go into a corner, get a shoebox, put yourself in a rectangle, biangle, triangle kind of position, put yourself in the shoebox, close the lid, and then make fucking oyster noises. Because the outside world is not meant for you, okay? If you think that this right here is an actual threat, you are insane. You have no place in the world, okay? If we assume that these things are threats, I mean, this is not a legitimate threat in any way. This can't even just be justified a threat. There is no... Tell me, where is the threat here? Where does he actually say any harm? You can say he's vague. It definitely probably doesn't feel good to get a message like this. I can attest to that. I have received messages like this from people. And you know what I did? I ignored them. Because these are not threats. Everyone knows these are not threats. If you think this is a threat, you have no place in society. If we follow your definition of what a threat is, then the whole world is gonna collapse because everyone's gonna be stuck in their shoe boxes making oyster noises. That's where we're gonna get if we follow the instructions of people like Pirate Software who don't know shit even about coding what they're supposed to be good at, just because they want to yap and lie about it. Okay, this is not.
I want that shit, dude. Softcard.
Okay. And this is what I did. I fucking tweeted this at Pirate Software. He's probably gonna block me. If I don't see a filed police report, I mean, if this is a credible threat, if he feels threatened, he should file a police report. And if he doesn't, then well, clearly he does not think this is a threat. I want to see a police report. I want to see him try to file a police report about this. Then you are just trying to act as a victim and get attention. Because this is precisely what this loser is doing. He's trying to get attention. Don't worry, Todd. When I have nothing to do, I will look into your LinkedIn. Because that shit is as fake as fuck, boy, okay? I have never seen a LinkedIn more faker than his. And not about his positions, but how he tries to elevate himself above the rubble. And it's so blatantly clear that the guy is lying about himself so hard. It's gonna be hilarious when we get into that. Don't worry, Todd. You're gonna get plenty of attention, at least from me, okay? I'm gonna milk you until the day this ends. Okay? And I hope it never ends, okay? Aliens, put my head in a jar and put Thor's also in a jar so I can forever find this loser. It is absolutely beautiful and I love every second of it. I love seeing him collapse because this is rightfully deserved. I love to go to the comment section of my videos about Pirate Software and see people, why are you making videos about him? It's over. It was a long time ago. It's well the podcast. No one cares. Idiots. And these idiots are liars. They're disingenuous liars who know that they are misrepresenting the situation in its entirety. No one cares about the fact that Pirate Software, I'm gonna remind everyone, okay? No one cares about the fact that he roached out. People care about the fact that he completely refused to take any responsibility. He blamed literally everyone else. You could clearly see that he understands that he fucked up, and yet he still refused to take accountability. He lied about the situation he was, the circumstances that there were. He completely tried to gaslight everyone, and then he refused to take accountability. Not once, but 2, 3 times. That's right. Actually, I don't remember how many times he flipped the scenario and how many times he said that he doesn't want to, that he's not responsible for any of that. And that's why he's a horrible person. And the other videos that we did about him, but he blames everyone else about all the bad things that happen, and turns out he's actually responsible for them. That's why people dislike Pirate Software. That's why people hate him. That's why I'm farming him, and there's nothing you can do about it, buckaroo. Shit, tough luck, asshole. I'm gonna farm your boy. I'm gonna make fun of him for all eternity, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I love the fact that he's tagging in Twitch because he just wants to get this person banned. Now, as far as I understand, this person is an unhinged loser. That's true, but hey, again, that doesn't make this a valid threat. It's just not. Again, go make squirrel noises in a box, my dude. I don't give a shit. This is not, and everyone knows it. Okay? Anyway, Pirate Software. What a locale, 10 out of 10. Bye!
Admiral Spirity of Chronicles of Illyria, the MMO that never existed. get that though, that piece. Piece.
Right, this is an interesting one. This came up yesterday or like 2 days ago from Kira. And I'm intrigued to see what what's happened here. So this is with Arcade 2. It's titled Arcade 2 creator quits, ruins his whole MMORPG legacy. So I don't know what's happened here, but this is obviously to do with Jake Song, the maker of Arcade, and he was to do ruins his whole MMORPG legacy. So I don't know what's happened here, but this is obviously to do with Jake Song, the maker of Arcade, and he was working on Arcade 2 the last I checked. So just move the camera over here. Let's see what Kira has to say.
Clear to me that you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain, or in the video game equivalent, you either just quit making video games or you live long enough to sell out and start becoming a crypto bro and completely.
Kira, don't tell me Jake Song's gonna become a crypto game maker. Please no, Kira, don't tell me this. Just don't. He made Lineage. He's like one of the OGs of MMO development. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Ruining your legacy. And obviously we're talking now about Jake Song, the founder, the, granddaddy of MMOs in South Korea. This guy was there at the very beginning. While we had legends in the West, we had people like Richard Garriott making Ultima Online, some of the first, some of the biggest, some of the best, in my opinion, MMOs we ever got that shaped the industry going forward. This dude was over there in Korea doing the same thing. This guy, if you know anything about how South Korean gaming evolved, it would not be even remotely like what it is now. And obviously, some people are going to be like, lol, South Korean gaming's terrible anyway. It works for them. They like it. It is what it is. And he made great games. He had vision.
Oh no, I think Kira's about to tell us exactly what we suspected.
He had drive.
Wait, didn't Arcade already do some kind of fucking crypto thing? It was called Arc World, right? I remember that a few years ago. They released a crypto version of Arcade and they called it Arc World. And it basically released, and I remember just hearing nothing about it. I'm pretty sure it flopped. So if he's about to tell me that Jake Song has quit working on Arcade Chronicles to go work on some fucking crypto MMO, I'll be in disbelief, because Arc World already failed, essentially, didn't it? Literally never heard of it. I haven't heard of a single person playing it.
And he really saw something other people didn't, and he's responsible for some games that paved the way and also were very popular over there as franchises, such as Lineage. Obviously didn't do it alone, but this dude is a legend. And unfortunately, he spent many years doing what a lot of legends do, which is just be disappointed. Just release things that don't do as good as you would have hoped that they did. And unfortunately, with this guy, I think Arcade was actually a good game. And you could see that this was a game created by somebody who really had like a mind for doing something other games were not doing. And Arcade is always going to be, it's going to go down in history for me as one of the most disappointing MMO projects, because it was just so criminally mismanaged and had so many small things go wrong and that were just never fixed. And for me, it will always be
That's true. To this day, I can't think of a single other MMO that people pine about more than Arcade back when it was in like beta, like the very, very early days of Arcade. Even to this day, 12 years later, people still remember and talk about it. And Arcade tried to do so many relaunch servers, fresh start experiences to recapture that and cash in on people's people's desire to have that experience back. I think there's like 2 MMOs that breaks everyone's heart: Arcade and Wildstar. Probably those 2. I can't think of any MMOs other than that. Maybe Warhammer Online. Arcade, Wildstar, Warhammer Online. 3 MMOs that have broken people's hearts.
The what if MMO. What if Arcade would have been very slightly different here or there, if they paid a little bit more attention, if they just stuck with the initial vision, if it wasn't ruined by monetization? What could we have had now? What could Arcade be in 2025? You know, would this be one of the most popular MMOs? I think yes, because it just had so much going for it. But unfortunately, if you followed Arcade at all, you know that the game went from pillar to post, at least with Western publishers. I mean, the company in general, XL Games, the company that Jake Song founded, this game's been passed around to the point where it's now owned by Kakao Games, and Arcade was published in the West by some of the worst companies ever before XL Games came and took it back.
Tryon Worlds. Does anyone remember Tryon? Whatever happened to Tryon? Are they still around? I don't think they are, right? I remember Tryon had Rift and they had Arcade.
Back over. I mean, we've had whole eras of content surrounding Arcade and just the fumbling of the game from companies such as Tryon Worlds, and then moving into when Gamigo acquired Tryon Worlds.
Oh, Gamigo. Fucking Gamigo. I dealt with Gamigo in the past because they gave like everyone that made content about Arcade Unchained, they basically gave everyone like a referral link. I think Kira had the same problem with them. Like getting any money from the referrals, just like it was a nightmare, and they didn't even give you like a link to see how many referrals you even got. It was like one of those affiliate things. Every single content creator could get one, but I think they were pretty shady behind the scenes with that. Dog Company. Tryon also had, yeah, Trove and Rift.
82106.
And how much of a fucking joke that was for so long, and how they constantly just lied to people and just did things that further diminished the game. And the problem is, this guy was in charge the whole time, all the time that the bad decisions were being made, that the game was being made into more and more of a theme park, taken away from the original vision that made the game good. And every opportunity that they had to pull this game out of a terminal nosedive, they just fucked it up. And it was this dude doing it, which, you know, you can go either way. When you look at what Arcade could have been, what the foundation was, and then Arcade 2 gets announced, you think, maybe we give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, we hope against hope, because we're MMO fanboys, and we have to pray that something's gonna do it. Something's gonna come out and be the one again and occupy all our time and make us feel like we were, 13 again playing these games. Or of course, a lot of the MMO fans are older people, but for me, I was a super young MMO player, so for me that's the nostalgia. But no game's done it recently, and I was still hoping Arcade 2 was going to be this game. And
I suppose that is right. Jake Song, as much as he did make Arcade 1, he is very much at fault for not fixing the problems that the game had. It's like you've painted the Mona Lisa, but you've then stored the painting in a room full of mold. But he chose not to remove the painting from the room full of mold, and then the painting got all fucked up. I suppose that's my analogy for it.
Maybe with this news it is, which brings us to the news. This guy has, a couple of years ago, I believe he stepped down as CEO of XL Games and said he was going to be focusing more on, development and other stuff. Arcade Crypto, there was an Arcade Crypto version that released that no fucker ever talked about or played, because, why would you?
Literally not a single soul. Actually, does that have a crypto coin associated with it, that Arc World, or is it shut down? Let's see if it even still exists. Arc World. It actually does still exist on Google, apparently. If I type it in here, it does still exist. I've literally never heard anyone talk about it. Have they sent any tweets recently? December 5th, 2024. So they haven't posted anything in months. It's probably going to be shut down soon, isn't it?
And then he's now left and he's sold out his legacy to go and work for a blockchain company. It's this dude's company, which is called Cross Protocol, and he posts something about, you know, oh, the legend, he's coming to join us. How great is this? He's going to help us bring blockchain gaming to the rest of the world and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not a hater. You might disagree, but
what are those dates in your Google results? Thai dates. Like Thailand uses like a different dating, like a calendar. Like it's not 2025 in Thailand. It's something else. I can't remember.
I'm not a hater. I think out of most people that are involved in like critique around games and MMOs and things, I'm probably one of the people that has the most open mind towards crypto stuff, because I am also involved in crypto stuff in terms of criticizing that. And I own cryptocurrency. I've done since like 2014. So, you know, I know how this stuff works, at least to a degree that a lot of people don't. And I have an open mind in terms of, if you can show me something, even as a brief, give me a brief that makes a game sound good, where this stuff adds anything. There's a value add there that I can say, oh, this is actually good. This is a good implementation. People will like this. This will add something, and I'll look at it. And if you can show me that, I'll say, okay, cool. Let's see how the game is when it's done. The problem is, nobody can show me one of those things because it doesn't exist. It simply does not. Aside from the business model of have one of the most popular games ever and then have NFTs be cosmetics. In which case you can still ask and answer the question, well, why don't we just not use NFTs and we just use a traditional database instead? And then you go, oh wait, yeah, you're right. Never mind then. And
sure, there's literally no point. And a lot of crypto games, the first thing they do is similar to mobile gaming, really, is they try and figure out some business model first. They like come up with they come up with the monetization first, and then they build the game later. Whereas you should probably like build a game first. The whole motivation behind it is money. But crypto gaming is kind of dead, right? So I just don't really see them ever attracting the talented developers that are required to make a successful large-scale game.
My argument, I guess, and some people's argument would be, oh, well, if we have this technology, it will be easy to raise the money for, you know, developing the game, because a lot of VCs and things want to put money into these, and VCs are not putting money into gaming right now. So maybe we can just use these buzzwords to get the game made, and then wow, the game gets made. The problem being that systems like this only work when you have the most popular games ever. If Valve turned around tomorrow and said, okay, all our skins now that are on the Steam marketplace, they're just on our database that go between your Steam accounts, well, now those are NFTs and we have the Valve blockchain, I'd be like, okay, that works. Unfortunately, now children are going to be using NFTs to gamble and probably be less traceable. So that's just going to be more multi-billion dollars worth of fraud and child gambling to deal with, which Valve never do, of course. But, you know, it would work, right? People would adopt it, people would use it because it's Valve. People will do fucking whatever when Valve does it because it's Valve, right? Big Daddy Valve, Gabe Newell, everyone loves him, lost loads of weight, congratulations, Gabe. But this is just the case, right? If you don't have the biggest games ever, if you're just making a game, when you tell me your business model is, we'll make a really popular game and we'll use this untested technology that all gamers hate, I'm like, you're done anyway. You're fucking done. You're not bringing the shit to the mainstream unless you somehow manage to make just a generational, once in a lifetime lightning in a bottle video game that makes all gamers forget that
the only half decent crypto game that I've seen was that it was this extraction shooter. What's it called?
Nimble.
Wasn't it it was the one that Dr. Disrespect was working on? Off the Grid, yeah, that is the only one that looks decent in terms of gameplay. Every other one has dog gameplay. Axie Infinity, I've seen it, it's terrible gameplay. It's like something from the mid-2000s, which is basically how almost... Oh, Docs was called Dead Drop. Okay, I thought it was Off the Grid.
It's 2.8.
Yeah, Off the Grid is the only one that actually looks good. I think Kira tried Off the Grid, and he said it was actually a fun game.
Hold up.
Docs one got cancelled. Okay.
They hate crypto and blockchain. And when you introduce AI to the mix, you're basically just... When somebody says like, oh, I'm in AI and blockchain gaming, I just think you're either a scammer or it's just verbal diarrhea. You're just talking utter shite, because AI, blockchain, none of these games exist. Nobody playing these things. They're just vehicles to manipulate stupid people to give you money. Prove me wrong. Link me one of these games. And again, I took flack when I played the shooter game. I can't remember what it's called. And I like that game. It's actually a mad fun game. I don't know if it's dead now at this point, because I don't play those games for long periods of time. But I like that game. Was there a value add by having crypto and NFTs? Not really. You know, it's a gimmick. It's something that, like, it's a little bit exciting if the things had value, but they don't, because if it's something you can just farm in a game, there's going to be loads of them, and you know, they're not worth shit, so who cares? But that being said, back to Jake Song. He was in charge of Arcade when they had the most opportunities to pull this game out of the dumps, to do something with the game, to not continue to do like, oh, it's a theme park game now. Oh, we don't care about the sandbox that we created and all these cool features people liked. Let's compete with World of Warcraft, even though we're worse than that game.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I disliked about Arcade. I think I remember from my review of Arcade Unchained, I think I really praised heavily the sandbox elements. But I hated that they did like whole weeklies and dailies, and it felt like it was trying to be more of a theme park when the best parts of the game were sandbox. Haram dailies, yeah. Awful. It's really bizarre, because people loved what early Arcade was, and then the more they developed the game, they kind of went away from their original vision.
What we're trying to do. This guy was in charge during all the worst decisions for the game. Yes, he made it, but he also broke the game, and he completely ruined it and killed it himself. I still...
Fair point. Maybe it's a good thing that he's leaving.
Had hope that the guy who had the vision to make that game for what it was originally could make Arcade 2 the same thing. And one good step, I guess, is that he was there when Arcade 2 was foundationally being made, and maybe that leads to the game being good design-wise. And then somebody else takes over that doesn't just make every decision wrong every time and completely nosedive the game for over a decade until it completely fails. But it is really sad. I'd rather Legends just retire and move out of the industry, or go make indie games or something, you know, do something that's respectable instead of just shitting on their legacy completely, because this...
True. And additionally, surely Jake Song is a multi-millionaire right now? Surely. Why would you go join a crypto company if you're already rich? I don't get it. Additionally, the same thing for like any celebrity that starts making shit coins when they're already fucking rich. I remember Floyd Mayweather. Didn't he promote some... He promoted some meme coin. Bro is already fucking minted. Hawk Tour as well. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's absolutely baffling. If you're already turbo rich, celebrity, you've got everything. Oh, let me just make another mill, maybe, by promoting some fucking meme coin. Donald Trump as well, the fucking Trump meme coin. Oh my god. As soon as I saw Trump and Melania release meme coins, I thought, yeah, that's over. The crypto bull run's 100% over. And I think that's actually probably marked the top. If you look at where they launched their meme coins, it's been down only from that point onwards. Why would Trump do that, honestly? That's just the stupidest fucking thing he's ever done. I think even people that support a lot of the things that Trump's done, I think even they can say that the meme coin thing was ridiculous.
Cynically just looks like, okay, I'm done with making legit video games now. I'm just going to go get the bag from one of these dogshit blockchain companies. Blockchain AI, of course, as well. Which, you know, fair enough, make your money and all that stuff, but this dude could have made money from doing practically anything. He could have been an advisor or worked at one of these other big MMO companies. I'm sure he would have had that opportunity, especially in the South Korean games industry, because the dude is a legend. But instead, now he goes to somewhere where probably no games are going to release, where he's not going to contribute to anything meaningful. I think I'm comfortable in saying that, but would love to be proven wrong, I guess. That being said, I have more hope. If this is what he was going to do after years of mismanaging Arcade, then fuck it. I have more hope for Arcade 2 now, even though the game's probably going to be absolutely ruined by monetization, because they always fucking are. True. Either way, that's Jake Song. Ruined one of the greatest MMOs, you know, potential-wise ever.
Made one of the best MMOs and also ruined it as well. So sad.
But at least now we can't ruin Arcade 2. There'll have to be somebody else that'll you know, hold on to that responsibility.
And someone will ruin it, Kira. You know that someone's going to step in and fulfill that prophecy.
Which almost certainly is going to happen, but we'll have to wait and see. I
No.
would say usually when somebody moves on to something, say best of luck, but no, there's no luck, there's no respect for this. This is the fucking retirement for legends in the video game industry. Oh, what? I've got like a huge name where everyone recognizes me, and I'm, you know, one of the godfathers of the industry, or one specific genre. Oh, I know, I'll just go make crypto games now. Fuck everything about this. There we go. Thanks for watching as always. Links in video description. Go check out GamerSups. Use my link, my discount code. You get a discount. I get money back off anything you spend. Patreon if you want to throw me a few dollars. Suggest some content on the social media. I'll see you next time. Peace.
Yeah. The absolute state of it. Man. F's in the chat for Jake's song. Links to the video in the chat. Go give Kira's video a like. Kira's fucking cool guy. I've met Kira a few times in Thailand when he used to live in Thailand. Hung out, had coffee together. Ranted about MMOs. We're both British and we both love a good old moan. It's in our blood to just moan about things. I think as a British person, there's a little bit, you do enjoy moaning. And some people don't understand that. Like my girlfriend doesn't understand it. She'll say, "Oh, stop! Can you stop complaining?" I'm like, "No, I'm not angry. I'm just trying to express myself." That's usually what I'll say. I just need to get it out of my system. It's just how it is if you're British. Just love a good old moan. Yeah. Sad, but yes, a good point. Maybe Arcade 2 will be better as a result of Jake's song leaving.
There it is. I'm done streaming. Damn, I've been online for 10 hours? Shit. Whatever. But I'm done. Alright. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna see you guys again tomorrow. Don't forget to hit the follow button if you're on YouTube. Subscribe to me.